A broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Corinex IoT Broadband comes in. Corinex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Corinex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Corinex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit Corinex.com for more.
It is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Stop! What? What? Boom! Stop!
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up. My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Inven, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Inven is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Coronex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Energy Tech Summit 2024. Thank you for joining us in the vibrant city of Bilbao. My name is Stuart MacDonald, and I'm excited to launch the 6th edition of this event. This year's focus, as you can see, is going to be enabling resources for the clean energy transition. Get ready for an inspiring lineup and a fresh new format to connect people and ideas that change the world. This isn't just a summit, this is a call to action. Let's seize the moment to explore new markets, exchange game-changing ideas, and pave the way for a brighter future in the battle against climate change, which we know is very important. Before we dive in to these amazing discussions, which you're going to enjoy thoroughly, I'd like to take a moment to thank the sponsors who worked together for us in this important event. Platinum sponsors, PV Case, E.ON Hydrogen, Coronex, and BBVA. Pavilion sponsors, Verbund, Third Derivative. Gold sponsors, Necture, Coris, Electrum, Cramian, IMServe. Silver sponsors, Aramco Ventures, BRC Way, GmbH and Co. KG. Blue World, Eneco Inven Capital, Akari Innovation, Odyssey Ventures, InvestH Key, Axpo, EDP, Ventures, AlphaSense, YPro, EMBW Innovation, Adara Ventures, Econext, Global Energies, and our startup sponsors. It's like being in a school assembly. Kling Systems, Hive Power, Enjoy Electech, Renewable, 8X Energy, Solsign, Keyquant, Cacti, Nacotech, Hyme Energy, Nacotech, again, H2 Site, Future Platforms, Pipin, Feles, Hydrosac, Greenwood Power, Sly, Plexigrid, Cosmos Innovation, Bullfinch, Tether, SP3D, SPM Net, Liner Energy, Myriad Wind, Charge42, Electrogenos. And of course, our official supporters, the Biscay government, the Bilbao City and Energy Agency of the Basque Country. Thank you all for partnering with Energy Tech Summit. Now fasten your seatbelts, because this will be an incredible journey, believe me. And to get us started, please welcome our conference host and one of the masterminds behind Energy Tech Summit, excuse me, the amazing Rokas Pešulaitis.
When we started Energy Tech Summit 6 years ago, it was always about the people. And when we embarked to look for the home for Energy Tech Summit, it started with the first principles. And principles for me go with people. And we looked at the place that have the most culturally diverse place for both experience and the DNA of people that it represents. And Basque, in particular, is a place that has a very much legendary DNA of people. They are very much resilient. They're one of the countries that have not been conquered even back in the days in the Roman Empire. And when I went to look at, with the help of internet, what a Basque typical person is, I got a very interesting definition, which resembled for me with entrepreneur. They're people that are very, very stubborn. They typically do not like the outsiders. They do not like to be told what to do, not by anyone, not even by each other. They typically do not care about other people's opinions, and nobody knows about them, but they're everywhere. It's just you have to look hard enough. And finally, you can already tell they're very, very proud. For me, that resembles a true spirit of entrepreneur. They never ask for permission. They go and do things and build things and break things for the better of innovation and tomorrow. And their contrarian usually tend to not listen to anyone while they're doing it. So we're here surrounded by 900 people, among them 300 entrepreneurs and 250 investors. I hope that Bilbao is going to become a home for Energy Tech Summit for next years, and I encourage you to go into these discussions and find those great people that resemble that true spirit of entrepreneurship. Thanks everyone, and let's delve into these 2 amazing days.
Thank you very much, Rokas. Now it's my honor to give the floor to Elizabeth Achenobe Landejuela, the President of the Government of Biscay, to greet everybody officially and open Energy Tech Summit one more time.
Egun on guztioi eta ongi etorri Bizkaira. Very good morning to you all and welcome to Bilbao, welcome to Bizkaia. I hope these days in our home will be fruitful for all of you. I want this to be a successful event and for you to be able to achieve your goals. I also hope that during these days you will get to know us a little better. I can assure you that in Bizkaia, in the Basque Country, you will find people, companies, and institutions that are reliable and keep their word. Bizkaia is an industrial territory with a high quality of life, a place where we join forces to improve. Collaboration between institutions and the private sector is the integral part of our identity. The government of Bizkaia and the companies of Bizkaia work together, side by side, in mutually trusting relationship. We support entrepreneurship, talent, and research and development as fundamental pillars of the growth of our industrial sector. We have a strong industrial sector in areas such as automotive and energy industries. Energy is a fundamental part of our economic fabric. We are fully aware that this is a sector in a constant transformation. And we are determined to support startups and companies that dare to take the necessary steps to tackle the challenges facing this sector. Vizcaya is really a leading territory throughout the energy value chain. The Vizcaya government participates in important projects such as the Global Smart Grids Innovation Hub, the Energy Intelligence Center, and the development of the Basque Hydrogen Corridor. We do this through public-private collaboration with leading companies that embrace the entire energy value chain. Collaborating with world-leading companies as Iberdrola and Petronor Repsol. The energy sector is facing a challenge what we have to face together. The climate change is here. We are in a stoppage time in the sector, and the sector must find ways to continue generating the energy we need in our day-to-day lives. But we must do so with respect for the environment. We hope that this event will allow us to continue taking firm steps in this direction. Thank you very much for choosing Vizcaya to hold this event, and I hope that you feel at home. Thank you very much. Eskerrik asko.
Thank you both for some welcoming speeches to start the day. But let's dive in to meet our first keynote speakers of the day. Please put your hands together for Peter Sobotka, the CEO and founder of CurrentX, and Denver Rumney, Senior Consultant of E.ON Dynamic X. They're joining us to dive into the future of the grid is Dynamic X, resolving grid constraints and enabling flexibility in the electric grid. Please get it up.
Good morning in Bilbao to everyone. My favorite mountain reminds me a little bit of our problems with decarbonization. So today my topic will be to talk about how is CurrentX tackling the problems and what is our contribution. So we are a Canadian company of about 65 people based in Vancouver, and our key customers are E.ON, Iberdrola, and ČEZ. We provided about $100 million US in services and products to these companies. We see great acceleration in legislation, regulatory aspects for digitalization of the grid, and we are also very proud that we became the members of the board of Prime Alliance. As technology standardized in ITU, we are contributing to European Union, to different aspects. We are also, member of G3. About the company size, so last year we were about $4 million company in revenue. I would say testimony to the problems which we are resolving for the customers. In 2023 we became $18.5 million in revenue. In 2022 we had a $2.5 million loss. In 2023 we made $4.7 million net profit. So what is the problem we are resolving? What is it? Grid flexibility. As we all know, there are more and more electric vehicles being connected to the grid, and there are tens of millions of them, coming. In addition to that, there is distributed energy resources, which we somehow need to connect to the grid as well. Grid flexibility is enabling to create the balance now, in the grid. Now you can talk about the balance on high voltage, on medium voltage, but we are the first company, according to my knowledge, which is creating that balance on the low voltage. And why it is important? Because the key part of the problem is happening on the low voltage. So how big is that problem? You, as investors, you invested billions of dollars to the products, which are today cannot be connected to the grid. So they are sitting in many countries idle. The problem is so big that EVP of European Union, it is hampering his, Green Deal for Europe because these devices cannot be connected. This is interesting from the point of view what we are missing now. If we miss these grid problems, what else we are missing? I would like to point out what I believe is being missed. There are many technologies. We know there is wireless, there is 5G, LTE, there is fiber. But what we are missing is location. When you are choosing the house, what is important? Location. So broadband power line technology is directly connected to the grid. It is an additional layer on electric grid. Why it is important? Well, if you take 4 low carbon technologies, electric vehicle, storage, photovoltaic, then you will have 100 households. On Power 4, you will have 100 million connections, which you will need to connect on low voltage part of the grid. 100 million connections during the saturated market. Now, with all those electric vehicles, maybe the market will be not completely saturated. Maybe there will be only millions of those connections. But how you are going to connect them if you need to send everything to the cloud and then to send back, and you need to have a reaction time of seconds. So I'm just giving this to audience to think about it. Those money which went to those low carbon technologies before, which are today stranded, maybe now have to consider how this problem will be one day resolved. Of course, technology is performing well in terms of the high data rate and edge computing. So it is having every broadband power line chip is having its edge computing capabilities. So we are the company which is focused to create the operating system for these products. Where our product sits, so our product is a low voltage part of the grid. This is the most simple solution. I will have E.ON consultant, then Ramni, to discuss more grid flexibility and more complex solution. When last year we were presenting, this solution was at that time existing. This solution used mainly in Germany, currently started to be commercialized in Spain. So I'm very proud we are in Basque region, so it is in Iberdrola, as many can mention. The reason for solution to exist is to collect voltage and to report the imbalances in the grid. These imbalances are realized by installation of photovoltaics and EV chargers, which are usually connected to one phase. And of course, it is creating the imbalance. And you can have Browning effect if you don't have enough voltage in the grid. In terms of the customers for this solution, I would be very grateful to the first utility or DSO in the world to move this direction, German E.ON, where we are in second phase of the rollout in 4 DSOs in Germany. But last but not least, there are also about 10 German utilities today representing about 11 million customers who are with us going in this venture together. There was recently issued RFP by one of these independent German utilities. So we see this grid visibility will be helpful solution for many German utilities, but also for other utilities like Spanish Iberdrola. I will ask Denver to talk more about the grid flexibility. Before he will get on the stage, I want to clearly differentiate 2 things. Smart metering and grid flexibility are not the same. We are not smart metering company, but we are a grid flexibility company, and we can provide grid flexibility also to existing solution which we can retrofit. Grid flexibility, believe our meeting here, will become one day part of every grid and every single household in the world.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, Bilbao. Just a very short, interesting fact about Peter. Usually when I see him, it's either in Germany or in the UK, and he always tells me that E.ON are his favorite customer, but I've already heard him twice already here say that Iberdrola is, so that maybe means something. So, Peter's talked about the BPL architecture and the communication system that Coronex have developed. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about a solution that we've developed with Coronex. So, like any good solution, it requires a real-world problem. And that real-world problem came to prominence actually 4 years ago now in Scotland. And it basically came to prominence because building regulations were changing, and those building regulation changes have real implications with new build developers and all sorts of people with their homes. But that's where it bit first. Technologies like photovoltaic arrays, electric vehicle chargers, and heat pumps are becoming more and more prominent, and even back then, they were causing a problem for new build developers in Scotland. So, myself and my colleagues had the task, or jumped on the task actually, of developing a solution towards that problem. And we've done that with Coronex. Very importantly, actually an Iberdrola DNO in the UK, Scottish Power Energy Networks, they were involved as well, because this had to connect to their, the new build development had to connect to their 11 kV line, and so had to not exceed the capacities that 11 kV line could offer within the constraint at that time, very importantly. So, respect the existing limitations of grid infrastructure. We had to create a solution which offered some form of flexibility to manage that constraint within the constraint capacity, and we were doing that at the substation using real-time data at the substation. And Spen were very, very insistent that we needed to use something that's secure, responsive, and resilient. And given everything that they demanded on us at that point, our only solution was BPL. So, what have we done? We've now basically built a solution that we've called Dynamics, and it starts at the secondary substation. So here at the secondary substation, you can see there's an existing meter, and there's a Dynamics concentrator provided by Coronex. That's the heart of our system, very important. It reads in real time by Modbus TCP what the real-time data flows are at that secondary substation. That's the first point for us then to manage the constraint there. Then from there, it establishes a broadband power line network to each and every home within the development. And we have a device in the home. We call it the BPL meter. But just as Peter said, this is not smart metering. There's another meter in the home, which provides the smart meter in the UK. This is here to provide flexibility. That BPL meter, the Dynamics Control Module, relays any commands from the Dynamics concentrator if we are approaching a constraint level. So we're talking about maximum export limit with PV, or maximum import limit with heat pumps and electric vehicle chargers. We connect directly by hardwire, so we have Ethernet cables, or there is an optional 1T module, and it connects to the relevant technologies. What that gives us is an architecture whereby if we're in a situation like with PV, and there's a very, very high yield in summer, but low collective self-consumption across the development, the Dynamics concentrator will recognize that state at the substation meter, and it will command any PV arrays that are in an export state to turn down generation. So we're managing the constraint. Exactly the same for heat pumps and EVs with an import limitation. So again, the Dynamics concentrator does its job. It issues commands, and the low carbon technologies are managed to ensure the capacity is not breached. And this works for the new build developer. They can build the homes. The DNO or the DSO is happy because they can allow those connections on their networks. And the homeowners are happy because they get a shiny new house with all the shiny new technologies. Now, what we're doing with this, and we didn't realize it at the time, I have to admit, we're actually developing a communication architecture which secures the integrity of the grid at low voltage onto 11 kV. But when we have that architecture in place, we have multiple homes, all of the homes within a secondary substation boundary, all connected, and they offer a form of flexibility. The beauty about that is we can offer that flexibility into different revenue pools. And in the UK, many of these are open to us already. The wholesale market is coming online. The balancing market has been a while. And DSO markets are looking increasingly interesting. And we'll come to that later on, the actual value there. But acting as this local flexibility aggregator is an interesting new role. When you actually have control of all of the homes or the low carbon technologies and distributed generation within a substation boundary, you're in a perfect situation to flex those assets to the betterment of the energy system, to the distribution network operator, and also to the occupants of those homes. So, as I said, we're accessing different markets, and this is really where we're going with this now. So the base constraint, we have a grid code in the UK called G100 that's been developed recently further, and that allows us to do and scale this solution. But with flexibility, the value is really there. So wholesale market, 16 billion annual. That's a lot of energy trades. Now, as we scale this solution, and we've got secondary substations all across the country, we're going to build up megawatts of flexible value. And we can flex that into the wholesale market, the balancing market, etc. I mentioned before the DNOs, and on the right-hand side, you can see just what's going on here where DNOs are tendering out for flexibility. They need this flexibility from high voltage down to medium voltage. And that's where they've traditionally been looking. But look at the tendering versus the contracted. Contracted is roughly 50% of what was tendered. Very, very simple. The DNOs cannot get enough flexibility out of higher voltage connections to basically fuel what they're trying to do. Low voltage has an incredible value there. So if we're acting as that local flexibility aggregator and we're flexing all of those low voltage assets, we can now enter this market and we can drive further value to the DNO and revenue flows back to consumers. And that's a good story for everybody. And that is the solution today. I hope you've enjoyed that. I really enjoyed some of what you were saying there, Peter. The BPL architecture, as I say, is what we've built this foundation on, and it gives us the infrastructure to do so much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much, Denver, for the amazing insights. Next, we're going to start with our first panel. We're going to be discussing grid hardware and flexibility in green energy infrastructure. So I'm going to have to welcome our panel on board. Mr. Borja Rosales, the principal at SEA Andromeda, Mariana Costa, the principal at EDP Ventures, Omid Badhout, CEO at Jota Energy, and of course, a fantastic moderator, Max Hefty, the investment manager, Energy, Emerald Technology Ventures. Whenever you want. Hi, please, welcome. 1 second. We've got some small delay because we need these people to sit down. It's going to be an interesting conversation. They're going to get tired. We don't want them collapsing on us, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, please, apologies for the delay. Take your seats. Look at this wonderful audience and listen to you, take notes, and ask you lots of questions later on, okay? So grid hardware and flexibility in green energy infrastructures. Many, many thanks. Enjoy.
Great. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I welcome you to the first panel of today, Grid Hardware and Flexibility in Green Energy Infrastructure. So I'm Max from Emerald. We are an international VC firm, and I invest in startups in the energy transformation space. So, and I'm also stepping in for my colleague Christoph today. So the flexibility topic, just as a brief introduction, could not be more timely, as it is subject to many investment decisions in committee meetings, including in our firm, and I'm sure in many of yours as well. So in Europe alone, we more than doubled the renewable install capacity over the last decade from 250 to more than 500 gigawatts. And looking forward, the overall power generation capacity, of course, also has to at least double to meet the expected demand. And the addition, of course, will be mainly of renewable and intermittent nature. At the same time, we have an increasingly fluctuating demand due to e-mobility, electrification of heat in some regions, and other factors as well. And this makes balancing supply and demand ever more complex. But our grids were originally not really designed to respond to such changes in demand and supply with such levels of intermittency, and therefore grids have to become much more flexible to also stay resilient. So today we want to unpack all of this a little bit in this very short panel and see what flexibility actually entails, but also look at a couple of solution spaces. And we have a great panel here together, consisting of 3 camps, if I may stereotype this a bit. So we have Mariana from EDP, representing the utility side, and we have the investor side, Boria from SEA, and then Ovid from the solution side, Iota Energy. So may I ask the panel just to give a very brief, less than 1 minute introduction, and I would like to start with Mariana.
Okay, for sure. Thank you. Just a correction, small correction, investor and corporate, so we are EDP Ventures. Yes. I'm a principal at EDP Ventures, which is the corporate venture arm of EDP Group. EDP Group is a global vertically integrated utility, and at EDP Ventures we are looking for startups that really add value, strategic and financial, to EDP Group. So we are really a strategic investor. We invest globally from seed, late seed to Series B, and just also a disclaimer that we are proud investors in Iota.
Thank you very much. So I will hand it right to you.
Thank you, Max. My name is Omid, and I verify that EDP is an investor. We started a company called Iota Energy. We have built a decentralized solar plus storage solution. Solar is now the cheapest form of new electricity generation in many parts of the world, if not all. And we're now figuring out how we can build the grid of the future that works interactively with buildings and homes. And we focus on the hardware, which a lot of companies don't do yet. And then we get to the software later. So excited to be on this panel.
Thank you very much. And Boria from the investor side.
Thanks, Max. So I'm Borja. I'm a principal at SEA Andromeda. So we have a €300 million climate tech fund doing Series A and above. Sort of pure financial interest rather than strategic, not having the luxury of being within someone like EDP, for example, and focusing a lot on sort of energy transition, sustainable food technologies, and circular economy. So, well, obviously, this was a no-brainer event, and I'm very happy to be here with you today.
Thank you very much. Okay, so with that, let us dive into the discussion. So, if I can start again with you, Mariana. Considering really the evolving mix of electricity that we have and where it is going, can you give us your perspective where you really see the requirement for additional flexibility? And I'm thinking, is it more on the transmission, on the distribution side? How do you perceive that problem?
Okay, so I think both the transmission and the distribution side will have very huge challenges. So. The market is changing a lot, and so both transmission and distribution will be highly affected. And so we require different approaches and different solutions to tackle both. I will start on transmission. I think the positive side on transmission is that there is much more coordination between the different stakeholders. And that is indeed something really good that we can leverage on. But still, on transmission side, the reality is that when we think on the way that we have been managing the grid and balancing supply and demand, we have been relying a lot on conventional, traditional dispatchable power plants. That when we transition into a 100% renewable generation electric system, we will have hydro and eventually partially nuclear, but because we are shutting down coal and gas plants, we need to find new sources to add flexibility to the grid. Those new sources, maybe we can be talking about centralized or decentralized generation, we may be talking about backup generation, but really we need to find those new sources and reimagine a whole new energy market. While when we tackle distribution, I think here the problem is much bigger because there is so granularity and it's much more complex market. And while on transmission I talk about that coordination, I think on distribution we are exactly suffering from that lack of coordination. So with the increasing boom on distributed energy resources, we are having, everyone is installing the assets they want, connecting them to the grid. There is no planning. And so at the end of the day, we are ending up with a lot of distributed energy resources that are introducing new parameters on the grid, like bidirectional power flows, localized generation. And so we will require flexibility to be able to manage the grid and be able to manage voltage levels, manage quality, power quality issues, congestions. So it's a completely new approach also to the market, but in a much, because it's so granular and so complex, I think really we will find the real struggle of flexibility to be on the transmission. And I think we should have a major goal that is really to guarantee that we are able to reduce the mismatch between the speed of the energy transition and the real capacity of power lines. So as of today, we are seeing an energy transition that is running much faster than the current renewal of the grid itself. And so what we don't want for sure is that the infrastructure, the grid network, to be a bottleneck to the energy transition. So on my view, I think because of that complexity and granularity and also lack of planning, the distribution will be the real struggle.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we will get back in the second question to that. But first, Borja, would you like to share your view?
Yeah, sure. Completely to echo what Mariana has said, 100% agree. So due to the rise of DER penetration, right, and as we all strive towards a more renewable energy reliance, right, away from fossil fuels, fossil energies, etc. So moving away from the centralized system that Mariana was saying, which is what the TSOs and RTOs are used to dealing with. It is more due to the rise of sort of these variable, unpredictable as well, due to the nature of renewable energy, right? We can't predict when there's going to be wind or when there's going to be sun. So due to the increased fluctuations and variability that is exposing, whilst transmission lines have always managed to deal with large power generation from the big power plants, this sort of rise of DERs, I think, is what's sort of putting more stress in the distribution system, and it would be a real pity if, despite transitioning towards a more renewable energy world, this is actually impedimenting the grid from allowing that energy to flow through, imposing curtailments, congestions, which all the utilities sort of are experiencing on the generation side. And that's why personally I think that whilst investment is required both in transmission and distribution, right now it's really distribution that needs sort of the most help, at least sort of in my opinion, and what we've seen a bit at CEA as well.
Yeah, yeah. So is that also reflected in kind of your focus at the moment at CEA in terms of companies?
I think we will touch upon it maybe later in terms of sort of faster or slower solutions. But from our side, whilst we're looking both at solutions on the transmission side and on the distribution side and on the generator side as well, as a venture capital firm, we also try to back sort of companies which scale the fastest with a venture capital profile. And on the distribution or generator side, that's where we're seeing more from an asset-light perspective or hybrid model where more solutions are arising, but not to say that TSO solutions are also being posed, such as dynamic line rating, for example, that I think there are a few startups in that space here today as well.
Great, thanks. And I think it's a perfect segue to also get your view from Iota Energy.
Yeah, I think the if I could summarize everything, we're going to have a shortness of power, energy in the grid. So I want to ask the crowd, raise your hand if you currently drive an electric vehicle. That's a good percentage. It's about 20%. Raise your hand if you keep your hands up if you raise your hand. Raise your hand if you plan to drive an electric vehicle and you plan to get one in the next 10 years. It's almost 80%. Now raise your hand that if you had perfect infrastructure where you could drive anywhere, plug in your car, and didn't have to worry about charging. You might even get paid by a utility to use that power, that you would consider an electric vehicle. And it would probably be all of us. So that's probably pretty much a 3-4x increase in demand for electricity in the next 10 years. And where is that demand going to come from? You cannot simply build power plants fast enough, even if you wanted to build coal and natural gas power plants. So, another reference I like to give people is anytime you've been in an airplane and you're landing in a city, you see a bunch of empty rooftops, right? You look around and you're wondering, why aren't there solar panels on those rooftops? It's a great question. And I think that curve is starting to change. And so where we look at the infrastructure, we look at the last mile. We see all of these empty rooftops as potential distributed energy generation sites that will play in with utilities and create dispatchable power. And so we've created a very unique technology that takes these empty rooftops and turns them into dispatchable power that's very safe. It's a low voltage architecture. Mm-hmm. And you could be a company based in Portugal and you can have a system somewhere in Brazil that you can manage. And so we feel that the future of the grid is decentralized, and it's removing from this paradigm of like owning poles and wires. Literally any company that wants to invest in technology can now become a power producer, can now produce energy and can sell it anywhere in the world.
Got it. Thanks a lot. So with that, let's get to one point that you mentioned in the beginning, Mariana. So if we look at kind of the investment today that we put into building up renewable power and compare that to how much we put into grid infrastructure and bring maturing the grid to cope with that power, the ratio is actually really low. As I was preparing for this panel, it's around, for every dollar we put into renewable power capacity build-up, we only put around 60 cents into the grid. And that ratio should be closer to 1, should be around 0.9. So the question that I would like to pose to all of you is what can we do and how can we accelerate to really get that flexibility, as you mentioned, on the distribution side to get a more flexible grid? And I would like to start with Boria on this one.
Sure. So I think from a sort of acceleration perspective, the way we at least look at it is you have two timelines. You have the infrastructure or sort of a hardware timeline, and then you have sort of the more sort of a digitalization timeline. I think for the long-term reliance and resilience of the grid, and obviously ultimately the grid needs to be reliable, you need to invest in sort of infrastructure. Always, again, talking about the grid rather than generation here in this point. But that's more in the longer term, right? So I would like to emphasize sort of the need to invest in sort of the digitalization of the grid. So a bit the debate of sort of new build versus leveraging existing assets, right? Yeah. So I think a lot has been built historically. A lot of sort of grid operators nowadays, they have pretty strong and sort of up-to-date technology with many sensors, etc. However, I think quite a high number of them, there is a struggle to leverage and read live data along the entire grid, and that's where I think there is a huge opportunity to sort of digitalize. And when I say digitalize, it's not just sort of bringing software, etc., but really optimize operations and allow the grid to work, not just sort of to move operations to a decentralized sort of landscape and increase data gathering and analytics for grid operators ultimately to make much better informed decisions, which theoretically should allow them to see, as I was talking earlier about curtailments or congestions, I think about, about 50% of the curtailments nowadays, they don't need to be in place. But there are sort of binary rules outdated, there's a lack of sort of live readings out there. So by the digitalization of the grid, I actually think that we can get a lot more renewable energy through, and that's, to my point on the timeline, a faster and more cost-effective solution based on the generation that we have today. So I've allowed that extra distribution to flow through, and then on the longer time frame, which is also required, but maybe because of sort of how CapEx intensive it is, but also due to regulatory requirements, policy changes needed as well. It's more of a slow-moving phase. So that's sort of the two angles that I would look at it from.
Great, thank you. Mariana?
I think, obviously, there are very different points on how we can move fast, but for sure the infrastructure investment is one of those, and that can be challenged on macroeconomic context like the ones we are having now with very high interest rates. So this is an industry of heavy and long investment that is highly dependent on the funding availability and the market conditions. So that obviously is a key driver to accelerate. But I'll also tackle two more. So first, the regulation itself. So we need a lot to streamline regulatory process, redefine the market designs, reform the energy markets for them to better value flexibility and incentivize the investment in grid flexibility. And we are not there yet for sure. And I think the last one I would like to tackle is the technology integration. So every time we think in integrating new technologies into the grid, we need to remind ourselves that grid is such a critical infrastructure that it's not just having the best technology, because it needs to solve and address a lot of challenges. So we need to address topics like system compatibility, interoperability, cybersecurity, but I think above all, it would always, any new technology need always to address the resilience and reliability of the grid. So DSOs are by nature one of the most conservative and risk-averse customers that are there. And so any new technology that is to be connected to the grid need always to assure this reliability and resilience of the grid. But also, just for us to be able to accelerate and be able to close the circuit and for all of this to work, this needs to be done in a really coordinated and well-orchestrated way, because it doesn't matter if I'm pushing on the investment side if I don't have the right regulatory framework in place. It doesn't matter if I'm having the best technology to integrate if I don't have the investment on the regulatory framework. So to really be able to close the circle, we need all the initiatives to be done in a really well-coordinated and orchestrated way. And again, we are not there yet.
Completely agree.
Yeah, I mirror some of what Mariana says. I think if utilities and regulators create the incentive structures, the market will meet the demand. I think a lot of utilities think that they have to upgrade the infrastructure, own the infrastructure for this change to happen, and they simply don't. We've had a one-directional grid system for a long time, and now we have the ability to have bidirectionality. A lot of the existing infrastructure can handle bidirectionality. We just have to have the certain market dynamics to incentivize folks to be able to dispatch their power and be part of that revenue stream that potential is there, and you'll see a lot more deployment of these technologies.
Right, right. Great. I think for the remaining 11 minutes, I would like to now switch a bit to the solutions. And we heard a couple of important points that I would like to zoom into. So, and maybe starting with you, what is your current view on kind of the, building on what both Mariana and Boreas said, the most important kind of near-term solutions to enhance flexibility, and then a bit longer term? And if you could, drop in one or two concrete example as you perceive this also from the market side, that would be great.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I think I jumped ahead and maybe talked a little bit about that already.
Yeah.
But I think, with all things, you have to look at what's existing, what's easy to adapt, and then what's going to take a complete overhaul. And I like to focus on what is existing and easy to adapt. And again, I mentioned there's all these empty rooftops in a lot of places, and the buildings follow demand, people follow the demand, and let's start there. Let's make sure every rooftop that's empty right now has a dispatchable solar power plant that can produce energy far less expensive than building new generation, right? And let's incentivize that so that the building owner, let's say it's an auto repair shop, he's incentivized to put solar and batteries on his property, because not only does he reduce his electric bill, but then he can dispatch that power and hit different utility programs. I live in Texas, in Austin. It's a great example market because half of the state is regulated, half of the state is deregulated. And so you get a mix of both realities. And in the deregulated cities like Houston and Dallas, you're seeing a lot of these very unique structures. In fact, let's take Tesla, for example. They created an electric company, a retail provider, so they can go back and incentivize the purchasers of Powerwalls and Megapacks to have a different incentive structure. They got tired of waiting for the utilities to do this. And so they just created that market. And so I think it's a great example of what's to come. If you have a way for folks to not just put solar on their buildings and homes and just, the past is how does this save on my utility bill? The future is how does this system become part of the grid of the future?
Right, perfect, thank you. Ariana?
I think, again, I completely agree with Omid, but on a more holistic view, I think we will always require both the existing infrastructure and the new build. So we have an existing infrastructure that is out there, deployed, it's massive, and we can't simply ignore that. So we really need to look into the current infrastructure, understand how we can modernize, upgrade it, and do as much as retrofit as possible to allow for the equipments that are already there to be more flexible. So, but when we look into the future and we see all the forecasts point to such an increase in the electricity consumption, that infrastructure that is deployed won't be enough and will run out of capacity. So new build will for sure play a relevant role here and is something to look at. And I think here we have really the opportunity to design a completely new electric system from scratch that is flexible, that is able to incorporate all these new technologies out there. So at the end of the day, I think, it's a combination of both. We cannot ignore the existing infrastructure. We need to focus on that, understand where are the quick wins, understand how we can retrofit, make those more flexible, but also take the opportunity on the new build that is to come and make that a completely flexible new system.
Right, and are there perhaps also in your portfolio, are there any companies that you would like to highlight that contribute to one or two of these points aside from Jota, of course?
For sure. So Jota, I will leave the floor to me to talk about that. But we have, not just at EDP Ventures, but at EDP, we have several ongoing initiatives in this field. For instance, we are testing the deployment of some hybrid intelligent power transformers in field that will allow us really to, from an hardware perspective, to manage power flows, to control harmonic response, to manage congestion. So that's more on the hardware side. We are having that approach. Also, in a more long-term market and a more disruptive field, we are starting to look into solid-state transformers. That will also be a key part of the energy transition. Then on the flexibility side, we are running with Piccolo, which is a marketplace for grid flexibility. We are running the first local market flexibility with our DSO in Portugal, and then obviously some examples from the portfolio, just to name a few. We have Splight, which is one of our most recent investments. That it's a software solution again. Through digital twins and monitoring and control solutions, they are able to explore the networks at higher than traditional levels of load. And if there is at any point any congestion, any problematic load that is identified, Splight really manages it and is able to overcome that challenge. We have also PlexiGrid, which is working with our DSO in Spain to build a web view of the low voltage grid. to allow really to understand what are the constraints there and to be able to act on those. And maybe just a final one, we have Energy Works, which is supplying our DSO, Portuguese DSO, with their energy data managed platform. And the reality is that when we look into the low voltage grid and we want to act on that, we really need to have data to understand the grid. And to have data on the low voltage grid, smart meter data is a key piece. So we really need the platforms to be able to crunch and process all that data that is real-time, very granular, very volumes of high data. And so having the right tools that allow us to deliver to empower our DSOs with the right quality data to be able to act on the grid is a great tool to have. So there are many more, obviously. So it's a big company. We have several initiatives ongoing. We are really committed with leading the energy transition and making our networks more upgrade ready to onboard all these renewable generation. But I think these are quite a nice overview of the initiatives we have ongoing.
Great, thank you for sharing this. Borja?
Thanks, Max, and congrats, Mariana. That's a quite impressive portfolio here. Preaching by doing, clearly. So I think just to wrap it up, I would say, so based on what we've discussed in this panel today, I think we'll all agree that we're aiming towards a grid which is more flexible and more decentralized. And with that in mind, just to answer your question, Max, on specific, concrete potential solutions, so I think they need to be ones which strive towards this end goal, and some that I can think of, for example, so installing smart inverters in solar panels to regulate the flow and control the voltage there, for example, to allow for grid flexibility. Demand response problems within VPP, so also startups like Luminasa, which is around RoboCharge, etc. Ultimately encouraging consumers to use the energy and trade it based on the grid load. More long-term solutions, such as integrating large battery solutions like Flower in Sweden as well, to provide for those additional big storage plants and integrate them into the grid as well. We have DLRs, which is something that Splight is actually also doing and selling in the US, for example, to help TSOs and RTOs. And lastly, also to point towards, and I know everyone in the audience here is familiar with this, but energy blockchain trading. So again, if we're creating this decentralized flexibility market, then allow also to consumers to start going directly and trade between the consumer and the producer, right, in a decentralized manner. So here startups like Inspired, Esserine. So these, I think they're all solutions across the value chain, more on the generator, on the producer, down to the consumer, to make sure we power through this decentralized, flexible movement, enabled to create the grid of tomorrow, really.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect kind of quick summary, and I'm happy that you mentioned Inspired. It's one of our portfolio companies as well. Yeah. I think for the last 2 minutes, I would also just give both of you the opportunity to kind of, wrap this panel up based on your important messages that you would like to give to the audience. Yep.
Yeah, again, I'll bring a relevant case of recently. Last week in Texas, I think it was sometime Tuesday, 80% of the utility mix was renewable, which was wind and solar. Right, and this is all intermittent renewable energy that folks had said if we get to above 50%, the grid would melt down. So 80% of the mix of Texas's energy was renewable. Nothing happened. And then an hour before I got on my flight to come here, we had the wonderful total eclipse in Texas and Austin as well. Again, zero solar production for about 20, 30 minutes. Nothing happened. So I think the grid will adapt. We just have to build faster, deploy more.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
On my case, I will pick up on the initial words that this is not a summit, this is a call to action. And I think we need to put in perspective that the current existing infrastructure took us around 150 years to put us here. And now with the ongoing energy transition, we need to redefine everything in just 20 years. So 20 years in such a critical infrastructure like network is tomorrow. So all the decisions, all the initiatives need to start today.
Perfect. Yeah, I think from my side I can only echo that. I really agree with all of you, and I would like to thank each one of you for your great insight and sharing all this. And with that, we are just on point at the end of the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for an amazing job and all your information and innovation. Thank you. Always lots of food for thought there, I'm sure you'll agree. And if you give me just a second, we'll be introducing your next panel. The focus is going to change a bit here, and we're going to go to adaptive energy infrastructures, strengthening our response to climate and energy challenges. For this discussion, I'd like to invite our moderator, Felix Fürsti, the principal of Ananda Ventures GmbH. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. And also, to join this panel, we have Simone Benz-Valamo, the Director of Market Intelligence, the Kyoto Group, and Christophe Defer, Head of Climate Technology Investments at HSBC Asset Management. You give us 1 second while we mic them up, make sure you can hear them perfectly to discuss this interesting topic. 1 moment, please. Are you interested so far? First panel, was it good? Yeah? Yeah, come on, a round of applause. They did a good job. Please, sir. You've got lots of panels today, so I hope you're willing to listen, take notes, make contacts afterwards. This is a great place for networking. At lunchtime, after lunchtime. We've got a long day ahead, but I'm sure you'll have fun. This is your speciality. You're the experts, along with these gentlemen. Yeah? So, as I said, panel number 2. Adaptive energy infrastructures strengthen our response to climate and energy challenges. Gentlemen, after you. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everyone. Good morning, and thank you very much for being here. Thanks for having us as well. So, I'm sitting here with 2 guests. Unfortunately, our third one could not fly in from Sweden in time. There was a delay. So, next to me for this panel on strengthening our energy infrastructure in light of our challenges in energy and climate is Simon Badamo. He is Director of Market Intelligence at Kyoto Group, has a background in utility and aluminum, and after that went on to trading in commodities before then joining Kyoto Group. Welcome to on stage, Simon. What are you doing at Kyoto?
So at Kyoto Group, I am responsible for the business development and partly the investor relations side. So it's both in terms of the market for our product, but also in terms of the financing. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. And before we come to the solution that Kyoto provides, I would like to introduce our second panelist here on stage, Christophe Defer, who is the head of climate technology at HSBC Asset Management. He brings a background in finance and PE and subsequently worked at Centrica for over 10 years, for over a decade in that way, in M&A and corporate development before building the venture capital arm of Centrica, and that led him to then move fully into climate tech investing with HSBC. Welcome, Christophe.
Thank you.
So we already heard that before. There's quite a lot of overlap, grid and the infrastructure, and we heard that before, the challenges that we face there, and also the opportunities in terms of we need to decentralize, we need to flexibilize, so and also the timing question, so bringing up all of that in the next 20 years. So we could build this panel around a lot of topics or open it up very widely, but maybe let's focus on the solutions that we have here or that you bring to the table. So which of these challenges that we currently face in infrastructure are you addressing or have an eye on, and how do you address that with the Kyoto Group?
Yeah, so first of all, Kyoto Group is a Norwegian-based company that provides a solution to decarbonize industrial heat. And the way we do it is that we have developed a thermal energy storage system to connect intermittent renewable energy, power, with a steady steam or heat demand in the industry. So we use renewables whenever they are available. We charge up our thermal battery, that is called a heat cube, and then we discharge in form of steam or whatever type of heat that the industry needs whenever they need it. So what we do is that what we address the need for flexibility, new flexibility in the system. Of course, as a consequence of, if you look at the last 2 decades, but also going forward, you are replacing a lot of flexible power production with intermittent renewables. So it creates a need for new flexibility to the system. At the same time, you have a global heat demand. You know, heat actually accounts for 50% of the primary global energy consumption today. So and if you are to decarbonize this, 90% of this is produced with fossil fuels. So if you are to electrify it, you also need to do it in a flexible manner to solve the challenges on the energy side. Yeah.
And in terms of, then a follow-up question there, in terms of the heat demand in industry, what would be the typical customers be that use or can use the heat cube, that heat battery that you provide?
So, of course, you use heat for all kind of processes in different forms. You have hot air, you have hot liquids, you have also steam. Today we focus on steam demand. So typical industries would be food industry, pulp and paper, chemical industry, also steel industry. So those are the main industries that we target right now. Yeah.
And Christoph, turning to you, so here is hardware, or Simon coming from the hardware side. So in infrastructure, yes, that is, as the name suggests, that is hardware intensive and it needs hardware. As an investor, you and I both, we also like to look on the software side. What role do you see in that whole transition? In that infrastructure transition that we are in, what role do you see for software and what areas excite you?
Sure. So let me give you a bit of context first, because obviously everybody knows HSBC, I'm sure. What people may not know is HSBC Asset Management, which is associated to the bank, manages about $700 billion in assets, so it's big. Within that, we joined the group 3 years ago. To essentially start a venture and growth equity strategy in the climate space. And thank you for the background. Obviously, our team has a background in the energy space, but for us, climate is a little bit broader than just energy. I do feel the energy industry has been the pioneer in this. I mean, I think the reason I came into this industry 20 years ago is because I saw the largest producer of coal in the UK transitioning to biomass, right? This was in 2005, and that trend has continued. What's really different, and what makes me very excited about this space, is that we are playing at the intersection of infrastructure and a more traditional kind of software space. Because at the end of the day, it is a capital-intensive industry, whether it's energy or the broader climate, and I can talk about that a bit more. And ultimately, what is different today from maybe 10, 20 years ago is that all this infrastructure is connected. Right? And so while the infrastructure does all the heavy lifting, and for me, You talked about the need for renewables and what you do. If solar and wind wasn't where it is today, I don't think a lot of these technologies could happen. And it's the same for software. We think there's a real opportunity today to invest in both, hardware businesses, but also software to optimize that infrastructure.
And at HSBC Asset Management, what are areas that you currently look at to invest in? So which startups here should approach you?
Yeah, so we do energy, the broader energy transition. So for me, that's energy and kind of transport, mobility. Sustainable supply chain, which is for us an important one, and what we call climate risk management. So that's much more of an adaptation theme. So that's really broadly what we look at. And I forgot to mention, we are an investor across North America and the greater Europe. That includes Israel.
And you just brought up a term that is really that have not come to the discussion before. So it's not only the challenge in terms of adapting our energy infrastructure, but then also adapting to climate change that you just referred to. So climate change management or adaptation there. So we at Ananda, we also have that as a theme and invested in an area there also around protecting power lines from wildfire. And manage that better and predict wildfires better with one of our companies, Aurora Tech. So what do you see there? So next to the software side that can inform the grid or help the energy infrastructure, what are the use cases around the adaptation to climate change?
It depends. It depends on the industry that we're talking about. So I don't want to... You have an example in the energy industry, and obviously energy is the topic here. I would argue in the insurance industry, right, if you're a crop insurer or if you're a flood insurer, your business models fundamentally change because climate has changed and it's really hard for you to kind of predict when climate's going to impact your underlying business. So you're going to turn to technology, whether it is geospatial imagery or other things that you may use to fundamentally change the way you assess your risk. So for us, that's important because it's part of that adaptation theme. There are in terms of adapting, there are brand new industries that are emerging, like voluntary carbon markets, right? One thing that I find fascinating about voluntary carbon markets is that, and I don't want to strand too much away from it, but today it's really bilateral in terms of how it works. But for all of us who've come from the energy industry, right, we know that a bilateral relationship tends to move into a PPA and then a marketplace, right? And so you can see how voluntary carbon markets can very much follow the path of the energy markets. And for us, coming in early in this space is really interesting.
Cool. Then coming to the, or I would like to go then to drivers or what's changing at the moment. As we heard, hey, we need to build up momentum over the next decade. So Simon, Kyoto Group is around since 2016. So from that, through that phase, or that you already in your development phase, how have the conditions changed for you and in the market, and what do you see as the current drivers that foster your growth?
So yes, so Kyoto was established back in 2016. The idea then was to somehow connect solar with heat. The founder spent some time to get to the idea of a thermal battery for the industry. So I would say that we started around 2018, 2019 with the solution that we have been developing. And from that time until today, I mean, heat, first of all, heat for many people is not an unknown market, but it's not really a good, well understood market. And it's always, I mean, if you go back and I'm an educated engineer, and then it's all about heat that you do through combustion, right? You don't use electrification for this. So it's been a process to mature the market, and at the same time, I think what happened in 2021, 2022 with the gas supply from Russia being cut out, it sort of showlighted how the need for energy security. And naturally, what we saw then is that there was a substantial increase in the interest from the market to look for new solutions. That said, still today there are, the power market and the regulation of it are still lagging somewhat behind in terms of incentivizing flexibility, whether that is thermal storage or whatever type of flexible demand. So there's still a way to go, but we see in a lot of markets in Europe, that is our main focus area now, conditions that are, or changes in the regulations and in the market design that makes it an interesting investment case for the industry. Yeah.
And then turning to you, Christoph, also on the timing and what you mentioned before. So infrastructure came in quite a bit in the first wave of clean tech investment in the early 2000s. That was a lot about also infrastructure, hardware plays, etc. What can we learn? So now climate tech has made a huge comeback, but looking at the past, it's very good to learn from that. So what's your side on climate tech 1 or clean tech 1.0 to now, and what can we learn from that? What has worked, what hasn't? What's your view on that?
It's a great question. How much time do you have? Look, I think we might want to thank all the people who were part of Clean Tech 1.0, because I don't think we would have the renewable infrastructure we have today if it wasn't for that. And it was a tumultuous kind of journey for a lot of people. Some people made money, some people didn't. My personal view on what happened in Clean Tech 1.0, having observed it from the sideline a little bit as a corporate, I was an investor then, is that you had somewhat of a mismatch between the capital that was going in and the underlying asset. So a lot of venture capital firms who were, trying to support, new solar technologies kind of got stuck because the way solar worked was much more infrastructure-like, right? And I don't want to get into the detail, but once you have a cost of your solar and you put it in the ground and you got a PPA on it, that's stuck, right? That price. But you're doing that in a context where the cost curve is continuing to go down. So every new project that came after you tend to be cheaper and therefore more efficient. So I'm simplifying a little bit. I think where we are today, though, is that infrastructure, that base, what we like to call the building blocks of decarbonization, so solar, wind, to a certain extent, lithium ion, are kind of established as the infrastructure technologies, at least for the next 10 years. That's my perspective. It doesn't mean that first-of-a-kind technologies are not going to grow, but I think within 10 years, we have to work with what we have, and that's where software has a big part to play. I think you can optimize that a lot. And by the way, that applies to energy, but in supply chains, keep in mind, supply chains are made of infrastructure, right? They tend to have production facilities and tools and things like that. That can also be optimized by software. So we think there's a big role to play there. It doesn't mean you shouldn't support the first of a kind. I think the first of a kind, what you have to figure out is your timing. Mostly because we are constrained as investors, as you know, which is we tend to operate off 10-year closed-ended funds, so we have to bring back liquidity to our investors within that 10-year period. And for some of the first-of-a-kind businesses, the ones who do need a lot of capital, that timing constraint is hard. You're seeing a lot of investors in the market coming in and trying to solve that problem, and I think that's still a kind of work in progress.
I see it in kind of a stacked way, or I would like to give the question to you, Simon. So stacked way in terms of there is this building block, the infrastructure, solar, wind, etc., that came on in the 2000s. Now it's about software to optimize that, and then as a next stage, new technology that is now first of a kind can come on top of that, use the optimization, use the flexibility software that is in there. Do you think about that at Kyoto Group and look at what's happening in the market in terms of software and flexibilization and build on top of that?
Absolutely. I mean, you need that type of software to connect and to really, which is the whole, whether it's thermal energy storage or any type of storage that basically represents a flexible demand to the power market, it needs to be able to actually capture whether that's the value in the market due to the volatility or to follow a production profile from a solar PV plant or a wind farm. So in that, it's natural that, or it's a prerequisite that you have software that is able to do this. And what we do in Kyoto is that, first of all, on our side, we have developed an AI-based platform to operate the Heatcube, but also to prepare the energy management system that can connect to, for example, an energy trader like Inspired, for example, has been mentioned earlier here, that optimize flexibility across the market. So both in terms of how we operate and prepare our Heatcube, and also in terms of how we make it compatible with a trading tool or optimization tool. And I just want to comment on that. I in general on the development now, I see. I understand your point, Christoph, and I also think there's going to happen a lot on software now. At the same time, what we see, if you look towards 2030, which is approaching quite fast, there are some CO2 reduction targets in place, and we see that the industry are now looking to, okay, we need to do something. So at the same time as you optimize the current energy infrastructure, I think also in the near term you will see a lot of new infrastructure like the Heatcube being rolled out, because there's a need in the industry to actually reduce their CO2 emissions.
I agree. I would say the biggest challenge we have is not the startups, not the investors, it's really the consumers, particularly in Europe. So when I say the consumers, I mean, I do think, and you're giving me 11 minutes to if I have a plea for anyone in this industry, is to get not the end consumer as in the people, but the utilities or the corporates who ultimately will use your consumers or your customers to adopt these things faster. I mean, if I ask startups in this room how many have managed to sell their product talking to only one person, nobody raised their hand, right? The reality is, once you get into a corporate, I suspect your sales cycle is probably at least 12 months. Am I wrong?
It takes time in the industry,
right.
for sure.
And that's part of the problem, right? We're growth investors, right? We promise to the people who are giving us their money, and some of them are, by the way, pension funds. So it's your money, right? So it's a virtuous circle that they want to make sure they get their money back with the returns within 10 years. But ultimately, for that to happen, your technology has to get adopted fast. And in my mind, the only barrier to that is what happens inside the corporate in terms of their risk appetite and their ability to innovate inside. And I say this because I've been inside a corporate, and I talk to a lot of corporates.
And taking all of these things together, so the risk appetite of the customer, but also the financing need. So your solution, the Heatcube, is built up in a scalable, modular way. So how much was that a conscious decision because of exactly these forces, or how did you come up with that design choice of making it modular and scalable in that way?
Well, I think there's two aspects to it. One, and the most obvious one, is that if you look at the industry and the need in this industry, it varies significantly in terms of what is the actual demand at a certain factory. Even within one company, you can have different demands at the different sites. Also, you have since we are connecting power to the industry, it's also about the regional or local conditions on the grid, for example. Is there available area to develop solar PV off-grid? How is the local grid? What capacity can you get there? So that's the first thing. Another thing is that in terms of, as we develop a new product, we need to, of course, lower the capex over time. And the way we do that is that we produce or design a modular setup that allows us to target a market segment now, and then continuously develop the product to reach a broader market, while taking the learnings we have on the way. In that way, we can utilize the effect of economy of scale, but also design optimization on the way towards a broader market.
And would you agree with Christoph's point on the challenge is not so much on the startup side nor on the investor side, but on the end customer, their risk appetite, their timing?
For sure. I think to really, for the market to take off, yes, you need to see the challenge lies in this industry for sure. At the same time, we see now that this is slowly changing. You see, of course, more of the big corporates trying to act on their strategies in terms of decarbonization, but it's a maturing process. I mean, energy markets, if you haven't been in the energy markets and then all of a sudden you need to relate to it to have a solution, then it's also a process to understand what you're doing. So I think it's for sure a challenge, but we really see that the industry starts to pick it up. Yeah.
And Christoph, what do you think we or is there something that we in finance and investment can do? I don't know, could be a different structure, or what do you see as levers to make that even easier for us to invest in first of a kind company, in new energy infrastructure?
That's a good question. When you say we, it depends. Obviously, I joined an enormous financial group because my hope is that it it amplifies a message. And trust me, I do a lot of talking inside the group to try to, and the group as a whole is very keen on this, right? Try to incentivize their clients to obviously adopt a much more sustainable perspective, and that includes starting to think about the infrastructure. I think the industry as a whole, the investor industry, is moving in the right direction, right? There are some more creative funds that are coming up. So, folks like Just Climate, who I like because their fund is not just an equities fund, it's a mix, and they're trying to help first-of-a-kind technologies to grow. And so as new funds are trying to solve that problem with different types of capital, I think we're playing our part. I think banks like ours need to be much more coordinated across all the different types of funding availability, right? Whether it's equity or debt, and be able to create more tailored product for first of a kind. Look, the industry is moving in the right direction. Whether, a lot of what we do is a question of timing. Like how does the timing of the capital is going to, gel with the timing of the technology? That's really the question.
I would like to, for the last 5 minutes, switch to another topic of economic feasibility. So you said you're a growth investor. Maybe then, please, for the audience, also remind which stages that would be for you, and also the need for business model, or where would you invest in terms of how profitable does the startup, the company have to be? How do the economics need to look like?
Sure. So this is something that sometimes investors who invest in our funds struggle with, is when I say I'm a growth investor, I invest in Series A+. So I still believe Series A can be a growth investment. And you alluded to software, and part of the reason why a software company at Series A, they tend to have a proven technology, a product market fit, and commercial deployment. A lot of software companies that are raising a Series A will have $1 million of ARR plus. And so really what we are underwriting as an investor is the growth of that company. We don't only invest in software, just to be clear. It's a big component of what we do. Now, it's true that for other types of technologies, we're going to be looking at maybe later stage, but more importantly, we're looking at the capital efficiency of that technology and the growth potential. And one of the things we look at, we don't look at profitability. That's not what we invest in, right? We don't invest on how much EBITDA you make. But we look at the growth of the revenue, and we look at the unit economics of your product. And right, again, software is easier because you're talking 70, 80%, but we're looking at things, and we've invested in synthetic biology, in alternative to fertilizers. So there are some unit economics in certain technologies that worked really well. We invested in a company in the US that does level 3 fast charging. They combine charging and battery. They can get to 30% margins on their hardware. So that's good for hardware, and that's not a problem, as long as they can go really, really fast in a capital efficient way.
And Simon, how is that at the Kyoto Group? So you were founded 2016, your first installation last year in Denmark 2023. So you are on the market with the technology, with the first of a kind facility, and you also mentioned, hey, the costs obviously over time come down. So where are you and how economically feasible is the Heatcube already?
Well, as you said, we have our first installation in Denmark. We also have one that is under construction now in Hungary, which is a commercial installation. So the Heatcube is economically feasible. You need to optimize the case right now, and you need to target the correct markets. In general, if you look at fuel switching, basically this is fuel switching, right? And then you need to somehow relate to the gas price and the CO2 price, and of course, as everyone knows, it's gone down, but still we see that we can make cost competitive cases and profitable cases, and the way we are able to do that is that we have the flexibility in our Heatcube to utilize the value of flexibility across the power markets. So one thing is that we connect off-site or off-grid PV to produce heat, but we also are connected to the grid. So in that sense, we can do ancillary service for the grid operators. So both, we take advantage of low-cost solar PV, we take advantage of the volatility in the wholesale power markets, and we also take advantage of providing ancillary service to the TSO. So when you combine this in the right markets, then we have profitable cases. Yeah.
Yes. Great, and then to wrap this up with one question around the timing and acceleration of the market that we often, we tapped into this, the panel before tapped into this. So if you had, for the outlook into the future, if you had the chance to, or one roadblock on our transition to adapting our energy infrastructure, which one should be tackled, or which framework to change? Maybe starting with you.
Yeah, so I think if you looking at the market that we are targeting, and which is a huge market, the heat market, and there's one thing in general when you do fuel switching, and that's that you need to do electrification to a great extent. And the way let's say the regulations are today, it's based on historical demand profile, historical power system, and in a broad sense, there are still some lagging incentives across the different markets in Europe to incentivize any new flexibility solution like the Heatcube. So I think the one change that I see coming and that I think is needed is to adapt the regulation of the power markets so that it incentivizes flexibility in a greater extent. Yeah.
I'll just say customer adoption beyond the pilot, right? It's always easy to have pilots, but actually rolling it out commercially is really important.
Great. And then rapid fire, we are at the beginning of the conference. Who should approach you here?
I'm happy to speak to as many people as possible. I'm really excited to be here. Of course, we are a scale-up company, so I will be more than happy to connect with investors, but also if there are any association or industry, I'm very eager to get in contact with.
And for you?
Yeah, I mean, look, startups, co-investors, investors, we're happy to talk to everyone.
Great. Thank you so much for your insights and wish you a great conference. Thanks for listening in.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Certainly some food for thought. I think you'll agree. Ready for some more? Of course. Now you're going to have another session with 4 wonderful people. We're going to change topics to innovation in energy tech, but growth strategies and scalability challenges, okay? For this, you're going to have 4 fantastic people here, starting with Mr. Franz Zuckbauer, the Managing Director of Verbund X Ventures. Round of applause, please. Christian Adelsberger, founder and CEO at Nexture. Sorry. Welcome, sir. Terry Ioana Vapola, founder and managing partner at Green Code Ventures. Welcome. And in 1 second, Mr. Lars Hendersdorf, investment manager at Smart Energy Innovation Fund. That's up to you guys. Take it from here. Enjoy.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Adelsberger. I'm founder and CEO of Nexture. So what we've thought about is what would potentially add value to this audience in terms of interested topics. And we have an interesting constellation here in terms of startup, corporate VC, so it's a little bit of a nice mix. And we thought giving you a little bit of insights into our very personal experiences and what growth strategies can be and what worked, and also what are the prohibiting factors for scale, is something that we want to share from a very personal experience point of view. So I'm very happy today to be on stage with some trusted partners and friends. First of all, I'd like to start with an introduction, so you know whom you're dealing with and who's talking about. So I'd like to start with you, Terry.
Okay. Can you hear me all right? Now I think it works.
Yes.
So my name is Terhi Vapola. I come from Finland and one of the founders of Green Code Ventures. So Green Code Ventures is the new VC fund focusing on exactly this field, and we look at it from the lens of bringing in digital solutions so that we could be able to scale fast solutions into the pressing problems what we have in the world.
Yeah, hello. Hello? Yeah. Hello together. My name is Lars from the Smart Energy Innovation Fund from Energy 360 in Zurich. We are the venture arm of this company, and we are the one who invests in sustainable startup business models, who helps us in transforming our own process, and we also are invested in Nexture.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Franz Zöchber from Verbund Ventures. Verbund Ventures is the CVC unit of Verbund, the leading Austrian energy company and one of the leading energy companies, renewable energy companies in Europe. Verbund Ventures is quite a new CVC unit. We are focusing on investments with impact, so really impacts in accelerating the energy transition, and also with impacts as an investor, so that we really help scaling the companies we're investing in. We have done so far 3 investments. Our target is to build up a portfolio of 15 investments in the next 3 years, and hopefully in the next 3 to 4 weeks we're able to announce a couple of more investments.
Wonderful, thank you. And last but not least, Nexture. We are accelerating the EV transition of fleets. So we believe that the speed of developments is not fast enough to slow down the pace of climate crisis, and we see it as our responsibility to contribute that. And we started off working with car-sharing companies all across the world, optimizing the position of those vehicles in terms of demand, and got into a situation where more and more EVs were onboarded, and we're now talking about 50% of all those vehicles are EVs. And with that, we've learned basically all the challenges that large fleets have with that transition, and that's now what we're extending towards the business fleets world. We operate all across Europe in over 17 cities, South America, North America, so we have a global footprint as a company, and have over 15,000 vehicles under management. I'd like to start with the first question on growth strategies. I mean, this shouldn't be a university lecture in what is out there, but what have you seen personally work at what caught your attention or surprised you or even led to a very specific investment? Who wants to give it a try?
Yeah, I can start, and I'd like to share two examples. One I like to call Service and speed as a service and success growth strategy. And the second one, marriage growth strategy. The first one, it's about a company who really, it's a digital platform offering immediate value to the customers or the partners working with. And also the possibilities, if a customer or a partner wants to have this platform, it's possible to deploy it within weeks anywhere on the globe. That was really quite impressive for us, and that was also the reason why we invested in this company. And by the way, that's Necture. So the company was founded by Christian, because we have never seen before really a company that can be globally quite successful, and within weeks implementing the product anywhere. The second one, I call it marriage strategy, and I like to refer to the history. Many of you know the Habsburg monarchy, and they had in former times the growth strategies. Other nations are doing wars, we doing marriages in order to expand our territory, our growth. And if you and we have seen a company, two companies in the field of monitoring system for wind turbines. One company having really a low cost entry product, and another company a high-end, very expensive product. And these two companies merged and really have now a separate offer to the customers. And that's a kind of growth strategy that's also quite convincing to us, having a first really cheap product that the customer can fall in love and then get addicted to it and then have a long-term relationship with the customer.
So I think there is no one growth strategy which would work for everybody. So it's always dependent on the industry and the company and what they want to achieve. So I think it's hard to generalize. But if you think about first the basics, so obviously in order to scale, you need to have a very good product market fit. I'm an engineer, so I always love the products and the companies who have something which is so valuable for the customer that they can't be without it. So you need to start from that perspective, that product market fit is so good. You've honed it in your maybe home market or some certain segment where you get that kind of into the right level. And only then it makes sense to start scaling. And when you start scaling, so I think you need to make choices. I think one of the most important things for a startup is that you are very limited in terms of resources. So looking at what you want to do really well and focus on that. So it could be that you penetrate certain large market as good as you can, take the references, build on that, and have the playbook on that. Or it could be looking at scaling into adjacent markets, or scaling into another geographic markets, or it could be through the partnership strategies, or it could be even going into more scale so that you start to consolidate the market. One of the kind of but then at the end, I think the key thing is that it is all those little things which matter. So maybe an example from my previous portfolio, so a company named Virta, which is a EV charging platform company, now getting closer to 100 million in terms of revenue, has been one of the Financial Times growth companies of the year list for, I don't know, maybe 5 years or so, and chosen as one of the, or actually the number one growth company in Finland last year in the Venture Capital Association. And I think what really made a difference so that it really started scaling was the focus. So bringing, there were a lot of things where you try to do too broad, too many things at the same time. It's very expensive, and then also you're spreading your resources thin, so you're always having backlog, or you are always having not sufficient attention. So when you do the focus, and I think also these little things like bringing out top-notch, the very best people, and especially in sales, so that you bring these cadences, so you bring the capabilities to that process, which are systematic only the best will go, and also listen to the customer and provide those solutions for them. So it's many times it's not like it's a big strategy work, but it's about kind of doing the things what you do really, really well and focusing on that.
Yeah, thank you for all that good input, because I just can add now some points from my side. So yeah, we see a big challenge in young startups, mostly, yeah, in the founder team. Yeah, so quite similar as you explained before. I think it is very, very important that we see a founder team who has to be always the core focus on his business engagement in the market, because the market is always changing, driven by many, many external factors. And when a startup and his founders team, or the team in general, can show us to keep the focus on the business model, that really, really helps. And very often I don't see that, the one point. The other point is that we always have to work together. So that means we also will have many, many board sessions over the year. And it always helps really to have fruitful discussions in this board. Yeah? So that means we all have to be open. We should also be able to give advice and input from our perspective, despite that in the end, the founder is the expert in his business. But there needs to be a very, very fruitful and open discussion level. And I think when we have that kind of collaboration, mostly it works, but sometimes it doesn't. And that's why I think the collaboration and the trust to the founders team is mostly the most important thing, what has to be given before some challenges are coming.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on this, and I found it really inspiring because it reflects so well to my thinking from, let's say, the other side. Talking about our very personal, let's say, growth strategy, we kind of stumbled upon it because the very first customer that we won was in Seattle, so 10,000 kilometers away, for a 10-people company, right? And all the investors told us, oh no, you don't want to do that, and you want to stay away from that, it's too far away. But what happened is that we had to think about ways how to build the product and deploy the product in a way fully digital, without the need that we ever have to go to this place, right? It also led to the situation that we used a lot of data sources, or more data sources than usual, because we didn't have any local knowledge and know-how, right? So we had to overcome that point. And then this led to a situation where we built, where we created a blueprint to rolling out pretty much wherever in the world. Wherever there's a fleet in need and pain, on a worldwide scale, we can go there within a super short period of time. And this is now for us a huge competitive advantage in this market, and created a super flexible organization. So pretty much reflects to what you mentioned there. Also, I want to address one point that's been brought up in terms of obstacles towards scale. And I'm a bit embarrassed to talk about it, but Terry, what you said about product market fit, oh my gosh, we personally had a very similar experience where I decided to scale way too early. And it's not that it's clear, right? You have to have product market fit and then you scale. But we truly believed we had product market fit. And the team was so confident about it. And we ignored a lot of signals that were there and live, but we were so focused on, let's say, getting it through that it made us a little bit blindsided on this one. And this is where I think where contribution from the investors, from VC, CVC side, and the board is so extremely helpful, because you need a trustworthy relationship to enable hard feedback, right? Because that hard feedback sometimes will be the eye-opener in terms of enabling yourself. But then, of course, from a founder perspective, you need the openness to take that feedback. So that is also a question how that feedback is delivered, right? But if you have the clear feeling with your partners that you're going for the same goal, creating a successful company, then this is something that can help a lot of companies, a lot of startups out there to not fall into the same trap as we did. Yeah. What other prohibitors or obstacles towards scale have you been aware of that you've seen recently?
What are other obstacles? I completely align with what you mentioned. It's the focus and execution excellence. That's important. And it could be also a challenge if you're too successful. For example, with one of your main customers and then have a too high concentration rates, then you have to recognize you're successful, quite successful, but maybe if this one customer makes another decision, another move, you're really at a big danger. So really to overcome also early successes to broaden your customer base. I think that's also one big challenge for early stage startups.
Yeah, I can reflect on that because I've seen a lot of companies with great product turn into project companies at the end of the day because they would follow that one big customer so much that at the end of the day weren't able to scale because they were a project company. Yeah.
Also, how do you have this kind of a playbook? So many times in our industry, sales processes are quite long. So how do you have that shortened up? What are the capabilities to do so? And also maybe play two fields at the same time. Mm-hmm. So you have the big customers who are super important, but you have certain other segment of customers who could turn quicker so that you can kind of work on long game and short game at the same time so that you can use that as an advantage.
Yeah, when I look to our portfolio, mostly the most cases, what I see is that startups are struggling with a core sales focus. What means, as you already mentioned, the product market fit is given, and we believe in that. But very often we see that startups really lose their focus on the sales side, and obviously that is one of the most difficult points in this relation because if you don't have any good people in your team who can help us to sell the product, how can you grow, right? So that's why I think the sales strategy and the sales team is very, very important and quite really difficult to find the right people there.
Okay, wonderful. So from an investor's perspective, what have you learned is beside what may be written on the website in terms of contribution to the startup, right? But what have you learned is what really can make a difference from your point of view or made a difference in the past already in terms of contribution from you as an investor to what the startup does?
When we had our first portfolio day last December, we asked exactly these questions to our investments, and the clear answer was opening doors. Yeah? Maybe for a big corporate or established CVC, it's quite easy to connect people, to connect organizations, and that's I think the biggest possibility to really support easily our startup investments. That's on the one hand side. So connecting and sharing insights. Not only from Verbund Venture, but we have also about 4,000 people within Verbund having deep knowledge in the energy sector. Really, to sharing these insights into our portfolio companies could be of big value, I think.
Terry?
I think one of the kind of messages to startups in the audience is that be clear on what you're looking for. So VCs and investors, we are all a little different. We have specialities where we are good and where we are not that strong or we are average. So kind of knowing what you really need. So what are those areas you want to have contribution for? So for example, out of our first investment in this fund was a company called Supercritical. And they had already Lightspeed Venture Partners as the lead. And they were looking for a climate tech fund to invest together. And they were very clear. They wanted somebody who understands carbon removal technologies and somebody who understands the regulation related to that. And then they were looking at all the different climate tech funds from that perspective and with that lens. And then as much as we, ask about questions on them, they were asking questions about us. And then at the end, I think that was something which I would give as a message. So know what you want, then you can find what you need.
Yeah, same with us. I think we invest also in startups because we want to learn from these startups, also for our own organization. And what I have learned in the past is that the factor to convince the own team to support this product or idea from the startup also in the internal structure is sometimes challenging. It works, but it has to be very, very good prepared, also from the side of the investment team or the project managers who has to integrate some business models into our organization. This is not a quick one, right? So that needs time, that needs to have a lot of engagement of all involved people. And sometimes this is also challenging then, again, for the startup, because we say to them, please be focused on your business, and we want to distract them from his business because of our own integration efforts. So it's a balance between doing the right things, right? So that's why I think that needs also in the future a lot of learnings.
Wonderful. Well, Terry, Franz, and Lars, thank you very much for sharing your insights. It's been an inspiring discussion for me. I hope the same for you. And with that, closing this session, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you all very much for a very fruitful discussion. Thank you. Welcome, new people. Please come in. Yeah, here's some very interesting guests to listen to. Our next panel revolves around the topic of advancing non-grid green energy infrastructures. Moderated by Mr. Victor Sings, Senior Analyst, Renewables and Power Markets of Randstad Energy. Welcome, sir. We also have Mr. Jasper Graf von Hardenberg, the CEO from Daystar Power, and Rubina Singh, former Deep Tech Climate Principal at Octopus Ventures. Please, welcome to our stage, sir. Give us 1 second while we mic these people up. It's important you hear everything they have to say. Welcome. Welcome to our stage. The floor is all yours. Thank you very much. Advancing non-grid green energy infrastructures. After you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Hope all of you are enjoying the start of the conference. I'm very happy to moderate the next panel that we're going to be discussing today. I will quickly introduce myself. So I'm Victor Singh. I'm part of Rystad Energy. For who doesn't know us, we are a global market intelligence company founded in Norway and operating all over the world. And we are basically tracking all the energy markets. And myself, I'm focusing on the renewables and power markets, basically providing insights about all the existing projects in the world for renewable energy. And today I'm very happy to be discussing two quite key topics. The first one is the non-grid green energy infrastructure. And the second one, which is quite related, is how to integrate going forward those infrastructures to the grid. And I have two experts today to discuss that topic, and I will let them introduce themselves and maybe mention to what extent you are experts in that topic.
Okay, great. Maybe to kick it off, so my name is Jasper. I'm the CEO of a company called Daystar Power. We describe ourselves as an off-grid utility. And what that means is that in many emerging markets in which we operate in, the grid actually is unable to provide the required electricity for factories, businesses, etc. And so we provide that on an off-grid basis through a combination of renewable energy, storage, diesel, gas, whatever really is available makes sense and is cost-effective.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rubina Singh. I'm an early-stage VC investor, primarily focusing on deep tech and climate tech, with a focus on energy as well as part of the investments. Most recently, as principal at Octopus Ventures, moving to a new fund in a few weeks. But before that, my background's in energy, starting my career as a solar and battery engineer, and then spending quite a few years at Centrica in development, scaling up and launching of new energy solutions, and then corporate venturing as well as innovation. So for me, quite interested in seeing a lot of the new innovation that's coming across alternative energy solutions, and with more decentralization, decarbonization, seeing a lot more in off-grid energy as well. So very excited to be here and discuss more with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. So we're going to dive straight into the topic. So what we mean by non-grid clean energy infrastructure can be quite broad. It can go from simple PV panels installed off the roof of residential houses, let's say, but it can be also quite more complex with entire off-grid systems, mixing up PV panels with storage, and we can go even larger with what we call microgrids that could be autonomous islands having their own energy system non-connected to a wider grid. And generally, the idea is to get some sort of autonomy and also resilience in the way to operate the supply of power. But maybe, Jasper, do you have some sort of examples, some sort of what are the typical use cases, I would say, the typical opportunities to develop such installations?
Yeah, so if you look at certain emerging markets, for instance, Nigeria and recently also South Africa, you're in a situation where the grid is not reliable anymore. The grid is failing or has been failing for a long time. And if you're a factory operating in these countries, you can't rely on it. So your main focus starts becoming, okay, how do I get reliable power? That's your number one priority. How do I get reliable power? Now, the traditional way to do that was installing diesel generators, right? So, and if grids went down, you just ran on diesel, which is incredibly expensive, it's incredibly polluting, and really not the way to go in this modern age anymore. So companies across emerging markets are looking at ways and saying, okay, how can we, on the one hand, retain reliability by having our own off-grid power plant, really, but at the same time keep costs low or reduce costs and decarbonize as well, right? Because if you're Nestle operating in an emerging market, you still have the same decarbonization goals from your Swiss headquarters as anywhere else in the world. It's just multiple times harder to do this. So what would be examples? So examples are, for instance, we work now with one of the largest beverage manufacturers in the world in Nigeria to move them from operating completely on diesel generators, what they're doing now, to a more renewable mix by installing solar panels on the roof, by exploring thermal batteries, for instance, which we had a discussion about earlier today, and putting in place storage systems to really ensure that electricity can be used at the right times of the day. So it's really about looking at the problem and the use of energy in a holistic manner, and then figuring out what are the different kinds of technologies and solutions we can bring in to cut costs, improve reliability, and at the same time decarbonize.
Right, so we could say that Daystar Power is mostly focusing on the African market in a way, and
Yes.
and so that's typically this case of non-grid or off-grid infrastructure is kind of driven by the constraint of having an reliable grid, and also the constraint to bring power to the people who need that. So my next question will be, how do you build a viable business case to make that work?
So yes, number one, you're right? You work with a grid constraint, but as we've heard earlier this morning, right, there are constraints in the grids even in Europe, and as we add more off-grid infrastructure, solar panels, there's more constraints coming in. Now, the business case is actually not that hard, because if you think of Africa, you think of, okay, poverty and so on, but actually what you do see if you're there is, A, there is a lot of industry there, B, they pay much more for electricity than you do in Europe, right? So I think in Senegal, for instance, where we operate, it's $0.25 a kilowatt hour for a factory. So that's very, very high. And these high power costs actually make it quite viable to bring in infrastructure and solutions which are not competitive in Europe or the US because they're just too expensive.
I see. So there is definitely a business case, and I guess where you can mostly help is to bring maybe the initial capital to kick that off, or?
Yeah, I think the capital is not the constraint. I think one of the major constraints is actually that equipment manufacturers, they say, okay, when we have a new solution, let's focus on the US or on Europe, because that's where the big market is. But actually, the commercial viability often is much more there in emerging markets where power costs are much higher.
Yeah.
And also regulation is much easier. So to a certain extent, these markets, some of them, not all of them, and there's always differences, are like a sandbox, a playground to try new things and reach commercial viability.
That makes sense. Rubina, how about you? What markets would you say you've been focusing on in the past? What is the main sort of scope that you have?
So from my point of view, I think there are 4 use cases where we're seeing increasing innovation and technologies for off-grid. So one is just the need for more energy independence and cost efficiency. With volatile energy prices, you are seeing that customers, consumers can bring their own solar batteries and then generate their own energy, become more self-sufficient while also helping manage the energy cost prices. The second one is then again across the access and availability of power. So with the increased proliferation of distributed energy assets, with the uptake of electric vehicles, with the uptake of heat pumps, and many more coming, there might not be enough interconnections to the grid, or there might be areas, remote areas, where there just isn't access to power, just as Jasper was saying. So having off-grid solutions, whether solar, batteries, hydrogen, ammonia, we're seeing quite a bit of innovation there as well, can help provide that off-grid energy and access in areas where it's not as easy or no longer needed to have that grid connection. And then the third area, again to Justin's point, is around the need for resilience. So even in the UK, even across the world, with extreme weather, we are seeing power outages with different energy assets being integrated onto the grid. Again, there is that instability in power quality. So that can have a significant impact, especially on critical infrastructure. A few minutes of downtime can impact and lead to millions in losses when it comes to commercial and industrial players, to hospitals, to healthcare system. So there is a real need there for uninterrupted power supply and backup power, where traditionally it's been CHP, diesel gensets, but then what we're seeing is now new innovation in terms of alternate fuels, in terms of green hydrogen, ammonia, batteries, of course, being used to then help decarbonize it. And that brings me to the fourth point, the need for decarbonization in general. As a country, as a planet, as we move towards a net zero solution, more decarbonization is needed across different sectors. And in some areas, solar, wind, it can be the solution. In some cases, it's batteries. But in areas, and there are certain hard-to-abate sectors, as we're calling them, in steel, cement production, where the relatively traditional renewable solutions aren't fit for purpose. So we do need alternative solutions. And then again, coming back to diesel generators, which do supply a lot of market around construction, across mining, across off-grid power, even to EV charging, we do need to decarbonize that as well. So with that, we're seeing increased innovation in green hydrogen, in modular green hydrogen, which can help in modular green ammonia and batteries. So those are the 4 areas, I think, in terms of use cases and markets, and then also the relevant technologies that I'm seeing quite a bit of technologies coming in.
That's a very complete answer. And maybe what I would like to ask next is, besides those 4 main sort of opportunities, have you seen any sort of innovation, any growing opportunities recently to answer the growing need for off-grid installations, like any breakthrough technologies or even business models? What's the most recent thing you've seen in the market?
Well, so quite a bit, actually, because one of the things is we're talking about the hydrogen economy, is hydrogen as the new alternative fuel, green hydrogen, which can really come and help decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. It can help with decarbonization of transportation, especially heavy-duty transportation with shipping, and ammonia, again, a form of hydrogen, with batteries as well. So what I'm seeing is, so the grid, the central grid, it's been around for centuries, right? Just because something was done a particular way doesn't mean we have to continue doing it. With so many different distributed energy assets, sometimes it makes sense for them to eventually be integrated into the grid, but sometimes it might make sense, it might be more optimal for it to work in smart grids and off-grids settings. So the different settings, and then increasing digitalization, and then AI as well as playing a role. Excuse me, I think we have a chance to really see what is the most optimum system and design it that way, but also to see how we can monetize this in different ways in terms of providing flexibility, demand response services back to the grid, but also within small mini virtual power plants, as off-grid, smart grid areas as well. So I'm seeing quite a bit of innovation across the board in the UK and in different countries as well in those areas.
Yeah, that's great. And I guess even if it's a growing market, even if we start to see innovations such as hydrogen even impacting the off-grid infrastructures, I guess there are still several challenges to overcome through innovation or through some sort of regulations. I'm thinking to technical challenges. I'm thinking also maybe to regulatory challenges that even the grid infrastructures are facing. So to your opinion, Jesper, what are the main challenges now, at least for your market?
Yeah, I think there's many challenges, of course, right? So, and I mean, I just want to latch onto a point that was made in an earlier panel, that customers, so industries and so on, are not moving fast enough, right? And in some ways that's very true. In other ways, however, many of these companies that try to decarbonize are quite lost, because these solutions we're discussing, they're complicated, right? They're not easy. Even for me, who has been in energy now for a long time, sometimes it's hard to understand exactly how it all fits together. And when I talk to these customers of ours, they're quite lost. They really need help. And when they talk to different startups or providers of new solutions, it's always in one area. It's always a segment. They then themselves have to start putting the pieces together, and they're not equipped for it. They produce beer or fizzy drinks or chips or whatever. It's not their job to put all these pieces together. It's not what they're trained for. So I think there's first something we have to do as energy tech providers to be more solution-oriented and to really help customers. So I think that's one. Regulation is definitely an issue, right? So regulators tend to be always behind a bit the curve and try to catch up instead of being forward-thinking. But I think it's gotten a lot better. Then the last one, I mean, I think that some of the hardware that's out there is, also has to still do a lot better. It's often produced and developed for ideal situations which often don't exist. Then when you use it, you start getting problems with it. And then suddenly you have providers trying to fix it on the fly, and it's not working properly. And even with major manufacturers, we had huge issues. So I think lots of challenges. I think we all have to do better as a community, offer better and easier products for customers, work with regulators, and just get better systems out there.
So on the last point, the technical aspect of, I guess, problems of, I would say, standardization of product across the different markets. How does Daystar Power deal with that? Do you have sort of internal work being done to solve that, or is it more through external providers? Do you interact directly with the industry? What's the secret sauce?
I mean, there's no secret sauce. We work with lots of external companies, with startups, with established companies, both on hardware and software, to try to fix the issues we're seeing. And what we've figured out over time, these are hard issues apparently, because everybody's struggling at just fixing data integrity, for instance, on the production of power seems to have been a big issue. It took us a long time to fix. We've worked with battery suppliers on getting batteries that can actually switch between an off-grid and an on-grid mode. Seems to be a big issue. It took them a long time to solve this. So it's really working hand in hand with manufacturers, both OEMs, trying lots of different products and seeing what works. So a lot of experimentation. And what the challenge is from that, of course, is to build a profitable business at the end of the day, in a scale, a big business. At some point, you need to standardize. You need to industrialize what you're doing, and that's hard if you're trying to mix and match and figure out what's working.
Right. Very interesting. And so we've mentioned commercialization, challenges, regulatory, technical. Rubina, is there anything else you'd like to add to the table?
All right, so agree with all of that. So the two other things I would add is, I think, two other challenges is, one is around basically understanding what the markets are, right? So there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to a lot of the early stage solutions, what we're calling first of its kind solutions, in terms of which one is the one that'll end up dominating. And I remember less than a decade ago, we were having a similar conversation whether it'll be solar or wind. Now it seems almost obvious and almost obsolete as to why we were even having that conversation, because it's solar and wind, they're complementary, they're different use cases. So similarly, often we're even now having the conversation whether it's electric vehicles or hydrogen-enabled vehicles. I think there's a role for different technologies to play. But just understanding how the different technologies will work together, what role they'll play. We need a coordinated approach across startups and technology providers, across industry, with regulators and investors working together. It's easier said than done, but I think a lot of coordination is needed there to have that joint approach. So that's the one challenge and opportunity. And then the other one I would add is also in terms of who finances them and what does that look like. Because again, with first-of-kind investments and a lot of these technologies, often they can be CapEx and asset heavy. And then different models just work better at different stages. Would it be crowdfunding at earlier stages with VC money coming, or a bit of a blended finance mechanism with debt and equity? What does that look like, and how does that change across the different stages? I think that's something that'd be very helpful for investors, for startups, for the industry to realize as well.
No. That's anything to add on this one, Jasper, on the financial side?
No, the financing, as Daystar Power went through different stages of funding its growth, I think at the very beginning, crowdfunding, as you mentioned, was hugely important for us. It sounds strange to crowdfund your company, but for, I think, the first 2 years, definitely, it was a major source of financing and worked really, really well in hindsight. So I think just want to add that it's actually quite relevant. It's not obscure at all.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, and I think we've been quite broadly through the different challenges and even what could help to solve those. And maybe we can switch to the next part of the panel, which is an interesting one, because those projects, most of the time, they've been developed so to override the fact that the grid takes some time to reach certain area, and that those areas, they need reliable power, and that's why they've reached the point of developing off-grid installations. But now what we see in Europe, but also in other markets like Africa, we see that the grid is finally coming to those areas, and now they want to bring in the market, in the grid, all those installations. And they already see benefits to it, mostly for Europe, that there is definitely a use case to help on the load balancing, that they want those installations to react to price signals and not just to their own demand patterns. So the grid wants, I would say, they want you to come in, but my question would be from the developers or the companies that have developed those installations. What is the use case? What's the incentive to move to the grid now after years of operations or whatever?
So, first to say, there are markets out there where there's a question mark where they will ever have a proper national grid. But let's put that aside. So I think working with a grid has a lot of advantages, of course. The disadvantage of having an off-grid installation is you have one captive user, which has a fluctuating load profile. And if you want to serve them, you have to oversize your storage or your alternative sources like a backup diesel generator, right? Now, if you have some kind of grid, you can start spreading the power between different users, and that then evens out these load fluctuations, and then you can optimize a bit on the infrastructure you're putting in place. So that's the incentive, right? So it reduces the investment per consumer at the end of the day. And now there is an incredible openness now that we see in markets. We operate in 7 different markets in Africa, of regulators to start saying now, okay, let's try this out. Let's try methods of using the grid together with your off-grid solutions to provide a power value proposition to customers that is actually cheaper and more reliable than what is there right now. And that's different from a few years ago when there was a lot of pushback from utilities because they saw renewable energy as a competitor off-grid renewables, right? Because we come in, we're cheaper, and we take away best customers. So now there's this evolving interest to do this, and there's lots of different use cases and potential methods coming up with tripartite offtake agreements with factories and other methods. So it's really a phase of experimentation, I would say.
It's still a phase of experimentation.
yeah, now we're getting into the phase of experimentation of interlinking the grid with off-grid sources.
And how is it going for now, would you say?
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I think if I look at the interest of storage, I think, I mean, orders for storage solutions have, I don't know, increased 5 times already compared to last year. Companies now really want to move, and it's starting to really take off, I think. Yeah.
That's great to hear. How about you, Ruben? Have you seen any opportunities, any sort of best case to move to the grid?
Right. So firstly, I don't think everything will or needs to be connected to the grid. I think what we are seeing, what we have proven is that decentralization works and will work. When we have distributed energy assets, there is a clear case for energy independence and a bit of being de-risked from global supply chains, from geopolitical issues, which decentralization does bring, and having, and I think the net zero system of the future would be a mix. Of course, the grid isn't going anywhere, it shouldn't, but then there would be pockets where off-grid, smart grid systems just work. Having said that, in areas, in cases where grid connection, of course, does really help, because then again, there are opportunities around better optimization and monetization, again, when it comes to flexibility, demand-side response markets, which exist, but to a large extent, there are lots of constraints. But there are a couple of issues around there as well. So for example, even for EV chargers to be connected to the grid, at least in the UK, for example, sometimes it can take months, years, or millions to get one interconnection. So there are issues around that need to be navigated. And then again, with the different distributed energy assets, it's a huge opportunity. It's incredible that we're doing that. But I think the other thing we need to think about is the volatility in the power quality, the frequency and voltage regulation. So there's a lot that we need to then consider on the power electronics of what this actually means in terms of that optimized grid integration. And there's innovation happening there, which I'm excited about, because we just haven't seen innovation in the grid in a century, maybe. So those are areas, and I do think there are opportunities, but again, I think the future will be a blend of distributed energy assets, which won't be connected to the grid, and those that could be connected to the grid.
Absolutely. So also maybe now, if you're developing today an off-grid installation, you can indeed plan to stay out of the grid, and that could be decentralized and fully working. But let's say you still want to keep in mind the option of getting in later on. Like, what do you think are the sort of prerequisites or anything like that could avoid you issues in the future? Like anything that you should think about in the early stage to avoid barriers going forward to move to the grid?
So I think one would be, again, the interconnection in terms of the power electronics, how that would actually work. And then also, I think the digitalization of it, so understanding both the flow of data and electrons, how that will work, so really having that information, because even right now with the grid, we just do not have that much information in terms of where assets can be connected, what impact that would have. We are seeing more innovation, more startups providing services there in terms of doing the operation inspection, understanding the failure modes. So I think building that into it, so being aware and being able to play with the different power systems with the different assets could also then help potentially integrate it into faster and better.
Yeah, absolutely. And how about the financing side? Is it any sort of requirements maybe to take into account? Or is it fine to just build a new financing case like further on and just to keep the asset going at the beginning?
So I think that would be more of a question for the utilities and the government potentially, at least from my point of view.
Anything on it, Jasper?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if there's a valid business model where you make money, you'll get it financed, right? So, and the different financiers have different priorities, which sometimes are very difficult to manage around. So there's a lot of shopping around you have to do, I think, based on what your business case is and how you've proven it. But ultimately, I think if there's a valuable, if you have product market fit, as the previous panel said, I think you'll get it financed.
Yeah, that fully makes sense, I guess. I think we have 2 minutes left. I don't know if there is any sort of setup ready, but is it any questions from the audience that we could take, or should we just reach the conclusion of the panel? It looks like there are no questions, so maybe I will just ask you both to maybe bring any final words that you'd like to mention about the topic or about anything else to conclude this session.
For me, I think it's a really, really exciting time where we have an opportunity to basically literally redesign the energy system of the future, begin new decarbonized solutions. And I think one of the ways that could help to do it is not just try to force fit new technologies into the existing system, but maybe potentially even start from blank piece of paper and see what could this look like, what are the opportunities there, and keep that in mind when we develop new technologies, when we invest in new technologies, and when we integrate them in.
Yeah, from my point of view, I completely echo what you said. I think that's exactly right. Let's really sometimes start from first principles, think what actually makes sense. I also think we just need to move a lot faster, right? So, call for action has been a theme that's been mentioned a few times. I think everybody has to move a bit faster, be it on the customers, on the equipment manufacturers, on solution providers like us. We all need to speed it up, right? The climate crisis is not waiting, so we all have a lot of work to do. But as you said, it's such an exciting time. I think it's a privilege to be part of it.
Fully agree on the speeding up question, and I think that this topic is definitely sort of an answer. I think the off-grid installations are kind of the example of developers who want to go faster than what the wider infrastructure is going. So thank you for an exciting session, and thank you everyone for listening, and wish you a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for such an insightful discussion. Now we have one of the keynote speakers of the day, someone important, very interesting if you listen to. So give us 1 second while we change the furniture, make room for this important gentleman. Please take a seat. I'd like you to welcome, in a moment, Dr. Carsten Borchers, the Managing Director of E.ON Hydrogen. He's going to be exploring hydrogen's impact in our fight against climate change. So, sir, when you like, please. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stage. Round of applause, please, for the gentleman.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My purpose and why I'm here is I really want to excite you about hydrogen. And hydrogen, when you reflect how you traveled here, most likely you didn't use a hydrogen car, nor any plane with sustainable aviation fuels, nor any kind of way of using hydrogen. So it's not existing at the moment. It is a topic since quite a few decades, but we don't see any impact up to now. So I would like to step back a little and reflect on why that's the case and what the opportunities are. And in the end, then convincing you that hydrogen is the thing to go for. So what has that to do with hydrogen? This is typically a way how I start introducing our energy system. I actually brought once for a presentation a chocolate bar myself and unwrapped it on stage. It makes your hands really dirty, which is not good because it's quite warm up here. And also sometimes these have 5x5, which is ruining the story as well. So I brought a picture. So it's 4x4, and you can understand that as our energy system. Each column represents one sector where we use energy. One stands for transport, the other one for heating, the next one for industry, and the third one for electricity generation. And then if you go from the bottom to the top, you can assume it's percentages like a charged battery, for example. So 0, 25, 50, 75%, and 100%. And if we are reflecting where we are with regard to the energy transition, it's not super promising. Actually, here is what I mentioned. This is what has been decarbonized so far. At least it depends very much on where you are in Europe or on the globe. In Norway, it's a little bit more because there you have a lot of water power.
this is kind of where Germany stands roughly. The decarbonization level in mobility and industry and heat exists, but it's really small. It's biogenic fuels, for example. But it shows how big the challenge is that we are facing. And it also shows a massive opportunity, because this is a huge, huge, huge industry on the right-hand side. The brown area is, if you imagine the oil and gas industry and how big that is and how much it shapes our planet today, it's a huge potential, actually. So the question is how to get in there. And for the first step, actually, I was 3 weeks ago, I think it was 3 weeks ago, attending the CERAWeek. I don't know who of you knows the CERAWeek. CERAWeek is a very, very big, probably the biggest energy conference in Houston, Texas. And if you're speaking to people there, they tell you it's the decade of LNG. And probably we'll see peak gas by 2050, 2060. Today, we have more coal-fired power plants running than ever before. So this is actually the way how the industry is trying to decarbonize in an early stage. One CEO of a big international contractor company building terminals told me that they alone are working on 15 LNG projects at this point in time. 15. So there's a lot of money flowing into that business. And then another CEO of one of the biggest Japanese utilities told that there are basically two ways for him at this point in time. He can try to make it perfectly right now, going for green ammonia and hydrogen and importing that, or he can take the other way, which is switching off coal plants and replacing them with gas-fired power plants. And he said from a practical point of view, the second path is what he is aiming for at this point in time. So it's a little bit depressing picture, actually, to be honest. But this is also showing us a little bit about our business realities we are in. So why don't they go for hydrogen? And this is also part of the problem, because if you are reading and hearing about the energy transition, hydrogen is very often labeled as the champagne of the energy transition, which is really unfair, I think, and really giving us the wrong direction, because it assumes that it is something we need to be really controlling how we use it, basically. Not too many sectors, and this narrative unfolds then. But I would like to change that view a little, because this means that in order to decarbonize, we need to ban technologies or make the alternatives really expensive to bring it in to those sectors where it's really needed, basically. Funding, we realized even in Germany with a huge budget, you can't really solve that problem with funding. With public subsidies, I mean. So if we are then looking, I brought another picture, at this problem slightly different. This is, again, a slide where you are probably wondering why does he show us an aircraft from the Second World War, actually. Because this is a B-29, I think. This aircraft was subject to a lot of research and proving, actually, of a certain hypothesis and some a little bit earlier discovered mechanisms. It's not about technology, actually. It's about something else. It's about manufacturing. And showing you the next slide, this is basically the theory that was proven, or research on that aircraft happened. It's a learning curve. It was first discovered in 1936, or written down, actually, when people found out that when you're producing aircraft, the first one is really difficult and takes a long time to manufacture. And the second one also, but a little less. And the third one is already going far easier. So there's a rule of thumb, like roughly 80%. When you double the number of aircraft you build, the effort it takes goes down by 80%. So doubling it for the first time, 20% less effort. Going from 2 to 4, another 80%. Going from 4 to 8, another 80%. So 20% reduction, so times 0.8, basically. And you see how dramatic that effect is, basically. And when that was discovered, it was first applied to manufacturing, and then a guy, Bruce Henderson, who found it later on, he was actually a biologist, and looked at that from a growth perspective in bacteria, but then brought that idea to economics, basically. And he said this is an incredibly powerful concept for competition, for example. It means that big companies can only fail if they develop the wrong strategy, because they have a significant advantage due to their size, due to their economies of scale, basically, which is very similar. So this concept is extremely powerful, and this is something that we need to use for the energy transition as well. And we are actually using it already. Look at that picture. I was actually working in the US for 4 years, around 2016, so I was able from a European perspective to take part in, or to observe the election campaign of Donald Trump in the first place. And I don't know if you recall his slogan, "Bring back coal." And he really tried that, actually. He tried that really seriously, but he failed. Because in many places, renewables were already so cheap that coal was out of gas. And that is due to the learning curve. That is because the prices of solar and wind turbines go down exponentially. So they lock in. Part of the truth is also it was because of the cheap shale gas which was discovered at that time, and so gas was as a fuel also quite cheap available. But the renewables are a remarkable example for where we need to go and how we need to look at it. If we then look at the hydrogen value chain, the diagram here, I put a few red boxes there where we can expect learning curves. Of course, on the renewables, the left learning curve was the wind turbine. But also for electrolyzers, we have at least 3 different learning curves. We have the technology, which is quite early, where we have a lot of potential. We have the size of the electrolyzers. At the moment, we are looking at very small electrolyzers, but if we build them far bigger, economies of scale kick in. We look at the production rate of electrolyzers. The other day was visiting a plant where they assemble electrolyzers. It was really workshop style. If you imagine something like automotive industry where it's really going very fast, imagine what kind of learning curve effects that creates. And then we have transportation in different facets, actually. If you imagine that a container for 1,000 kilos of hydrogen costs you, from a truck, costs you about 800,000 euros. 800,000 euros. Imagine what kind of working capital that is. That container is maybe big enough to fuel, if you assume 80 kilograms per truck, it's just a few trucks it can refuel. So it's a lot that can be potential that can be lifted there, actually. And then you have the application technologies. Taking the truck, a fuel cell truck is maybe €500,000, while a diesel truck costs just 100,000. But the good news is the fuel cell itself is actually not very, it has some quite high value materials, but not that many actually. It's difficult technology, but difficult technology is great because learning curves can apply there as well. And then you have other application means, and you have also for longer logistic chains, things like cracking technology for cracking ammonia back into hydrogen if you want to export it, basically. So there is tremendous potential. And so the idea needs to be to really make use of hydrogen. The more we use it, the cheaper it gets, and the more affordable it gets. And this is really, really, really important, especially for those sectors that need it most, which is the industry space on top. And I put you on top the cost equivalent between the current energy vector or the current way of operating and using green hydrogen. And you can see, of course, if you are replacing gray hydrogen for €4 to €5, you need green hydrogen for €4 to €5 if you assume that it should come in a competitive fashion, which is required to really unlock the potential of the chocolate bar, basically.
If you go through the other sectors, power and heat in the bottom, you see there's still a gap. But the interesting aspect is that for mobility, if you're looking at €2.02, which was the average diesel price at that point in Germany, hydrogen can cost €9. And we are really close to that, actually. So when the first vehicles are entering the market, which is planned for next year, basically, and this year, and there are already garbage collection trucks and other niche applications in the market, there is actually a potential that there will be a market where we can really make use of hydrogen, and then by that going down the learning curve. So there is actually the potential to see hydrogen in the reality very soon. And this is a little bit where we are working with our customers and trying to excite them for hydrogen. We are trying to understand what actually is the current cost and how does it translate into the next best alternative, which sometimes is electric, which is great, but sometimes it's also due to the boundary conditions of the application, it's hydrogen. And you can see that there are different subsidies and THG quotas, and you need to be, and that is making it very difficult at the moment, you need to work with all components to really get this price gap filled. But once that is happening, and the more that is happening, the more we'll see actually that the energy transition will be successful. So the question is why, if the learning curve is going down, why should customers, or why should we as part of the economy move now and go to an alternative solution if the learning curve is going down and it'll be cheaper in future? And that applies basically for EVs or anything else as well. But since I'm passionate for hydrogen, it's here for hydrogen. Because the early mover, you are actually overcompensated for what is expected on the learning curve in future. So if you're building an electrolyzer today, you can apply for subsidies. If you are buying a hydrogen truck today, you can also apply for subsidies. But you are able then, with the subsidies, to move into a world and create something that you can leverage in future as well. So if you are building your refueling station and using subsidies, even if it's higher now, you will have it built in future when others are actually, when the learning curve is going down, and then you can basically extend it and reuse something you invested before. So infrastructure you build around it, for example. So it is an advantage to move early. It is also the possibility to acquire new customer groups in a B2B fashion. If you are offering green products, for example, it is something that you can do and also lift additional or gain additional value. And then there is another thing, and that's probably the most important, is this value chain. If you recall the chocolate bar, the brown part, this is owned by a certain industry today. The power balance in the value chain is changing because now it's up to the consumer. Could be B2B, could be B2C, to think about the energy need, and you can source your energy from wherever you want and produce it yourself. That applies for electricity, we heard that before, and it applies also for hydrogen. If you're a big corporation, if you're a logistics company, for example, you don't need to go to a big oil and gas company to buy your fuel. You can produce it yourself and become resilient to the market, and you can gain value in parts of the value chain that were locked for you before. So it's an enormous potential to change the world and to cover some or gain some value from the big brown area of the chocolate bar. So it's time to move now. And my time is over. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for such an insightful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hydrogen, the champagne of the energy world. Sounds quite good. I don't know about that. Which connects to our next panel, who we're going to be talking about driving down the cost of low carbon hydrogen. So maybe champagne can be more affordable to all of us. I don't know. We have another wonderful panel of people for you. Moderator, Dr. Charlotte Kirk, Head of Technology Investments at Fortescue. 1 second, I think I have nowhere to sit. Give me 1 second. Simon Morris, CIO of Hirok. Jessica Pedroni-Thorell, Investment Director, Co-Lead Climate Tech Kinnevik. And Karl Kusk, Head of Partner Relations and Hydrogen Projects at ST Energia. And your job is to tell us how to drive down the price of low-carbon hydrogen, I hope. Okay? Moderator, would like to take your seat, please. Give me 1 second. You may come on stage. We'll find somewhere for you to be seated to explain all your wonderful things. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage. Please, take a seat. And give us some insights into drive down the cost of low-carbon hydrogen, the champagne of the energy world. Champagne and chocolate, a wonderful mixture, I would think you would agree, yeah? Welcome, panelists. And our moderator, when you'd like to begin, the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks to the teams at Energy Tech Summit and Contrary Ventures for hosting us. My name is Dr. Charlotte Kirk. I lead our technology investments at Fortescue, and I'm very happy to join the stage with three heavyweights in thought leaders in the hydrogen market. We look forward to learning from each of them today. We'll also have some time at the end for Q&A, so please, keep that in mind as we go through the discussion, but also feel free to sort of reach out to us after the event. So perhaps we can start with some introductions. So, as I mentioned, I'm Charlotte. Fortescue is the fourth largest iron ore exporter in the world, based in Perth, Australia. But what comes with that is a huge amount of emissions. And hydrogen can play a huge role in our decarbonisation journey, for example, as a transport fuel in fuel cell range extenders to power our mining vehicles, as a chemical reductant in the green iron and green steel process industry. Ammonia is needed in our mining explosives as a blasting diluent. We're developing ammonia-powered trains to take the ore to the coast, ships to take it up to China. We recently developed the world's first ammonia-powered vessel, which is the first ever to be commissioned to have ammonia as a fuel, fully certified, and it's sailing around Singapore. So a lot of applications for hydrogen, and we've got a lot more to talk about today. So perhaps we can start here. If you'd like to introduce yourself and the company, and yeah.
Is that working? Not very well by the sounds of it. Yep. I'll just shout. My name's Simon Morris. I'm the CCO and co-founder of HiROC Limited. HiROC has produced a unique technology to generate low-cost, zero-emission hydrogen using the bad word of hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons obviously set a few eyebrows raising as we're trying to move away from the hydrocarbon economy. But we can use hydrocarbons not only in their current form, but also with renewable natural gas to create clean hydrogen and also solid carbon. The carbon has potentially quite a considerable commercial value. So obviously, if we can use that to offset the cost of the hydrogen, that is a very good way for us to drive down the cost of hydrogen. In current calculations, we're working to let you know of our technology stage. We are TRL 7 at the moment. We have 3 pilot units currently running in the UK with one of our investors, Centrica. And our current costing for hydrogen at the moment, without any subsidies or without any revenue from the carbon, we are cheaper than water electrolysis. And we're hoping that once we get the revenue for the carbon and we improve the actual processing, we should be getting down to that magical €1 a kilogram price.
Amazing. Jessica.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Jessica Pedroni, and I am an investment director at Kinnevik, where I also co-lead our investments into climate and specifically lead our efforts into hydrogen. Kinnevik is a permanent capital investor focused on growth stage companies in Europe and North America. One of our most recent investments includes H2 Green Steel, which is building the first new steel plant in Europe for the past 40 or 50 years. And they will utilize hydrogen and become the largest operator of an electrolyzer in Europe at 700 megawatts.
And Karal, perhaps you could round out the panel.
Hello everyone, I'm Kaarel Kuusk from Eesti Energia. I'm head of partner relations and hydrogen projects. Eesti Energia in translation means Estonian energy. Nowadays we use more brand called Enefit, as we're active in 5 different markets. Eesti Energia is quite diversified company. We have our renewable energy production subsidiary. It's the largest wind energy producer in the Baltics. Then we also have our mining company, our pyrolysis units. We produce oil out of oil shale. We have thermal power plants, about 1.5 gigawatts, also energy sales units, so quite diversified. And our hydrogen comes into the game. In those thermal power plants, we have been using hydrogen for more than 50 years, actually. And now we are doing the first pilot project on green hydrogen. And in the near future also, we're going to transform our oil industry into chemical industry. And we will use thousands of tons of hydrogen there in 5 years' time.
Amazing, thank you. So we're here to talk about the hydrogen market. Today it's worth about $150 billion, but it's expected to grow 10 times to 11.5 trillion, it's been projected, $12 trillion by 2050. Clearly hydrogen is a key enabler of multiple industries. It's an integral part of our future energy system, and it is a key substitute for fossil fuels. And to reach our net zero goals, we need to drastically lower the cost of low carbon hydrogen. But firstly, perhaps we could start with what a definition of low carbon hydrogen is. And maybe Simon, starting with you, given the technology that HYROC's developing and sort of how it differs to electrolytic hydrogen versus other routes to hydrogen, maybe you could sort of give us a little overview on your definition of low carbon hydrogen.
Sure. I mean, I think it's really important that for hydrogen to be taken seriously, I think there's got to be a level playing field for how hydrogen projects are costed, how hydrogen production methods are assessed. I think that this ever-expanding rainbow of grey, blue, turquoise, gold, green, white is not really helping the situation because people get very confused. We get told that we are turquoise hydrogen because we are pyrolysis when we aren't pyrolysis. So we have to come up with another colour. I think it's time that the whole industry was very sensible about this, and you just have a number. You have your carbon intensity for production. Then you're just adjusting that as per if you're using grid-connected electricity. Obviously, you have to take into account the cleanliness of the grid that you're using. But if you have a sort of standard setup for this is your carbon intensity under these parameters, then everyone knows where they stand. They can look at every technology in an equal way on a level playing field and see exactly which of the technologies is best for them in their situation. Because as far as I'm concerned, we aren't in competition with anyone as a hydrogen technology. Everyone's on our side because we're all trying to do the same thing. So if water electrolysis is better for a certain project than our technology, fantastic, do water electrolysis, roll your project out and be successful. But it needs to have that ability to judge how you're going to produce it long term for the duration of the project, the impact that cost has, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is by having a level playing field to judge the carbon intensities of those various production methods.
Yeah, Jessica, what do you have
maybe jumping in, I completely echo that, and I think we see on the steel side, for example, that landscape actually evolving quite quickly. We're moving to kilos per ton of emissions, so it's becoming very specific, and I find that the buyers are actually becoming sophisticated very quickly here. So from having maybe had not so much of a framework, suddenly they're becoming very specific in their asks in terms of kilos, et cetera, because ultimately this will feed into their LCAs and everything that they need to do more downstream, right? So I think it is happening in certain pockets, but I agree that we're not fully there. But ultimately, that's the only way to create level playing field and honestly also really get compensated for when the levels are really low, right? Because it will have to be a price based on the carbon for that specific type produced.
And I think that the international certification and sort of a globally agreed methodology of how to calculate these life cycle emissions across the value chain is clearly so important, so that we really have a traceable and sort of transparent system. Because something like H2 Green Steel, so unique in that sort of the offtake of the product was really what really enabled the project finance to sort of underpin the project. And it was those buyers who wanted that green steel ultimately for cars and the like. So did you want to add something from the Estonian angle?
Yeah, I agree with the previous panelist that carbon intensity is what matters regarding the environmental aspect, but also when we're trying to do business, then the price comes into the game. And when we have been developing our green hydrogen projects, then three main factors that we see are, well, in our region actually the first is the availability of renewable electricity, because in the Baltic region we are in deficit of renewable electricity. There is no surplus, and that's not the case in Baltics. That's pretty much everywhere in Europe at the moment. And also then the price of electricity, because that's the major factor when you do electrolysis. Then comes the cost of hydrogen technologies, where Simon can help us hopefully in the future. And yeah, these are the most important aspects. And of course, then what else maybe Simon can do, and the other companies that are developing hydrogen technologies to improve the efficiency of the technologies.
Absolutely. So what I'm hearing is sort of the role that policy and regulation can play in helping drive down the cost. So if we think of the two key markets for sort of low carbon hydrogen today is Europe and North America, and quite different policy subsidy regimes. Obviously in America we've had IRA, which has been widely touted as for all the benefits that it brings, but it's really a sort of a supply side policy, artificially lowering the cost through those tax incentives. In Europe, we have a much more demand-side focused policy, with the Renewable Energy Directive, with mandates and quotas and all of that. Do you see the difference in subsidy policy landscapes as a challenge in terms of bifurcating trade and sort of challenge, or do you see that different but complementary? And sort of how do you see that role of policy in driving down the cost of hydrogen and its derivative technologies?
Yeah, just to touch on a point you made when you were speaking previously. I think that, if you look at in the USA, for example, if you're applying for 45V in the USA, you have to go through something called GREET modelling, which is where you put in your production process, you put in your feedstocks, you put in all of your parameters, and you get a carbon intensity price for your project. However, that's technology specific, and for example, we as a company aren't on the technology profiles for doing that. So then you have a situation where you have organisations are wanting to, like the carbon hubs, for example, in the USA, they're looking to choose their technology for 2, 3, 4 years' time. And they come to us and say, what's your carbon intensity as per GREET? And we can't give them a number. So obviously we're lobbying in the US to try and get things like that changed. But again, there needs to be some sort of coordination at a government level, because if you've got international companies going after international projects, there should be some sort of standardization in that ability to assess the carbon intensity. The modelling we used when we qualified for the low carbon hydrogen standard in the UK, it was very specific help from the government and the NZTC to help us get that done. But again, some sort of global standardization, whether that's driven by governments, whether that's driven by the wider hydrogen industry, but there needs to be some standardization of that. The question you asked, I think the way that things have been structured in the USA, where the funding is in the form of the subsidy, is a much easier way to get projects financed. I think that the sort of more grant-led methodologies from Europe and the UK make that a little bit more difficult when you're trying to bank a project. But generally, I think that it's just about realization from governments that there needs to be a substantial change. I think, considering how quiet the hydrogen world was 4 years ago, our company started in 2019, and I put a Google News alert for hydrogen on, and it used to ping once a week. It now pings once every 5 minutes. So, and I think now that that sort of is really out there, that hydrogen is going to be a very important part of the energy transition, there needs to be work done at all levels to make sure that's as easy as possible.
Mm-hmm. Jessica, maybe you have a comment on the role of government and subsidies in the...
I would say Europe has been really good on the stick side with the updated ETS and the introduction of CBAM, but I think on the carrot side, it's still too unpredictable. You can apply for chunky things, the timeline is long, it's distributed in an interesting way, I would say, while in the US, I would say, of course, with the production tax credit, assuming you fulfill the criteria, it actually becomes predictable in a very different way from the demand side. Next to that, you're also then helping, for example, the electrolyzer producers in terms of actually building facilities, et cetera, right? So you're helping the ecosystem from numerous angles, and that's also why we see that even if we have some of the leading, for example, alkaline technology in Europe, some of these players are choosing to go to the US to set up the next plants, right? Because the incentives are there, the customers are there, right? So I think if Europe doesn't get its act together, we're at the risk of not being at the forefront from at least an electrolyzer perspective, which I think would really be a pity given that we've already lost solar and batteries, let's see. But I think it would be a shame if we lost the electrolyzer side, given that so much of the technology is Europe-based.
Yeah, I can also say that when we are developing those projects related to hydrogen, that what we see that subsidies are very needed. When we talk about this pilot project, what we currently are having to produce hydrogen and distribute it and to use it in transport sector, then we see that subsidies needed both on CapEx side and also on OpEx side to be competitive with conventional uses. And also we see the same, I mentioned in the introduction, that we're trying to transform our oil industry to where the end product is fuel, to chemical industry, where the end product is chemical industry feedstock. In simple words, the end product will not be burnt anymore. And that oil we need to purify, and we need a lot of hydrogen for that. And where the subsidy comes into the game is that the base scenario in this oil refinery, it's always fossil-based hydrogen, what we're going to use because it's cheaper, way more cheaper. And if you want to start using low-carbon hydrogen, then this gap somehow has to be closed. So.
Amazing. So I think, you know, we're clearly very bullish about hydrogen. We're very optimistic, hopefully not only on the stage but in the room. And we've spoken about some of the challenges in terms of policy and government support. But you know, we're at the Energy Technology Summit, and so it'd be interested to dive into sort of if we see technology being a challenge or an opportunity, and sort of where the role for startups, some of whom might be out there pitching, you know. What is the role of technology in this transition? Is technology a limiting factor, or is it largely there? Is the challenge more on mobilizing the capital, getting sort of buy-in from stakeholders, governments, end users, all of that? And if there is a need for innovation, where along the value chain do you think it is?
Well, obviously, as I'm an innovator in a startup, I think it's very important indeed. But I do think that having gone through the journey now where we started in 2019 with sort of friends and family putting into the business and self-funding, going through Series A and Series B now. We're now planning Series C for 2025. It's amazing how, I'm going to be rude about the UK government here, but as I'm in Spain, I might get away with it. We presented to Innovate UK concerning potential for funding us at a very early stage. And we were asked by somebody who will remain nameless at Innovate UK, what's the precedent? And I said, well, if there was a precedent, it wouldn't be an innovation. And I think that the appetite for innovation has to be there, and the understanding that if you want something where you've got a guaranteed return over a guaranteed period, then probably being a venture capitalist or an innovation funder is not the world for you. And I think that, as a company, the level of government support we got up until the point we were at pilot stage was quite poor. I now think that now we've got proof that our technology works, and we've got pilot units running, and we're planning our first production line now for the technology. Now the government is actually being extremely good, and the NZDC have helped us a lot in the UK. We've got a big project going on with Cemex in the UK to decarbonise their cement and concrete production plant in Rugby in the UK, and we're looking at now Cemex plants also in the US. And now the government is being very supportive, but I think if the chances are that most of the solutions which are going to save us are probably still ideas at the moment. And I think that if we're going to get those ideas out and working, governments, VCs, corporate VCs have to be a little less risk averse than they currently are, I think.
So Jessica, H2 Green Steel is often touted as sort of one of the pioneering startups, if it can still be described that in the energy tech landscape. Obviously just done very impressive capital raises that you've sort of been closely involved in. How have you seen the translation of that deep technical foundational underpinning of the company to sort of a wider group of stakeholders, to investors, to people who might not have that technical nuance, but ultimately need to be involved in the journey?
So I think actually the interesting thing with H2 Green Steel is that it actually isn't a play on technology in many regards, because the technology on the hydrogen side is established. So there's limited or no technology risk. It's mainly an execution piece. And I think that's actually been a really important piece to being able to raise the amounts of capital in being able to execute on this type of project. But I would say as a part of our diligence and our work, we spent a lot of time looking at the different ways of producing hydrogen, right? And you have existing technologies that are fairly late stage, but have not been deployed widely because there hasn't been a demand, right? Then you have this amazing plethora of companies that are earlier stage that have this breakthrough tech that can really, also change the landscape. But in my view, we have quite a lot of technologies at the later stages. For me, it's about getting these technologies out there and having the projects to do so, and ideally large-scale projects, because that's ultimately the only way we can drive down cost and really get those learning rates to really be able to get down the cost of electrolyzers if we're focusing on that route, right? So for me, it's about making sure we get the funding for large-scale projects, getting the permitting, and getting the offtakes, right? Because that is the only way that we can create that cycle where the cost comes down and it becomes affordable, not only for the large-scale projects, but ideally over time, more mid to small-size projects as well. But I think getting comfortable with the hydrogen piece as a part of that project was incredibly important, just because building these huge megawatt installations is the next step of really taking these future steps of making hydrogen the future green molecule.
I think we really have an interesting road ahead in terms of redefining the capital stack. And so venture capital have often been the sort of world of B2B SaaS, and that's easy to put some money into, but now we're moving into a lot of more of these infrastructure plays, and especially with the sort of first-of-a-kind type pilot projects, maybe you do have to use the less innovative, more de-risked technology, the alkaline electrolyzers that have been around for a while, to get the project finance, to get that bankability. And the next wave of innovation will have the technology that's going through seed Series A funding today. Certainly as a corporate, we've set ourselves the target of fully decarbonizing our Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030. To finance that, we cannot be using VC-backed early-stage companies because it just won't be at scale. and deployed in time. So I think we're seeing certainly a gap in the sort of Series B pilot plant, first of a kind type deployments. That sort of infrastructure capital at venture risk that is an interesting gap in the market, I think should be explored.
One thing just to go a little bit against the innovators as well, to stand up for the VC companies, I think it's really important that innovators and entrepreneurs in their startups, they need to be much more realistic. Yes, there are opportunities for a lot of these companies and technologies, I'm sure, to become the next unicorn business. But companies should be trying to raise a lot more money than they think at a lot lower valuation than they want. And they've got to be really realistic. I think that particularly for a hardware company like us, a hardware company is a big ask for a VC, corporate VC or a straight VC is a big ask if you're a hardware company, and we are going to be capital intensive. If you can just be, control yourself a bit when you're pitching for money and understand that it is a big ask for a VC and that you need to be really, really sensible about your valuation and you need to completely underestimate how much money you're going to need. And I speak from experience.
So we do have 5 minutes left. I don't know if anyone in the audience has any burning questions arising from the last half an hour's discussions. Otherwise, we can sort of carry on amongst ourselves, I'm sure. Yes, one at the front.
So when do you personally expect hydrogen to become $1 or euro per kilogram value?
We're currently pricing a project in the USA. Now, the USA obviously has been largely insulated from the fluctuating gas price that we've seen in Europe recently. We're currently pricing a job in the USA. With the cost of the feedstock, we have a good amount of renewable energy on site. We have a very clean grid. We're coming around about $2.64 a kilogram. We hopefully will qualify for the low carbon production standard in the US. As we're using natural gas, the maximum we can get for that is 60 cents a kilogram. So that takes us down to around $2. If we manage to commercialize the carbon, we're going to be producing 3 kilograms of carbon for every kilogram of hydrogen we produce. So if we can get 33 cents a kilogram for the carbon, we're going to be hitting that dollar end of 2025.
We have never seen such prices in our financial models. We have been modeling a lot and using ridiculous power prices, even negative prices, and never seen such prices. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know when.
Yes, at the front.
Maybe a low-level question, but what makes the difference between green and grey hydrogen, and what about the cost of their production?
Well, grey hydrogen is as cheap as you can do it because it's a careless way of producing hydrogen. Obviously, you're producing from hydrocarbons and you're letting potentially 9 kilograms of CO2 for every kilogram of hydrogen you produce into the atmosphere. So grey hydrogen, obviously, even though I'm a big proponent of hydrogen, please anyone don't do grey hydrogen.
And I think the other thing to note is that because it's derived from fossil fuels, not only is it not sustainable, the price is very volatile in connection to natural gas prices, but it's also going to rise as more effective carbon pricing comes in. We've already discussed CBAM and sort of the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, but the minute we start taxing goods based on their carbon content, fossil hydrogen and all of its derivatives sort of fall away, and that's where sort of renewable hydrogen derived from renewable energy has such a benefit because it's decentralized, it sort of democratizes energy. There are renewables everywhere, they might not be very good everywhere, but you ultimately could put an electrolyzer anywhere you wanted to and produce hydrogen. So you're then decoupled from the fossil volatility, and you can sort of have a much more decentralized energy system. And so yes, there will be nuances, countries where there's legacy fossil infrastructure you need to optimize. Sure, the story is going to be different to perhaps the global south where you can start with a blank slate, but yeah, definitely don't do anything fossil-based.
Unless it's with us.
May I add one topic that we haven't talked about. This is hydrogen infrastructure, I mean pipelines, which is desperately needed when we are talking about large-scale hydrogen production and consumption. This also can help us to solve the storage question. And currently there are some projects in the Baltic Sea that the gas system operators are early phase planning. The initial ideas have been to transport or export that hydrogen that was produced or going to be produced in the Nordics to Central Europe, which I think actually is not a very good idea. We should use it in where it is produced, because there also will be huge chemical industries as well. So Germans can also buy that hydrogen, but firstly we should use it ourselves.
Amazing. So with the last minute to go, I'd like to thank Simon, Jessica and Coral for a really interesting discussion. Thank you all for listening. Please sort of reach out if you have any questions. I think we're all agreed that the hydrogen is an exciting economy to sort of dive into the future for and sort of will be a key part of the energy transition. So it'd be great to continue the discussion afterwards.
And well done, Charlotte, who stepped in as moderator with about 5 minutes notice, and she's done a grand job.
Cool. So enjoy the rest of the day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for stepping in. Thank you all very much. What a wonderful discussion. I suppose you're almost ready for lunch, but you have to wait a little bit longer. We have one more talk before lunch. Then you can have some time off and come back. It's important you get back by 2 o'clock for many other important speakers. Our final topic before we go to lunch, we're going to dive into the electrofuels and e-fuels, electrochemical pathways to green molecule production. For this, we have our fantastic moderator, Mr. Jonathan Tudor, investment partner at Clean Growth Fund. Welcome to our stage, sir. Please take your seat. And he's going to be moderating Dr. Frederick Hetz, Head of Science at Odyssey Ventures, Ignacio Echevarria Diaz Guadagnino, CTO and Head of Engineering at Dovetail Electric Aviation, and Matthias Bolz, CEO and co-founder of Spark E-Fuels. When you are ready. And after this, you have a small lunch break. Okay, remember it's important you're back by 2. We have lots of other events here after the talks, the tech talks, and also you have time for networking, right? It's very important. Lunchtime, you make some new contacts. And we hope you've enjoyed ourselves so far. Don't worry, sir. 1 second, we'll all be with you. Welcome to our stage, sir. Just take a seat. So once again, our topic, electrofuels and e-fuels, electrochemical pathways to green molecule production. Okay. Welcome to our stage. Please take a seat. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Whenever you're ready,
okay.
Mr. Moderator, take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to do a quick round of introductions, and then we'll get straight into it. So we're just going to do name and rank, number, pretty much. So I'm Jonathan. I'm a partner at the Clean Growth Fund in the UK. We're broad climate. We do seed, Series A, any market, any sector. As long as each company can save at least 100,000 tons of carbon per annum, we will evaluate that as an opportunity. I'll hand over to Ignacio to my left.
Okay, so Ignacio Echevarria. I am the CTO Head of Engineering at Dovetail Electric Aviation. We are aiming at producing retrofit kits for existing aircraft to make them fully electric or in the future hybrid hydrogen electric.
Hello,
I'm Matthias. I'm CEO and co-founder of Spark eFuels. We are a climate tech startup developing conversion technologies for the production of sustainable fuels, especially for the aviation industry. The specific thing about us is we are developing load-flexible technologies that are able to cope with fluctuating inputs, like fluctuating renewables, to significantly cut cost. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Frederick. I'm with Odyssey Ventures. We're based in Hong Kong. Early stage VC from C to Series B in energy tech companies. So eFuels definitely be part of it. We've invested in 14 companies, 4 of which are in the SAF space. So we're definitely very excited about the topic. As I said, we're based in Hong Kong, but the companies that we are investing in are predominantly in Asia Pacific to 50%, and then the other 50% is basically spread out between Europe and Northern America. As we all know, this is a global problem. So that's we're out of our base of Hong Kong. We're very happy to bring those companies and those techs back to Asia.
Okay. So we got 2 startups flanked by 2 investors here. So
yes,
just dawned on me. I just thought right at the beginning, it might be worth having come to you, Ignacio, to begin with about how do we define an e-fuel? Because we were commenting earlier, it can mean many things to many people. So to you, what?
Okay, so at least in the aviation sector, the way we think about e-fuels is something that's can allow decarbonization of the aviation industry, which, as you know, is very difficult. For that, as you know, electric aviation has several topics. You can go from the small aircraft to the very large aircraft, like the ones that can do Sydney to Paris in a single flight. And for that, different technologies are needed. And for those, we think that e-fuels should be both battery electric, hydrogen, and also SAF, as aircraft that are flying right now will fly for 50 years, and therefore you cannot convert all of them. So having SAF is something that's necessary as an addition to the hydrogen and the electric that could actually be ready for some of the lower end flights.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess that's a very interesting thing because to some extent, my definition would be a little bit different, and there is no exact definition of it. What we see as an e-fuel is very often it's really hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives produced with electricity, so to say. It's super important, obviously, that the electricity and also the input factors are sustainable, because otherwise all of this e-fuels development doesn't really make sense. But there's also other applications than aviation, for example. That could also be methanol for shipping, could also be ammonia, for example. That's why we would see it then really as first producing hydrogen from water, and then also the derivatives after that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much how we see it. I think what also makes this picture sometimes a bit more complicated than there are crossovers to biofuels. I mean, that separation is good to start with, but then we see actually they might benefit from each other as well. So I think anything that uses electricity to produce an alternative fuel, we internally would qualify as an e-fuel. But we're not sector specific in that sense that we say we only do e-fuels. If there's an overlap, even better.
So I guess, in summary, in a way, I know we've got the title electrochemical pathways, right? But that kind of suggests there has to be energy put into the system to actually generate the fuel. Whereas if we're talking about hydrocarbons, there's energy to extract them, getting out of the ground, getting to the surface, right? So it has to be energy competitive if we're looking at all of those things. Yeah. So with that, what are the sort of promising and emerging technologies you're seeing, Matthias, sort of coming through that, in the research areas here that you think are on the cusp of being adopted?
That's a very good question, and it really comes down to that e-fuels is actually a very broad topic somewhat. There's various different technologies. It mostly depends on the input factor on the one hand, so what do you put in to your process, and what's the output for the specific molecule that you want to have then in the end. So input can be only water, for example, if you want to go to hydrogen. Could also be water and CO2 as an input, and then you can go to methanol, you can go to jet fuel, you can go to other hydrocarbons, for example. Could also be ammonia, for example, which would also be like a product that you can get out of it. And then in each of these different steps, there's various actually technology developments currently going on. If you only look at hydrogen production, for example, the standard or the most common Technologies that you would know is, for example, PEM electrolysis or alkaline electrolysis, but there's also high temperature electrolysis coming up and getting more mature, and also other type of electrolysis like anion exchange membranes that are interesting. And if you go further, like in jet fuel branch where we are working in also, there's various different conversion technologies then. So you start with producing hydrogen, then you go to a syngas, and then you go to hydrocarbons, and then further to a jet fuel there. So there's various different technology steps and various different advances in technology development and innovation in each of these steps. For example, what's very important is catalytic developments, like really further advancing the catalyst for higher conversion and for higher efficiency, for example. There's also reactor developments, so redesign the reactor and the overall process to make it less capex intensive, to make it more efficient, for example. That's also something that's coming up. Many of these technologies still depend on thermochemistry because that's the workhorse of the chemical industry currently. So it's known, it's really scalable. The other thing, what's also interesting is like the electrochemical pathways that are coming up, especially for conversion of CO2 to CO, for example. There's electrochemical pathways. The problem with these is very often that the yields are still pretty low, that it's not really scalable yet, and it's questionable if it's going to be scalable and how it's going to be scalable in the future, but it's very interesting to look at it. And the other thing that's coming up currently is plasma reactors, for example, where you use ionized gases in a plasma reactor and then try to get from CO2 to any valuable product. Can also be just CO, but can also be hydrocarbons, but most of the time it's very short hydrocarbons. And just at the end, what's super important with all of these different technology developments, in the future, it's not to have the best technology, but it's to have really the technology that works and is able to scale and get down this cost curve as much and good as possible.
Yeah, we're going to come back on the cost question because I think it's fundamental for the success of many of the things that you've mentioned. But Frederick as well, I know you, at Odyssey, you spend a lot of time doing research and analysing what's coming forward before you place your investment bets. Same question to you about trends. Technologies that are coming forward.
Right. Yeah, no, I think I would echo what Matthias just said. I think there's sort of some technologies out there which I would call more revolutionary. So anything that's sort of in the plasma space, we have seen Plasma Leap, a company out of Australia that's basically a platform, but one of the early processes that they're looking at is green methanol, for example. So those are working on this. We've seen a company out of Helsinki looking at similar processes, trying to revolutionize chemistry in a way with sort of the side effect to get to green methanol and ammonia and so forth. Those are the ones that have the potential to be revolutionary, but we also feel like from an investment perspective, it's probably still fairly early and therefore high risk. What we see more though is also evolutionary steps. So someone like Spark and Matthias and his team is working on is improving basically this fundamental problem that solar and wind is intermittent and is not a stable process. So how do you run a chemical process that is inherently needs stable conditions to optimize it for a load that is intermittent and is not stable. So I think that part is very interesting because the cost decline that we have seen is predominantly in wind and solar, but unfortunately, as we all know, the input is not always stable. So if groups like Spark can solve for that, I think that's a big step in the right direction. And then just from a high level, it's basically all about the inputs, right? So you need cheap electricity, so solar and wind. Electrolyzers obviously is a big topic. So we had a chance to talk to Yolt this morning, a company out of Spain, and they try to optimize sort of that part as an input into the equation. But then also, of course, CO2 plays a big role, and we ourselves have invested in a company that is point source capturing CO2 out of the UK called Cool Planet Technology. So depending on the location, that becomes an option. And as I said, that crossover, I think that using biogenic CO2 will be interesting going forward. So last night I had a chance to talk to Nature Energy, which is basically running a process for biomethane and then has a chance to recycle some of the CO2 and run a separate process that could lead to other outputs like SAFs and so forth. So that's on the technology side. Just to close that point, I think a lot of these technologies are there. I think what's really helping and where sort of the innovation comes from is really the support from policies in those countries. So the IRA, the Green Deal in Europe. But then also what we see a lot with our background in project finance is how do you scale it then, right? Because it's all good if you can bring it to a sort of a certain amount, certain output, but really you want to get it at a stage where a bank can come in and probably do a 70 to 80% debt financing for these projects. So I think that a lot of the technologies that are at this stage are luckily getting to that point where they become bankable.
Okay. You touch again on something around these production costs. I mean, the hydrocarbon industry has been around for decades. It's efficient. The distribution of the hydrocarbons is well understood. It's easy, it's known. But if I can come to you, Ignacio, I mean, what route do you see for production costs actually coming down? So there doesn't necessarily have to be a cost parity, but at least at a cost where the proposition that your company's offering starts to become tenable, becomes viable, that there isn't going to be a huge cost impact to the end user, the end customer, when we're saying, hey, this flight's going to be on an e-fuel basis. What do you think can be done in the near term? What's got yet to happen to allow the e-fuels to sort of get to be competing effectively with the hydrocarbons?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the aerospace industry and also the automotive industry is very market-based, and therefore if you have a fuel which is really good but it's 3 times as expensive, people would just not buy it, and therefore it would not be viable. That's where, as I mentioned before, there's different technologies that can leverage different parts of the market. So SAF, for instance, is something that if it can become at cost parity or close parity with the kerosene-based systems, then airplanes will very easily just swap, because the logistics is there, is the same logistics. The aircraft don't need to change the turbines. It's something very simple to implement, and therefore you're already reducing the carbon footprint of the aviation industry by, I think there's studies of 30%. That's one thing. So cheap SAF at cost parity or similar, that's what Sparky Fuels is trying to do, is going to be something very important. Second one is in the future, aviation is trying to go to hydrogen for the long-haul flights and regional flights with cryogenic hydrogen and just compressed hydrogen, depending on systems. For that, you also need clean hydrogen, green hydrogen to be cheap, and also the logistics of it to be working, because if you are going to have an aircraft that flies on hydrogen, you need to have at the airport cryogenic hydrogen systems, you need to transport it to the airport, you need to move it into the airplane, and you need to have quick refueling times, because that's also what the companies need to do, because an aircraft that doesn't fly is an aircraft that doesn't bring money. So there needs to be a work on hydrogen, on reducing that cost of the logistics, but also on the green production of it. And finally, for batteries, batteries are good for the low end of the spectrum, the short flights, which could enable some regional flight routes existing. And for that, the automotive industry has helped us a lot, because its prices of batteries have just gone down very quickly. Now they're starting to go into lower end energy densities. We need higher up, so we just need to get those ones cheaper, and then we would be able to get some short flights on battery electric, then hydrogen coming off, and then SAF as a system for every flight that's going on now.
I just wanted to ask on that, because an airline said to me they're ordering planes today which will be delivered in 6-7 years' time and will be operational for 30 years, right? And those are going to be hydrocarbon based. Yes. So where's the airline's appetite for taking the risk to say, we think the infrastructure is going to be ready, it will be ready?
So that's one of the very good things about e-fuels, about SAF, is that they can buy the airplane now, and as you mentioned, the backlog of Airbus and Boeing is 6 to 7 years, and then an airplane can fly for 30 years and even be extended to 50 years. So yeah, definitely there's, and the turbo machines can last for a long time, and they cost also several millions. So definitely that there's something in there, but they also know that SAF only allows for 30% reduction in carbon footprint, and aerospace industry is always, there's more and more flights, more and more things. So at the end, it will become unsustainable unless we get carbon capture to also work, which is something which is pretty difficult. That's where hydrogen comes in, and for short, long haul, the idea from Airbus, for instance, is to work on longer flights with hydrogen fuel burn, and those are in the market for 2050, but airlines need to think about 2050 because when they're thinking about their strategy for the future, they need to think about infrastructure. They need to think about how can I operate from Heathrow with hydrogen. If they don't have hydrogen, it doesn't work. So things need to move now in order to have planes flying in 30 years with alternative fuels.
Okay. Similar question, similar vein for you, Matthias, in chemical synthesis. I mean, Fischer-Tropsch, who've been around, again, well understood, well known, but what other things have got to happen? What things should happen for products like yours to become a reality?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess what's important, what Ignacio also said, this sustainable aviation fuel market is a very, very nice example for really how to bring down costs and what's needed right now really to bring down costs and also to initiate a market somehow. So what you currently have with sustainable aviation fuels, especially for e-fuels, they are around about 4 to 5 times more expensive than fossil fuels. And obviously long term, nobody would like to pay that. But the good thing with e-fuels is that if you think about what you actually need to produce e-fuels, that's electricity in the end, and you have chemical facilities or chemical processes that are quite good scalable and where you can bring down cost and capex cost quite well. That means that in the end, where you would end up is around about 1.5 to 2 times fossil fuel price. And that's something where you then also are in a range where you're in par with fossil plus emission prices. That's exactly where you then would like to end. And the thing is just that right now at the beginning, obviously 4 to 5 times more expensive than fossil fuel. That's for an airline which has very small margins, that's very difficult to pay. That's why, especially in the aviation industry, mandates were called up by the European Union, for example, but also by other regulators to actually build a business case also for an airline then in the end to buy these more expensive fuels at the beginning. Because buying SAF, which is more expensive as a fuel, is still cheaper than if you would buy fossil fuel and have to pay for the penalties for using fossil fuels, which is really driven by the regulator. And in the European Union, for example, the EU decided to have mandates up to 70% of sustainable aviation fuels until 2050, and that's a lot, like 70% of all jet fuel must be sustainable and half of it must be e-fuels. So that's really driving this market development, but also now to bring down these costs long term, what's also important there is obviously, first of all, you need energy or inputs as cheap as possible, and that's really from renewables. That's also what we are working on, to make these renewables possible to be used. And to decrease your cost, then obviously you also need efficient technologies to have a high efficiency in the process, to not use or lose any of the electricity that you put in. And then the other thing that you definitely need is this capex cost regression. And therefore, standardization of your processes is very important. And what's also very important is really to repetitively build your facilities. That doesn't mean that you want small facilities or small containers, because there the economies of scale are very often unfavorable. But you also don't want to have to re-engineer your facility for each different location in a world-scale setup. But you want to repetitively deploy and deploy and deploy to really bring down this cost curve and then also decrease the capex cost.
Perfect. Okay. I'm just going to give a warning that if there's questions in the audience, I'll have them ready. We're going to do one more question, and I'll come back if people have got questions they'd like to ask the panel. Matthias, you just mentioned about using some kind of existing infrastructure would help bring down those costs, and I know it's something that Frederick you mentioned before. But what current infrastructure do you think can be repurposed, reused to help bring that cost curve down and accelerate the adoption?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, because I think that's one of the learnings from the hype that we've seen in hydrogen a couple of years back. That the idea was always, okay, we need to. The vehicles need to be there, the fuel cells needs to be there, but then the hydrogen wasn't there, and in a lot of cases still is not there. So I think for e-fuels specifically, the big differentiation is between drop-in fuels for airlines, for aerospace industries. So I think there the advantage is that you can basically reuse the existing infrastructure. I know that Spark, for example, is working or has worked with Rolls-Royce in the past, and to certify the output that certifies a SAF for their engines. And I think that's something that's well understood in a highly regulated airline industry, where the SAF needs to basically meet the same specifications and requirements and safety standards that we have seen for the last 50 plus years. And I think matching those safety requirements and standards is fairly straightforward. I think for maritime applications, the situation is a bit different. So for methanol and ammonia, you first of all need new engines. So you need to replace your fleet. And in preparation for this panel, I had the chance to talk to our advisor, who is a former executive from Maersk, so to get just a sense of where the maritime industry is going and where the shipping industry is going. And the trend seems to be very clear that green methanol seems to be the winner, with up to like 50% of the ships running on green methanol by 2030. At least that's the target. But then again, in order to avoid like a situation where similar to hydrogen, where there's then the chance that there is no supply, they're basically hedging this by buying dual-use engines. So they can always still rely on the traditional bunker fuel. So I think that's one difference. And then the other part is that the maritime and shipping industry is just, in terms of fuel, is just way more centralized. So there are just a few ports globally which take up the majority of the volume for refueling, especially Singapore. For us sitting in Hong Kong, we see that very closely, that refueling for these big cargo ships typically takes place in Singapore. And then some of these ships actually make all the way to Europe, probably fill up a little bit, but definitely not complete, and then turn around and then being filled up in Singapore again. So in order to produce fuel and in order to save CO2 and basically makes this feasible, you actually obviously have to be where the demand is. And I think, again, for SAF and for that industry, I think that's a bit more straightforward because there are just a lot of airports globally. But fueling station for maritime, again, would depend largely on those centers. And they're not always favorable for producing green methanol just because you either don't have cheap electricity or water or CO2 for that matter. So I think, again, it will depend on the industry a lot, how much of the existing infrastructure you can use, and then also location and geography.
Okay. And for aviation, I mean, that must be a big challenge as well, because you don't have the energy density with hydrogen as you do with kerosene, as you kind of mentioned, right? So what infrastructure do you think that is already in play could be repurposed, reused?
So hydrogen, I know that the natural gas elements can already be used for hydrogen, so that's one of the infrastructure that could be used, but definitely it doesn't really go to airports, so that's one thing that needs to be brought on. Energy density of hydrogen is actually pretty good. The problem is volume density. You need to basically make the aircraft half hydrogen and then half people. That's one of the things that's happening with it, even if you go for cryocooling. But yeah, definitely we need to improve on the tanks, we need to improve on the energy density of the systems. Same thing as for batteries, because even hydrogen systems will need batteries, and batteries are also heavy. So yeah, there's definitely some work to be done in there. So technology needs to improve that energy density at the same time as it improves cost. Since both things are important. In an aircraft, if you have more weight, it means you need to burn more fuel, and therefore you actually need more energy, which means you have more cost. And you may actually not even be able to fly if you actually go into that vicious circle too far. So yeah, definitely hydrogen is there. There's compressed, there's liquid, depending on the use case you want to do. Both are viable options, and I've seen projects that actually have them as being able to do long-haul flights. So it is definitely viable. It's just technology still needs to improve to get those technologies ready.
Okay.
And the logistics, of course, to be ready.
Perfect. So I did give you a warning. Are there any questions anybody in the room would want to ask the panel at this stage? Looks like that's a no. So we'll move on to the last question for the panel then. One of the critical things that people have said about the transition away from hydrocarbons is, if you take lithium-ion batteries, for example, there's an inherent amount of embedded carbon in the lithium-ion battery. You have to extract the minerals, cobalt, manganese are in critical supply. And people often say that in the end they're going to be more polluting than a hydrocarbon. Right? I think the room, and we're all converts here, but what do you think, and what is the most compelling argument that says those naysayers are wrong? I'll come to Matthias, you first.
Absolutely. I guess it's super important really to not only take CO2 emissions into account, but really look at the full picture, like also the other environmental impact that this development and also the deployment of these facilities, for example, or different type of technologies, or really having also on biodiversity, for example, really depends on where the mining, for example, takes place. But what's also very important to say is that most of the technologies, like for example in our case in e-fuels production, if you really look at this full life cycle assessment from really building your wind and solar farms at the beginning, then having this full deployment of your conversion technologies, then also using the fuel in the existing infrastructure, then actually your life cycle assessment is quite positive for still using these fuels overall. What we, for example, use as raw materials or raw earths, for example, is cobalt in catalysts, for example, and there definitely the extraction technologies right now are not optimal, but it doesn't mean that the technology is not favorable. It really means that in this extraction and also in this overall process that must be improved, but it doesn't mean that the technology itself is negative. So I guess you really have to distinguish between the technology itself and also how you get the different input factors and also the environment for it.
Also, one thing I may say is that batteries in particular, they're very different from hydrocarbons in the fact that hydrocarbon, you burn it, and that's it. It's in the air. You cannot take it back. Batteries, there are several works on circular economy that are working in there. There's companies, for instance, in aviation, as soon as a battery is below 90%, we just don't want it anymore because of the problem of weight versus energy. But that means that it doesn't mean that the battery then goes to the trash. It means that if we build a really good circular economy, we'll be able to take that battery, put it into energy storage for ground operations where the weight is not an issue. And then once that's done, there's a lot of companies out here, I even know some are out here in this summit, they're working on recycling batteries. Red Bull Materials has shown that you can recycle 95% of a battery cell. And that's something that people don't think when they think about the cost of the batteries. Batteries, you think that you just throw it to the landslide, and that's not what we should do. We should recycle them. Also, batteries are changing the materials they have. 5 years ago, cobalt was a big issue in batteries. Now, almost no battery has cobalt or has traces of it. So the materials will also change, the technology will change, and that's something that we can cope with because batteries will continue to evolve and recycling will continue to evolve. So the cost of it in the full lifetime of it will be much, much lower than whatever happens with hydrocarbons.
Got it. Yeah, no, I think I would agree to what Ignacio and Matthias just said. I mean, the question is, it's always a question of alternatives, right? So of course we can hope and pray that fusion probably is ready tomorrow and solve a lot of our problems, probably not all of them, but a lot. And I think the same is true for hydrocarbons, batteries, and the technologies that we just discussed. I mean, none of these are perfect, for sure, right? I mean, it's not that any of them will solve these problems in terms of emissions, in terms of resources, in terms of land use, in terms of water consumption, for example. It's also a big topic for a lot of these technologies. But then my other way of looking at this is that I think the world is not going to stop flying or is not going to stop shipping, right? Tomorrow we are traveling constantly. We came all the way here from Hong Kong. There are probably hundreds of millions of people out there that still haven't been on a plane for the first time in their life, and they want to fly, right? If you look at the order books of Airbus and Boeing, they're full, right? Like there's going to be more and more consumption of oil. The fossil fuel and kerosene alone is going to triple, or is projected to triple between now and 2030. So again, what I would say is, yes, in an ideal world, we could sort of stop using fossil fuels tomorrow and replace it with something that is perfect in terms of it's emission-free, there's no waste, it's not resource intensive, but I think the best option we have today is working on these technologies that at least reduce CO2 emissions, probably then capture them and turn them carbon negative until we hopefully then one day get fusion or some other breakthrough technology.
Great. Thank you. Just reflecting what everybody's just said over the questions in a way, that because the world said we need to stop generating CO2 and greenhouse gases, that the kind of problem's been set, right? And that needs the dislocation, the disruption then occurs because founders and entrepreneurs have got a very clear problem set that they can go after. the buy part of that economy now is starting to come forward, of people saying, if you can, at this price point, we would buy. Right? And so it's starting to take form, and I think the bit which is hopefully getting clearer is that there's a lot of existing infrastructure that can be repurposed, can be reused to help bring that cost curve down. So there's hope yet that we could get there quicker than we think. Yep. Perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, panelists and Mr. Moderator, for such a thought-provoking panel. Now is lunchtime, so always a fantastic thing in the Basque Country. If you've never been here before, I'm sure you'll be happy. The Basque gastronomy is amazing. Please remember to be back by 2 o'clock, it's very important. But use this opportunity to interact with the people that are here. Meetings, connections, anything you want to ask everybody. It's the perfect moment. Please remember to come back at 2 o'clock. We've got some more fantastic panelists and keynote speakers. And thank you very much for being here this morning. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow.
Stop! What? What? Boom! Stop!
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up. My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Inven, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Inven is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. CoreNX IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where CoreNX IoT Broadband comes in. CoreNX provides unique solutions that will change the world. CoreNX revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. CoreNX IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit coronex.com for more.
It is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up.
My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At InVen, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Inven is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. CoreNX IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where CoreNX IoT Broadband comes in. CoreNX provides unique solutions that will change the world. CoreNX revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. CoreNX IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit CoreNX.com for more.
is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, That's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up.
My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Invent, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They're driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Invent is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. CoreNX IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts, and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Corinex IoT Broadband comes in. Corinex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Corinex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Corinex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit Corinex.com for more.
It is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up.
My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At InVen, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
InVen is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. CoreNX IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where CoreNX IoT Broadband comes in. CoreNX provides unique solutions that will change the world. CoreNX revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. CoreNX IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit CoreNX.com for more.
is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, That's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up.
My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Invent, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Invent is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. CoreNX IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65%, and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts, and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Coronex IoT Broadband comes in. Coronex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Coronex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Coronex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit coronex.com for more.
Yeah? Can you hear me? Yeah, you can. Good afternoon. How was your lunch? Good, I hope. If you're still having lunch, stop. Come in and listen to these incredible people. I hope you're ready with some more very insightful content from some more experts from around the world. We're starting off the second part of our day by discussing from mines to batteries, alternative material sourcing in the upstream. So please applaud our wonderful panelists for this section. Ines Comsi, General Partner of Matterway Ventures, Moshe Elbiton, CEO and co-founder of Adionics, Eloisa de Castro, CEO of Enerpoly, Marc Boucher, Investment Associate at TDK Ventures, and moderated by fantastic Robina von Stein, an investor at Contrarian Ventures. Welcome to our stage. A round of applause, please, for the wonderful panelists.
Man, woman. Great to have you all here, and amazing to discuss with you guys also a very important topic today. As we talk about energy transition, it's always a material transition, and actually we at Contrarian Ventures spent quite a lot of time to think about, what does it mean? Because we talk about also a lot a geopolitical challenge here, right? Like scarcity of minerals, access to minerals, who are basically almost 90% or more controlled by China, and China has built up this dominance in the whole supply chain, from mining to the extraction, but also the refinery part. And now, obviously, Europe and the US tries to build up a more domestic supply chain. So very exciting to discuss with you, 4 experts in the field, also a little bit the different technologies and solutions we have to diversify this challenge we have in the market to basically build up our scalable solution and sustainable solution for batteries. So very happy to have you all 4 here. So I give you also a quick intro about you, and then we dive into the topic. And in the end, I will also have a little bit time left for the audience to ask some questions because I think it's a big chance to discuss also with everybody. So we have Marc from TDK Ventures, and you recently moved from US to London, and maybe you give quick intro about yourself, just one sentence, and then we can have a short intro about all the panelists.
Perfect. I'll keep it short. Thanks, Rubina. My name is Mark. I'm with TDK Ventures. We're a deep tech corporate venture capital fund. I used to be based in San Francisco. Now I'm in London. We have two main pillars for investment with our latest funds, two funds, each $150 million. Generally, we focus on energy transition technologies, mostly hardware, hard tech, and then we also look at industrial and digital transformation technologies as well. We are excited to have multiple investments in the world of the battery materials supply chain, which I'm sure I'll draw on for this conversation. And yeah, really glad to be here. Thank you, Rubina.
Moshe, do you want to go next? Like one of our innovators building a component, a new technology design. So maybe you can tell a bit about yourself.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation. So I'm Moshe, the CEO and co-founder at Adionics. Adionics developing the next generation of current collector for batteries, both copper and aluminum. We're replacing the traditional metal foil to make batteries actually more dense and low cost. Already working with most of the, I would say, world-leading companies in the supply chain. And yeah, excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ines, investor at Matawaves and also board of Umicore for more than 12 years, I think. So great to have you.
So I'm Ines from Matawave Ventures. I'm one of the partners there. I joined Matawave only 2 years ago. Before that, I had a career on C-level in different process and energy companies. So my last role was in a stainless steel producer. Before that, I was also in the energy space. So I was the CTO of a utility company. And we were already starting to invest in batteries at the time. That's 10 years ago. But I also have had and still have a number of external board mandates. And the one that's most relevant for today is Umicore, where I'm not there anymore, on the board for 12 years. So I'm going to share a bit more experience, I think, later on that.
And now to you, Eloisa.
Yes. I'm Eloisa. I am the CEO of Enerpoly, and Enerpoly is a Swedish battery innovator. We are based in Stockholm, and we innovate in zinc-ion batteries. Zinc-ion batteries are particularly interesting for Europe because Europe has a tremendous amount of zinc mining. And the batteries that we work on are for stationary energy storage, medium to long duration. It's more sustainable, more safe, and can compete on cost with LFP from China.
Great to have you all here. And quick intro on myself. I'm Rubina. I'm an investor at Contrarian Venture, early stage investor fund. I'm mostly covering German market and had a discussion with my colleague yesterday about German founders, German investors who are not so funny, apparently. So I was really thinking this night to start this panel with a joke, but I obviously couldn't find one, so I hope you guys help me on that. So, yeah, but let's start a little bit, and I want to start with you, Ines, talk a little bit about the alternatives, the answers to this, how to build up and diversify a more sustainable and scalable and also cost competitive in the long run battery supply chain from the upstream side. Like as a response, we do have innovation in recycling, and we talked about this for a while. We have innovation in new technologies, something what you're building on, and obviously like alternative extraction technologies or areas to explore, right? Like deep mining, deep sea mining, and so on. So I would like to understand a little bit also from your learnings at Umicore, 12 years, decade of understanding where the market and also the geopolitical stress and also the price fluctuation of these commodities were probably a little bit different than now, how the industry has adapted and changed and look at these different answers, and what are the strategies behind it?
Yeah, I don't know whether everyone knows Umicore. Umicore is a Belgian company that used to be actually the mining activities of Belgium in the Congo, in Africa. That was divested 25 years ago, and the company focused only on precious metals and the different industrial usages for it. And when I joined 13 years ago, the whole rechargeable battery material space was totally nascent. They started to have contracts with Apple for the first versions of the iPhone, and then later iPad, which was already much more battery material that was needed, etc. But at that time, it was a complete Asian supply chain. So, and Asian in this context was Japanese and Korean. It was only later that the Chinese came into the game. Also, when they started to build up their EV supply chain, their EV industry, and then they very quickly became industrially so strong that they were able to bring down cost in a way that the Japanese and the Koreans weren't able to do. And this is how they basically took over that Asian supply chain to a large extent. And at that time, Umico was buying those materials from Asia and was quite happy with it. Yeah, so it wasn't the time of thinking about like geopolitical topics, etc. It was the cheapest way of doing it. It was the time of globalization at the end of the day, and this has changed only really when the first European and later American OEMs came into the game of EVs and started to say, well, we wouldn't mind having some kind of battery supply chain here in Europe. And then with more geopolitical tensions came the realization, well, we need to invest now. Yeah? And that whole industry, and I think that's something that we as a VC need to remind ourselves of, is absolutely nascent in Europe and in the US, while it's pretty established standard in Asia. Yeah, so we are looking at old technologies in a way, but a new place where we are trying to establish that. And that's going to be a tough one. It's not easy. Yeah, and we're going to need all the help that we can from novel technologies, not so much from a venture capital standpoint, not so much in like investing in a complete supply chain, but saying, okay, how can I make this supply chain cheaper? How can I make the production cheaper? Because it's gonna be a big scale, low margin business. Yeah, so that's not something that usually VCs like to invest in. And therefore, I think you really, from a VC perspective, need to choose the areas where you can help the big guys that will be able to bring up the scale to become more efficient, to become cheaper. And so this is my view on that supply chain. It's not an easy case for VC. And this is when I look at companies, this is the angle that I look from.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. Mark, maybe on your learning there, because what Ines said, I think we have the challenge in Europe especially. We don't really, we don't have the infrastructure there, but you and TDK has invested in actually ones like Ascot Element, a big recycling pioneer who's now moving to Europe. Also, you have invested in several extraction technologies, and obviously, like I think also one sodium state battery technology. Yep. So you have invested in, let's say, these three different answers. All US-based companies, I think?
No.
Oh, no, two? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about it, like from your venture, like what Ines said, I think, are good points, important points.
Definitely happy to, and I think reflects all of Ines's comments around competing on economics is incredibly difficult in the materials space fundamentally. I mean, when we're talking about commodities, there's sometimes only so much you can do. I think when I look at TDK Ventures' investment strategy, we could say, or approach to innovations in the battery space and battery materials space generally, we do force ourselves to look for companies that have a very deep unit economic advantage thanks to the novel technology, novel process innovation that they're bringing to market. I think that is borne out in our investments in this space. On the recycling side, you mentioned Ascend Elements. their direct-to-cathode recycling process takes out the steps of going back to metal salts and then resynthesizing a PCAM, a cathode precursor, or even synthesizing the cathode material itself. So you get pretty immense economic improvements from just precipitating out the material that you want, that is a high-value specialty chemical. That's one good example where, of course, there's competition in the battery recycling space, but they were very strategic in understanding where their supply would come from. They were very confident in developing an IP portfolio and protecting their innovation and showing it at a meaningful enough scale to then convince customers to start signing offtake contracts. And once you have that entire end-to-end ecosystem, Ascend can now develop projects. They can go for DOE funding. They can really scale up the business, and they have defensibility ultimately in the long term, even if there are competitors, even if it is a commodity or more and more commoditized material space, because they have very strong fundamental unit economics from their technology. So I think that's one good example, and that would be replicated across how we looked at sodium ion with Peak, how we looked at existing lithium ion battery manufacturing with AM batteries, which is a dry electrode coating process. I would say actually with Moshil and Adionics, there's similar benefits where when you start rethinking those core innovations that have huge unit economic impacts to the way a battery is manufactured today, you can get away with a venture investment, but that's not every startup. So we do need to be honest with ourselves that it has to go through a pretty tight filter on, as investors, are we spending time on the techno-economic model? Are we spending time on actually understanding the consumer demand and willingness to pay, and customer demand? And that's how we try and replicate it within our fund. So I could point to Peak. I could say that the insight there is that if you go to a sodium material supply chain, maybe initially the batteries are not that competitive from a cost perspective with LFP, but certainly in the long run, we have to believe that a more localized supply chain for sodium cathode material to North America is going to be competitive with a China-owned lithium supply chain. So those are the kinds of questions we're asking ourselves. And then to a point that Ines made earlier, we want to work with really strong operators as well, because the technology is just one part of it. We know that Peak has the operational skill of bringing up gigascale battery manufacturing in multiple geographies, and that's what the team is good at. It's almost not a technology question. It comes time to building the gigafactory. They're the ones who have done it and can do it again. So that's where some of our confidence comes from as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it starts always fishing out or finding the technology which has unit economic advantage, but then it converts to operation, and are you able to scale and build up? So Eloisa, I think maybe to you now, I think you try to build really a full stack battery manufacturer in Europe with a new technology or different technology. So how do you, also to what Mark just said, I think you built in the short, medium term, medium term battery storage space, right? Like yes. You're competing with lithium ion battery, which are the costs of these materials just said went down so extremely that it's like the mainstream technology to use now in the market. So how do you think about winning in the market and what you need, especially in Europe, to build up a manufacturer there? How do you
there are a lot of things that go into winning in a market, and maybe we can ask me again after we've won.
Yes, I will do this. No worries.
How I think about it is that there are really two parts. One is know your customer, and two is know yourself. In the first part, and know your customer, you have to understand throughout this entire scaling journey, who are the customers that are willing to take a look and knowledgeable enough to take a look at a new technology now, and can be ready to adopt it when it's at small scale. And there are already customers for battery technologies that are looking specifically at non-lithium, right? And their priorities are, sustainability, safety. And when you're looking at the very large-scale customers, and I'm talking about utilities, right? And that's a large majority of the market. Right now, the battery energy storage that's deployed is about 80% utilities. And utilities need to look at this at scale. And so at scale, that's when the cost matters a lot more. So you need to have something that, for the customers, is competitive enough when it is small scale, and then is able to reach that unit economics at the large scale as well. And so our approach to that part of the equation is really focusing first on the materials, because materials for batteries are 60 to 80%.
Yeah, that's true.
For our bill of materials, we're able to reduce that by about 50%, just by using very abundant materials, and we have a lot of zinc in Europe. And then on top of that, as Ines mentioned, and also strengthened by Mark, the operational excellence absolutely has to be there. Now, we do have a new type of battery manufacturing. So what is really needed is having that right balance of achieving the excellence in operations to have high yield and a high throughput, and being able to do that in the small scale, as well as being able to plan for the industrialization of this at large scale, is incredibly important.
And how do you see Europe? I mean, you're American, right? Like you grew up.
Yes, I am.
So, I mean, you mentioned let's say, geo advantage by having a lot of zinc in Europe, which probably is one reason why you choose Europe also to build a company. But how did you decide to where to found a company, and why Europe versus US, who has probably some form of, if you talk about capital at least, or also part of infrastructure advantage?
There is a significant infrastructure advantage. To be honest, we started the company in Sweden because the technical co-founders did the research in Sweden. So the technology was born in Stockholm University. It's based on the PhD research of our CTO and co-founder. And when it comes to making the decision to grow this company in Europe, there is the significant advantage that the technology that we're working with, it's a rechargeable zinc ion technology, and it's made with the same materials as what has already been used in the non-rechargeable zinc AA battery, non-rechargeable industry. And so we have this. Not only do we have a lot of zinc available in Europe, but it's already an established supply chain. Mm-hmm. So this is something that we're able to build off of. Mm-hmm. And because these types of batteries have been around for more than 50 years, we also have an existing recycling infrastructure to build off of. I mean, I know we're talking about the upstream, but if you're thinking about cost and the way that customers think about cost, then the ability to have inexpensive ways of being able to either dispose or recycle their batteries is really important, because that goes into the entire levelized cost of storage equation, or the eventual project cost equation. And then being able to also have a jump start on circularity is a big advantage for these upcoming regulations in the batteries.
Yeah, this is a good point. And I think there in Europe we have actually a stronger regulatory force or framework, which now actually makes also as an element a lot of recycling companies moving to Europe. So I think I agree on that point, that probably Europe will be a hub also for a lot in the recycling space, but also in circular material innovations in this space. Maybe I'm now to Moshil, because it's always difficult to manage that everybody can speak. I love actually what you're doing. Like maybe you can tell it a little bit more about your company, and what is really fascinating is that you're chemistry agnostic, which, as we a little bit discussed so far, we have a very fragmented market now on a lot of different chemistries. So really, maybe you can share a little bit how you enable the battery chemistries to be more efficient.
Thank you. Yeah, it's totally agree. There is no any, I would say, a crystal ball that we can say which chemistry is going to win this race.
Exactly.
and a lot of competition and fragmented market. And we really want to bet on the battery race, but not on specific cores. So we are building a platform that can serve any type of chemistry, any type of process. Mark mentioned like new type of process, dry process, wet process. We don't know even which format is going to win. We see how different battery makers, automotive OEMs betting on different formats, cylindrical, prismatic, pouch, and it's still, I would say, a big question. So when we started the company, we really wanted to make sure that we will serve the whole battery market. And we realized there is a component that was overlooked, the current collector. Current collector, it's a 2D metal foil, similar to the foil that we have in our kitchen. And the structure of this foil hasn't changed since the invention of the lithium-ion battery. Believe it or not, before the lithium-ion batteries, in, for instance, nickel metal hydride, companies use nickel foams to use current collector. But when lithium-ion batteries became commodity, the most important part is the cost, and nothing was able to compete with the conventional foil. Mm-hmm. It's good enough. It's make the job. There is no any need to replace it with any alternative off the shelf that will be much more expensive. And the reason that we are very attractive is the fact that we can actually produce smart 3D metal structure at lower cost than producing foils today. And that's what makes us, I would say, quite attractive. And if we are going to have a closer look on copper, and we are in, I would say, mines to batteries session. So copper in the electrification era is becoming like the new gold. In electric vehicles, we have 3 times more copper than conventional vehicles. And at the end, batteries are everywhere, and we just need to believe that there are going to be more electrification, if it's robot, data centers, AI, etc. So batteries are needed for energy storage, and it doesn't matter I would say, performance, but we need batteries. And we need more copper. So you can look at Adionics as I would say, copper mine, but in a reverse way. So we are actually taking a scrap of copper, dissolving it, and produce the 3D structures from this recycled copper. So circular economy. And you'll be surprised, but for instance, in the US, there are mountains of copper that actually shipped outside the US to do the refining and the processing, and then getting back the final product. And it's not make sense from a circular economy, I would say, zero footprint approach that everyone wants to take. So we see that as an opportunity, advantage. And as the result, we can reduce the amount of copper and aluminum in the battery up to 60%, which is huge. And it translates to cost reduction. But even if cost reduction is not, I would say, enough, you need to have also performance benefit. And when you have the full package of performance benefit, cost reduction, and supporting the supply chain, this is becoming very attractive, and this is allow us to work with different type of clients around the globe, world-leading automotive companies, battery cell companies in Japan, in Europe, in the US. And you need, in this market, to make sure that there is a pull and push. This is super important, to have it from the end user, the buyer, and the cell maker. And when you create this coalition, it will allow you to scale up, because there is a chicken and egg. I will show you the product. I brought it with me, a product. So thanks for encouraging me to bring the product.
Was Ines' idea, actually.
Yeah.
So I like physical stuff.
Yeah.
I think
so. You can see a little bit more, getting a better understanding what we are talking about, actually.
Yeah. So you can see it's full porous. You can see me through that. I don't know if the camera can do that. And the idea is to create, like, I would say, structures that will load more active material. We can put more dense battery and the same volume. So reducing, I would say, there are lots of real estate that is not utilized. All the, I would say, notion of nanotechnology, a lot of space at the bottom. And this is what we're doing, and the advantage of making that in a low-cost process. So, yeah, that's, I think, the main impact of our technology.
And Moshil, you work very closely, obviously, with the automotive companies and cell manufacturers. And what are the main what is in their radar? What is in their head? What are the main things they're stressed out, and how do they want to kind of optimize on it? Do you see a lot on, okay, they build new technologies, new chemistries, and then use your let's say platform approach to optimize on that, or securing? I mean, we see automotive companies trying to own the upstream part going into mines, right, or the recycling part downstream. So we see like they try to also own big portion of the infrastructure, and plus also investing in new technology. So, I mean, you have also worked over several years now with the automotive companies or cell manufacturers. What were your learnings there, and where do they spend most of the time and money on?
Yeah, so definitely there is urgency from the battery and mainly from the automotive side to adapt and to be innovative in this market. It's not a secret, but most of the batteries are coming from China, and they are controlling the market. And especially with the decoupling that we see from China and the US, there is the urgency of also building onshore stable supply chain in the US. And you won't be able to compete with China by just copy-paste. You need to bring innovation. So those companies looking to have any competitive advantage to be able to compete. But at the end of the day, they are also very conservative. So cycles are very long. There are lots of, I would say, qualifications working with those companies. So I think the sweet spot is to be able to bring technology that will make a big impact, but the change will be small. And that's, I would say, the art, how to keep the balance between not to make a big change, to make sure that you have a drop-in solution. So for instance, our process or our product integrating into existing production line without any change of the tools. So we can use existing infrastructure, brownfield, but also be suitable for greenfield technology. So to be able to be flexible and dynamic. The automotive market wants to bet on technologies that will give them the ability to be dynamic and flexible, because they also don't know which technology is going to win. So if you have a technology that will help them to reduce costs, because they are worried, they are losing money on electric vehicles, apart maybe Tesla, BYD, that not losing as all the others. So they want to have technologies that will reduce costs, but at the same time, they don't want to bet on technology that is not going to be in the finish line.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think if I can maybe build off of, I think something you mentioned earlier, which is you are building a platform technology. I think this gets to something that I'm trying to build out from the early stage investment perspective, where how much should we be considering NMC and LFP for EV applications as a foregone conclusion? Is this really a space to still be investing from the early stage VC perspective, where we want to be finding the platforms of the future, the materials of the future? And I think that it extends even to, if we push the question, NMC, LFP fundamentally developed for EVs somewhat. The EV game might also be won by China. We see BYD coming into Europe. We see them starting to expand into the US. We know their prices are cheaper than Tesla. There's going to be a huge fight coming on. For me, this begs the question of where do we go looking for that end application that's going to pull the rest of the periodic table into the battery world for their demand and their use case, right? So I think about Europe. I think of commercial and industrial facilities that face huge energy price hedging questions. Should they be looking for a chemistry that's more like zinc ion, that can be something that they put behind their meter that enables them to balance their energy demands? Should we be looking in the should we be looking in the US, where there's at least 300 gigawatt hours of utility scale renewable firming storage demand today? That's what we're looking at with peak energy. This goes into the notion of the fit for purpose battery chemistry, right? Why would we force fit LFP and NMC into use cases where we have an entirely new opportunity to build demand, to build an entire supply chain for a chemistry, for materials platforms, for manufacturing capacity that is for domestic demand, built domestically with innovations that allow us to compete with that cost model to China, where maybe we just say China's won EVs and batteries and they won LFP and NMC. Like, my early stage mindset is like, I want to go find the next zinc battery. I want to go find the next chemistry platform, material platform, right? obviously considering economics, but those. Let's focus on the new demand sources to pull in the rest of the alternative material supply chain. I think it has to be that way.
Well, if we need, if we need 300 gigawatt hours for capacity firming, did you know that with the zinc mines in Europe, we can, if we really wanted to, build 370 gigawatt hours
That's what
of
I'm saying.
batteries made of zinc?
Those are maybe the matches that we should be looking at when we talk about where is the alternative material sourcing supply chain and where does it apply, right? Because if it's just to make EV batteries, I'm not sure,
And what are the enablers? I mean, what do we need actually to, I mean, I think it's a good question you posed, like fit for purpose, but I think it's we talking about, but we need political pushes, I think. We need the industry to be ready and the infrastructure, what you said before, right? Also, you mentioned this, or you also like integrating into existing infrastructure. So I think, yes, I agree, we need the demand push, but I think what else do we need there? Open question to you, Ines.
Bankability.
Bankability.
Yeah, I think
exactly.
That's a main reason why a lot of the battery applications today are not fit for purpose. You're using chemistries that are not the best for this particular application. This is because right now, banks or financing institutions have become very comfortable with NMC batteries and LFP. But that's it. So once someone wants to invest in that space, like private equity, growth investors, etc., they need the bankability. And as long as you don't have that, there will be no mass deployment.
And I would almost put this question back on Eloisa, is how are you thinking of getting to proving bankability, that someone who wants to underwrite your technology for a 20-year asset lifetime, like that they can get that sort of confidence? Like, how are you thinking of that? Because we ask founders a lot. Like we're trying to understand.
It's a really good question because, I mean, if you're thinking about bankability, especially for a company like, a battery manufacturer, right? You need to have bankability for the operations of the company, right? So that the company can even make batteries that that are at a realistically much lower TRL level than all of these other mature technologies. And then you also have to think about the bankability of the infrastructure that you're building, right? I mean, there has been a lot more talk about first of a kind financing. There are more options for getting grant funding. It's something that Enerpoly has been able to do. We have been able to secure grants from the European Commission through the EIC Accelerator. We've been able to secure grants through the Swedish Energy Agency. And this is going a long way toward being able to reach a 100 megawatt hour per year capacity of manufacturing. But there is still that other side that needs to be bankable. So what the way that we think about our customers is that there are customers that are really knowledgeable about, what does it really take to succeed with batteries. It's an absolute pleasure to talk with them because they know how to assess technology. And so at the early stage, you have to work with the innovators, right? They have to be innovators. They have to know how to assess battery technology. They have to know that there are other battery technologies and other applications that maybe lithium ion is not ideal for, even though 90% of what's been deployed in a battery energy storage recently has been lithium ion. And you have to work with them with the knowledge that to be able to build a factory, right now we're building a mega factory, but we need to build a gigafactory in the future, right? And the whole process to do that is at least 5 years. So you need to work with the people that know what they want in 5 to 10 years. It's incredibly difficult, but they do exist.
And hopefully they won't change. They will not leave their job within these 5 years.
Won't get turnover.
Or teach their successors.
Yeah, it makes me think of Moshiel, something that we think about a lot on this question of, are we the right CVC innovator investor for a new battery technology? And are we also around the table with other investors who have that capacity? It's the notion of sometimes even like the investor customer or the investor like development partner, right? That model seems to work, once in a while. And I see it in the mining space and the material supply chain, a lot of the mining companies being that investor, but also initial demand source for that startup solution, or at least willing to trial it at the pilot scale to start helping that company get towards those bankability metrics.
No, I agree, actually. And I think like CVCs actually play a super important role, more important than maybe 10 years ago in the climate tech transition, in the climate tech investment, as we more as a financial investor probably are not the right fit for a pure, like unique, novel chemistry in battery, just from the skill set, but also the risk we would take, as we couldn't really underwrite probably the client demand you just described, right? Like especially in the pre-seed seed stage. So I think like this is a very important capital stack we need there in the industry. Additionally to what you, I think, also managed to secure a lot of government funding. I think you were able to close some grants, right? Like maybe you can talk a little bit about your capital stack, also what you have built and how you think of building this now, also raising your Series A, and what is the locks, critical unlocks you need in order to close your Series A?
It's a very big question.
Yeah, we are here to discuss big questions.
No, but it's the founder's journey is something that I think within the battery space is continuing to evolve. But one thing that is going to remain true is that you have to continuously monitor what the opportunities are around you, and think in advance of what does this mean for the way that we manage our scale now and later. Mm-hmm. And the difficulty is making sure that the technology, the manufacturing, the team, the commercial side, the commercial development, that all of these things align so that they can move and accomplish your strategy together. And we've had to actually pivot a few times. So when we first started the company, we were thinking that with this promising technology that we had proven at laboratory scale and had several industrial partners that we worked on with, we thought that maybe we can innovate on this technology, manufacture with a similar method as a lithium-ion battery manufacturing, and then license this technology to battery manufacturers that are, that want to adopt a similar equipment, a similar process. And, very early on, after having conversations with several customers, not just customers, but also different stakeholders in the industry, mainly the battery system integrators that would then, want to source battery cells from, who our direct customers would be. We realized that the level of collaboration that is needed with them when they're evaluating and potentially putting, a new battery technology as a component in their products, like that kind of support really needed to come from the battery technology innovator, and it needed to be pretty thorough support. Right? You have to have joint projects together to be able to commercialize the technology. And it became very clear that the licensing method was not really something that we could do with such a new technology. Maybe if we're making a very incremental change to lithium ion, then it's something that you could do. But for a very novel zinc ion battery technology, it really wasn't the case. And so, because the business model changed, then the way that we had to approach all of the different, parts of the business also had to change. One thing did remain the same, though, and that was that excellence in procurement and being able to use materials that were not only cost effective, but that we could see in the future is something that we would be able to scale up with. That was something that always remained the same. And so with the previous business model and the current business model, we have always been working with suppliers and planning for the future and scale up, making sure that this is something that we can achieve in the supply chain.
Oh, that's super interesting. I saw that we only have 3.5 minutes left, and I wanted to open a little bit for the audience. And there's a question, right? So maybe you have one. So.
The lithium market with the nickel technology, because you already have all the bases covered with the grants. All you need is the economic development conversation. Can the country of Sweden benefit from a competitive resource for new battery technology against lithium? And they'll be very excited. The state of Texas has made a decision, even though they don't do green hydrogen, they made a decision to be green hydrogen. So now you have them popping up everywhere. So the money and the infrastructure is there because they made a decision. So this is a conversation with economic development as well as the economic development as well as the government. And ask that question, because everybody wants to be competitive. You have to speak the language that they want to hear. You're in the weeds with the technology, but there's a simple conversation you need to have with economic development because they want to bring revenue to their country.
Yeah. Well, I think economic development will want to bring revenue and also great jobs. So it's always something to consider, right?
There was one more question here.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello. First of all, thank you very much. Super insightful discussion and information. My name is Jens Raffelsieper. I'm Senior Director for Clean Energy Associates. We're a technical advisory company doing a lot of ESG traceability work for many years already regarding based on UFLPA, clean energies, polysilicon. And we are doing also for many, many years, we are doing also now a lot of traceability, chain of conduct, ESG work regarding to batteries. I mean, talking about bankabilities, talking about establishing new factories in Sweden and Eloisa, maybe how are you treating this challenge also because in Europe it's coming more and more of controlling the supply chain, controlling the ESG, and especially when it comes to materials like nickel, like lithium, like copper. How are you treating this? How are you treating these challenges? And what would be your solutions? And yeah, also happy to help if you need any support from our side. So happy to have you answer.
Well, from an ESG perspective, working with zinc batteries and the materials that we work with is already a tremendous advantage when it comes to having a low carbon footprint. So we have done work to analyze, what the carbon footprint of our manufacturing will be with, jointly with external consultants, and we're expecting that our factory in Europe will be one of the top 3 lowest carbon footprint, and Europe has the best. The best in terms of sustainability when it comes to battery manufacturing. So how am I thinking about it? I mean, it is a top priority. When you really look at the things that you can control, you look at the supply chain and being able to source sustainably there. So working with different suppliers and evaluating their sustainability, making sure that you're up to date on what kinds of certifications there might be for different types of materials, With zinc, there is the International Zinc Association is developing something called the Zinc Mark. It's something that they have done in collaboration with other commodity organizations. I believe copper has done a copper mark. And that's one thing that you can look at from sourcing. From the energy consumption perspective, it is always ideal to be close to clean energy. That's a big contributor to what to the LCA analysis. I didn't have to say analysis, A meant analysis. And there are other things having to do with operations that we will be looking into. We're at an early stage, so this is something that we're going to do in the next step, taking a look at transportation and logistics and what that means in terms of sustainability for us. So those are the most immediate ways that we're thinking about it. But I'm happy to have a conversation later if you have other things in mind.
In short, you need to hire a very good lobby company.
This is a very pragmatic approach, but I think in general, this question is something that the whole industry is only waking up to right now. Yeah, cobalt has been a bit more in people's mind because of child labor, which is something that no one wants. Yeah, but nickel mining in Indonesia is coming now to people's attention. So, in a way, this is driving innovation. Yeah, because you look much more at recycling, so urban mining. You're looking at first of all, eliminating cobalt from the battery chemistries, and now nickel is also a bit in the spotlight. And in a way, for the innovators, this is an interesting development, which makes more local, more sustainable options possible and financeable and bankable, etc.
But I think this also comes full circle to the point on regulatory influence and local economic development. If we're choosing to prioritize the climate alongside with scaling up our industries for battery manufacturing, it does effectively, and we assign incentives to that or structures to reward or penalize whether or not you meet those metrics on carbon emissions, on sustainable sourcing. We are picking potential winners and losers. We are making room for new innovators. I think we do force the question of battery manufacturing in Europe has to be fundamentally lower carbon emissions, otherwise it's just not acceptable. So I think it creates room for startups to continue innovating, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so we are actually running out of time. So thank you so much for all joining our panel. As a closing, I would like that everybody gives the investors one statement about what excites you most within this value chain at the moment? What technology are you most excited to see so that maybe people can reach out to you? And from the innovators here, I would like to hear, what do you think it needs to really build a sustainable, scalable supply chain for domestic battery supply chain, basically? So these are my last questions, and then we wrap it up. So last statement for everybody.
Maybe a very spicy one. I think there's a ton of demand for energy storage technologies. It's not going anywhere. We need it to firm the grid. I think actually we should be looking at transmission distribution, which would be potentially hand in hand and or something that if we're thinking about investing in energy storage, we should consider if T&D gets better, do we still need all that energy storage? Do we build more flexible, more interoperable, tradable energy markets for renewables?
Which is an interesting difference between Europe and the US. Yeah, Europe will need less storage because we have better transmission systems to start with.
What is your thought?
There is a number of dirty secrets in the battery value chain, like sulfates, which are created when you do recycling, but also when you produce PCAMs. And there is not many solutions how to treat them. So if anyone has a solution on the topic, I'm very happy to talk to them.
Nice, good.
I think for me, the most exciting area is the inactive components in the batteries. They are less focused, overlooked. They are not the chemistries that everyone is working on. I think there are more opportunities in the electrolytes, binders, current collectors, separator. That's very exciting, and also material saving. I think from scale-up production, we feel there is a plateau, and the material saving, it will be the next way to reduce cost.
Yep, makes sense. And now to you.
From my perspective, well, what we need for a sustainable European supply chain is to capitalize on our strengths. And I'm really looking forward to, developing internally and then seeing also, other ways to develop. In this industry that is used to, having a lot of the cost optimization done outside, I would like to see really innovations in engineering and cost optimization in production, and also in the supply chain and experience and operations after the battery, between the manufacturing of the batteries and all the way to the end user.
Yeah, I think that's a long way to go in Europe.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's closing, and thank you so much all for joining our panel. So,
thank you.
And thank you.
I hope you loved that, from mines to batteries. In a moment, we'll have some more wonderful experts on stage with us to revolve around the future of solid-state batteries. These 5 wonderful panelists, if you give us just 1 second. And of course, our wonderful moderator. Ready to go? Please welcome your panel, starting with our fantastic moderator, Mr. Ian Zhu, Managing Director of NIO Capital. Welcome to the stage. Arfi Karani, Investment Manager at Climate Energy Transition. Welcome. Mr. Will Tope, CEO, Liner Energy. Please welcome. Michael Cronley, CEO of Ascend Elements. Welcome. And Casper Peters, the CEO of eMagi. Welcome to our panel. The future of solid-state batteries, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's so exciting to be here in a beautiful city, Bilbao, to talk about the really advanced development in the battery space. I will start with introduction of myself, and then I'll ask my panelists to introduce themselves. I'm Ian Zhu, Managing Partner of NIO Capital. We're new to the conference, so I'll give you some background. We are a venture and growth investor. Now we have about $2 billion AUM, investing in disruptive technologies which are transforming the automotive, energy, logistic, and these very large but very traditional industries. We do invest in China, but we also invest globally. I think during the last panel, there was some conversation about China. I feel like every time when I come to the West, there's fear. There's fear about China. There's some misunderstanding about China. But I want to say that if a company can leverage what China can provide, it can really help the company to develop in a much faster pace, tremendous capital efficiency, also have tremendous access to talents, which we would like to help if we invest into the company. And in terms of today's topic, we actually invested in CATL before it became a public company in China, have really witnessed how this little company 12 years ago and then developed into a global giant, now own about 40% global market share in the battery space. But also working closely with the battery suppliers in China, we understand after they become giants, the speed of innovation also slows down, even though it's a very competitive market. But given that they have a lot of infrastructure already built out and investment into the traditional space, to really develop, for example, solid-state battery, which is requiring upgrade in the infrastructure as well, I think it leaves a lot of opportunities for startups to play. I will stop there, and then I will ask my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the topics of the solid-state development. Let's go with this sequence, please. Alpha.
So I am Arfa, doing investments in late-stage startups. The fund is headquartered in Spain. Offices are typically in Madrid, so we don't get to see the best part of Spain as Bilbao. So it's nice to be here. Hopefully we'll meet at some point. So as a background, I've been a physicist studying solar cells during my PhD. That's how I figured what electrodes were and have a deep connection with device designs of all kinds, and have looked at all your companies as an investor. Previously, I was at a corporate venture capital fund doing investments and setting up our investment thesis on energy storage. And now I'm at an independent financial investor fund, and we are trying to support technology companies grow into large-scale commercial companies, batteries being a key part of it, and very much would like to ask you some more questions, Ian, on the panel about how do we actually take our European startups to China to manufacture at scale.
Sure.
So hopefully it'll be a fun panel.
Thank you.
But nice to see you all.
So I'm Will Tope. I'm the CEO at a company called Lena Energy, and we make solid-state sodium batteries, and we do that using solid-state technology from the fuel cell industry and applying it to an old chemistry originally known as the Zebra or the Durathon chemistry people might know. I think what's unique about us in the solid-state territory is our approach is we're doing this because we get good enough performance out of really, really low-cost raw materials. And we think that's important because then you can make longer durations of storage economic for solar, and we see this impending wave as solar deployments grow so rapidly. People need to find a way to shift that out of the duck curve and make these projects of the future profitable. And we think we can be one of those technologies to enable that.
Yeah. Thanks. My name is Michael Cronley, and I'm the CEO of Ascend Elements. Ascend Elements is based in Westborough, Massachusetts, so we're in the US. We are a producer of cathode materials, and what makes us unique is we make our materials out of other people's scrap. So we take spent batteries, end-of-life batteries, manufacturing scrap, and we convert that into a very high-value material. So it's unlike other recycling companies that just collect batteries and transform them into a commodity or maybe resource recovery. Where we excel and where our technology is applied is when we convert this trash into treasure. Yeah. And so that's the unique value we bring. Now, why is a cathode company on a lithium ion or a panel such as this for solid state? My previous role, and I've been in the battery industry for going on almost 15 years now, I was the head of corporate strategy at a battery manufacturer, A123 Systems. And back in 2017, had the opportunity to invest in a couple of different solid-state battery companies. One was a sulfide-based, another was a polymer-based, and that was early on in a lot of the development. But there's a need for it somewhere in the value chain, and just how is it going to develop, and what does the market actually need? So I can contribute a little bit there, but also I've got thoughts on China and how China can help the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So.
Sure.
Okay. Hello, my name is Casper Peters. I'm the CEO of Imagy. Imagy is an advanced materials company, and we specialize on the anode side. So my neighbor here is focused on the cathode side. We make an anode material, and not much focus has been there, like worldwide. Anodes are typically made of graphite for 30 years already. And what we propose is to transition to silicon completely. And that is exactly the product that we make. And with silicon, you can create batteries with a much higher energy density. Combine that with the fact that due to that higher energy density, you need less material, meaning also less material to produce, so a lower carbon footprint of your battery. And silicon can be produced and sourced locally, so actually everywhere in the world. And this is important. In Europe, there's this Critical Raw Materials Act, which means that we want to become less dependent on other parts of the world for our raw materials. And silicon is sourced in Norway, Germany, Spain, France. And that is another benefit of transitioning to silicon.
Okay, great. So we have a very distinguished panel with people from investment background, innovators, and companies developing different part of the value chain of battery making. I will start with asking you the question to bring us to the current stage of solid-state battery development, and what's the exciting characteristic of solid-state batteries which are contributing and which are needed by their customer. Just from kind of your part of the business, what do you see as the most exciting forefront of the solid-state industry development? I'll ask Will to go last because the promise you said earlier was very exciting, but I will ask you to go last. Who want to go first?
So I can jump in first. So there was, I'll say, a lot of excitement back in the 2017 timeframe or several years ago. Solid state, and why was solid state important? Really, there was a drive for higher energy densities. Mm-hmm. And why did we want higher energy densities? It was ultimately to lower cost. So if we went with a really high energy density anode material, such as a silicon or a lithium metal, that was going to be great. And the idea or the hope at that point in time was, we're going to be able to get the energy density up. We will eventually figure out how to make these things at a lower cost, and therefore it will have wide-scale adoption. Well, fast forward now 7 years or so, there's still a lot of fundamental science that needs to be done with some of the technologies that are out there. And we haven't really advanced. It seems like solid state has been 2 to 3 or 5 years away from production for the last 7 or 8 years. So it hasn't really advanced that much. And as a result, one of the major things that has happened, it's not making the advancements it needs to necessarily in cost with a lot of the, call it traditional solid state battery companies. And so they've struggled to launch as they're figuring out their technology. So I think a lot of people are still waiting for the technology to develop, but ultimately they're developing this technology in an environment where the rest of the lithium-ion battery industry has been driving down cost.
Yeah.
Because when you step back and you look at the market, what the market is needing is it needs lower cost batteries. And so all of the materials, all of the innovation has got to go into how do we drive down dollar per kilowatt hour.
Yep.
And so, when I look at, the typical solid state battery companies, that's why they're still struggling with some of the fundamental science. The rest of the industry is advancing, and we've gotten to a point now where we're seeing very low dollar per kilowatt hour, and we're seeing very wide scale adoption of batteries, and in the transportation industry, the renewables industry. So, it's becoming challenging.
Right. Okay. Michael have alluded to the challenges of solid-state adoption, but we'll talk about that later. Casper, you want to talk about from your field what's exciting?
Yeah, what's exciting is exactly that energy density. So for several applications, and especially the mobile applications, electric vehicles, and also phones, laptops, drones, wearables, you need higher gravimetric energy density. So that's the energy per kilowatt, the energy per kilogram. The challenge may be that the energy per volume, per liter, is a little bit lower, so that's the challenge. But the higher energy density is really what many applications require, and that's why it's a promising technology. Yeah.
Alpha, from your investment?
Yeah, for me it's, or at least ever since I got to know solid-state batteries, it's been very straightforward. It's been three key things. One, energy density, of course, but not energy density in a sense that just a little bit more than what we can achieve with existing technology. Energy density in the sense that doubling or tripling the energy density of the lowest end of what we can now achieve with the existing lithium-ion batteries. So really enhancing. And in that regard, the timeline is not really an issue, right? For me, it's always been, it's going to be higher, significantly higher energy density than what we have, but it can take time. Second thing has been safety. There is still, especially in stationary storage or areas where you don't think batteries are, you can't put them indoors without much security, safety, insurance, coverage, et cetera, So I think safety aspect of solid-state batteries is another important factor that really excites me. And finally, it's the second life use. So after having been in an electric vehicle for 10 or so years, a solid-state battery, or at least that's my hope with the technology and the promise, I'm sure will tell us more about that. But the idea is that at 80% state of health or so, how can we trust these batteries to still be safe to run in second life applications, just to give them a bit more longevity, right? Before we start to think about taking materials out of it and trying to recycle it. So those are the key things for me.
So later I'll ask you guys, where do you see the application scenario would go first for solid-state battery based on traditional lithium technology? But Will, you have a different approach. I'll ask you to explain.
You also asked, what do the customers want? And perhaps controversially, what the customers definitely don't want is a pipe dream from a solid-state battery company. I think it's really quite simple. What customers want, and certainly in my experience, is they want something to do what lithium-ion can't. Because as we've talked about, the moving behemoth, which is LFP, is an incredible battery technology. And it's not about necessarily coming in the side with a energy density gain, because the rate of cost decline on standard lithium-ion technology is astronomical, right? So you may as well just stay the course on the bankable tech. But maybe 80% of the market, a rapidly growing market, but where we've seen success, if you have customers that cannot use that technology and have one thing that really limits their ability as a business. So if I think about probably one of our more important commercial relationships, a large strategic in India, their issue is that they're deploying a lot of solar. They need to fortify that solar, and they're putting solar down on locations that are -20 at night sometimes and +40 in the day, right? And traditional technologies really struggle in that, and so they want a solution. And if you can do one or two things really, really well, this market is growing so big that it's going to get segmented, and those, you don't have to take on the LFP behemoth to make a really successful business here, I don't think.
Right, so you're taking a different approach. Why don't you explain a little bit more in detail the approach you're taking and the promise you're offering?
So it really is that. It's taking, we talk about cycle life. So we started with a proven chemistry. That helps a lot, right? Because ultimately this needs to get to the point of bankability, and to do that you need to be able to be really sure you've got a stable chemistry and you know what happens on year 5, you know what happens on year 10. And again, if we go back to why we took a bankable chemistry that was really great, and then we said, we know how to do things with solid oxide ceramics specifically, straight out of the fuel cell industry. that could make that original chemistry much cheaper. And we said, okay, that combination of things is getting a lot out of a really low-cost bill of materials and happens to work really well even if it's 40 degrees C outside, because it's a high-temperature battery. So you took all these things together and you said, okay, where's the market at? Again, I'm not necessarily going to come in and try and sell dreams and claim that I can grow like cattle, right? But I do know there are really important pockets of solar growth that can't use their solar because we're hitting deeper and deeper duct curves, but will continue to deploy solar. So it's a given now that they're going to continue to deploy solar, but it's going to be coming with longer durations of storage. And today they can't use lithium-ion for a combination of the technical reasons that I mentioned. You know, it struggles in temperatures, in wide, flexibilities of temperatures. But the other as well, it's still, as cheap as it's got, it's still too cheap to deploy for 6 hours on its own merits, right? And so then that's something really magic. We think we can step into the space and solve the customer's needs, and we're at a stage now, just to contextualize, we're at a stage now where we're piloting our technology. So in India, just started in the Middle East. There's a lot of solar coming, and something needs to fortify it.
Yeah, you're not just addressing the short duration energy storage, but also going after
Not
longer,
at all, yeah.
long
So
duration?
I would say if you're building a 2-hour ESS today, I would order an LFP one from Cattle.
Yeah.
Right?
So you're going after the longer duration.
So exactly, yeah. And because if you try to design a battery to do everything, it's pretty difficult, right? And all solid state batteries tend to start with, this is 10C, 1,000 watt-hours per kilogram, 1 million cycles in this God battery. And then as we've seen it move out the lab towards commercialization, you're going to have to take your choices on what's most important, and that will be customer-led. And so we've taken design choices right down to the cell level to say, I don't need to do 1 hour, 2 hour discharges. I'd rather make a cheaper battery that can't do that, but can perform for 4 to 8 hours.
Which is an interesting application area for solid state, which is
it's
not the typical
yes.
state that solid state is going after.
But you get the, I'll be very careful, I'm starting to sound like I'm pitching. You can tell I'm at an investor conference, right? But there is some universally useful features of solid state battery technologies that I think everyone benefits from, which is the safety, for example, right? That is really good. I think you can't hang your hat on it as the thing you do, because there are a lot of safe battery technologies coming through the pipeline, but there are the periphery benefits that just make it a really good approach to building a battery.
Yeah, okay. Casper, switching to you, you're making anode for the battery space, and you're at the mercy of the battery cell makers to adopt your technology, right? So you have to convince them. Even with great technology, the cycle can be long. What are the things that you do to try to shorten that cycle, or try to convince, the cell makers to use your technology?
Yes, that's the challenge of bringing a new technology to the market, and you don't own the whole market or the application, so you have to work together, and that's exactly what we do, obviously. And I must admit, we made some changes there as well. So we are a material supplier, and as a material supplier, you tend to think, okay, we have our material in a bottle, and it's a powder in our case. And you ship the powder to the customer, and then you keep your fingers crossed. And you learn quickly that that is not the way to develop a business, to develop a relation with a battery company. Battery is a complex system, as well, most people here know. It's really complex to make a battery. It really, several components working together. So what we do is not only sharing the knowledge that we built in the company with the customer, but also we make batteries, although it's not our business model. Our business model is to supply silicon as a powder, but we do make batteries to demonstrate and to find the best performance, and to work really well together with the customer, and to demonstrate that this is what you can reach with this technology.
Yeah.
So we have to go one step further than you typically would do as a material supplier.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that from an investor perspective, right? It's all cool technologies, and we see so many of them in the market.
Yeah.
But I suspect everyone struggles, as Casper is mentioning, because if you're an anode or cathode material company, you're struggling to find partners that you can commercialize it with.
Yeah.
And the cell manufacturers have sort of dedicated their production for years to one particular product and one particular technology.
Right.
And there's not much room for them to change or to switch. The qualification process can take 2 or 3 years minimum, if you're lucky. As Casper was saying, you sort of have to build beyond just the material innovation. You have to build cell manufacturing expertise within the company as well, unless you find a partner that can do that for you. So we are putting sort of a lot of stress on just innovation companies that are trying to make innovations in parts of the battery. And solid state is one good example of that. But from an investor perspective, that's sort of where we get stuck, right? That's where we get stuck in terms of, okay, so it's a great technology. You've proven that your cycles are X many and you can stand certain temperatures. You're targeting a market that exists and it's large enough and there are no other technologies that can possibly serve that market or that energy density or that cycle life or that charge rate, you name it. But how do we commercialize it?
Right.
Right, and that's where, from an investor perspective, this is just really touching the nerve, right? Because we really see good technologies that we want to support, but it feels like financially it just doesn't look feasible.
Yeah, I remember when I look at a lot of the business plans in the battery space in the Western world, very typically it's licensing technology instead of manufacturing, right? And for one, I think the talent or the ability to manufacture is very hard to build. And second is maybe it's easier way out, right, to commercialize. But I feel like that kind of model is leaving a lot of chips on the table, also potentially not very beneficial for developing the technology and helping it go to market. You may need to go to the actual mile to build a prototype, to build more proof for your technology in order for customers to adopt the technology. How about in the cathode space? In your space, do you need to convince customers?
Yeah, so I think there's always a go-to-market strategy, but if you're going to be a new company and you're going to enter into the space offering, you have to do something different. You have to disrupt one way or another. And in our case, we make cathode materials a completely different way. So they perform just as well as cathode materials made from virgin sources, from mine ores. We make our cathode materials. It isn't a very technical engineered material, but we make it from a very low-cost source of feedstock. And so that's the unique innovation we're bringing. Of course, along with that, it's a much lower CO2 footprint. It's far more sustainable. And really, one of the problems we haven't hit yet, but we will in the future, is once we produce all these batteries, what are we going to do with them? And so it's not too difficult to think in the future, we're going to have to recover and reuse all of these sources of material that go into batteries.
Yep.
So, in a couple of decades, more than half of all battery materials will come from a recycled source. So you have to have a technology, you have to have a supply chain that's developed that is going to be able to utilize these resources and this being able to recycle the batteries, reuse them, and put them back into the battery supply chain is something that's critical. Almost every battery manufacturer, and certainly every OEM, knows this. Whether it's legislated or not, it's an economic reality. We have to reuse these materials, and there's a lot of better ESG benefits to it by reusing materials. So certainly, so that's where we're bringing. That's our disruptor. That's our innovation that we're bringing to the market. A battery maker or an OEM can go out and buy cathode material today, and it works just fine. But what's different about it? That's the innovation that we're bringing.
Yeah. Well, can you share kind of what's the range of the recycling ratio of the material?
So it depends on what we're bringing in. So what we specialize in is we specialize in NMC cathode materials. So it's a mixture of nickel, manganese, and cobalt. We bring those batteries in and we begin to recycle them. If it is a 10-year-old battery, and say it's made out of an NMC 111, and we're upcycling that effectively to making a high nickel cathode material, say a 90+% nickel, which is what the market wants today in an NMC cathode. You're going to have to actually add a lot of nickel and or dilute the amount of manganese or cobalt in there. So there's a rebalancing. So in that example, you're down around 20-30% recycled content. You have to add or change the ratio of these metals. Now, if you're recycling something that looks a lot like the output material, so in the case of battery manufacturing scrap, you're making a battery that is called an NMC 955. It has 90% nickel in it. You bring it in, you begin to process it, recycle that, and you deliver the same cathode material, and you deliver it right back to that same battery manufacturer. It's virtually 100% recycled.
Yep.
So it just depends what you're bringing in and what we're shipping out.
Okay, yep, you have some point to add?
I was going to say, I'm glad it hits a nerve from an investor perspective, because it is the nerve when it comes to the startup side, getting to the point where you've got a customer willing to take risk on a new product, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people underestimate that, especially at low TRLs. It's that build and they will come mentality. It's like, well, just look at my results. There's a big gap between showing some cell data and finding someone willing to pay you to use your technology, right?
Yeah.
And it is all, especially when you have something off the shelf warranted for 10 years and 6,000 cycles, right? But to bridge that gap, I think it comes down to one, product market fit. Again, right? It's easier to find a partner to trial your technology if they can't use that thing off the shelf, right? Yeah. So it's pretty key to get a really motivated partner who really wants something new, who's really stuck. And then I think it's appreciating it's going to be a long journey, right? So the things, if I think about, there was a lot of heartache and hard work between building battery cells and then delivering a system worth of them in Mumbai. And a lot of that is from early days, you have to be pretty transparent, right? I don't think this industry is transparent enough about what data actually means. People will go cherry pick one KPI and say, hey, look, I've solved it. I've got a 400 watt-hours per kilogram battery, but if it cycles 2 times, who cares? Sharing the full suite of data, explaining it to the customer, say, this is where we are now, this is where we're going, what does it take for us to get there? And they're probably not going to care the first time you tell them, or they might care, but they're not going to act, the first time. 6 months later, you share where you've got to, oh wow, you actually managed to do that thing. And then that leads on to having a conversation, doing some open source techno-economic analysis to say, okay, well, let's try to get on the same page about how cheap we can make these batteries, right? And what do you think? How are you going to use them? And then eventually they're going to be like, oh, wow, I'm starting to trust these people. Yep. Let's do some independent cell testing. Send me some cells. I'll pay for some cells. And you're like, oh, this is getting good. And then, for us, then we got a pilot project with a large reputable brand, switched it on. And then it's this virtuous circle, right? Because at that point, you pass the very raw first of its kind, and everyone else is like, oh, wait, you got a system with that person? Like, can I get one? And it spirals. And, going through that journey, it's incredible. Parallel to that is manufacturing, though, right? And that is even tougher. To, like you say, anyone thinking they've got a technology that's interesting enough in a lab, a battery technology, that they can go license it, I do not believe that for a second that anyone's actually going to license something at that early stage these days.
Right.
I think you need to be ready for a long journey to 100 megawatt hours before someone's going to license something.
Sure. Well, thanks for sharing that. I think the go-to-market definitely take perseverance and then openness, right, to share data with your customer to gain that trust. I remember when we, one of our portfolio, not in the battery space, in autonomous driving, have to open their source code in order for customers, OEMs, to use their software to build that kind of trust, which in a way is not bad. Otherwise, you can't even get into the door. And then you own the technology, you can continue to improve and become really the software of choice. It really takes to the level of that kind of openness in order to gain the trust of the customer. On the manufacturing part, so you already started talking about manufacturing. We invest in technology company which has tremendous promise in science, But bringing that to really the end product, there are many steps to take, right? Manufacturing is a key step for it. When you think about manufacturing, what are the things that you need to build into your business in order to scale up that business? Do you need to go international? Do you have the right facility, local, talents that you can find? Maybe I'll ask the panelists to share really on the scaling up part. What are the things you need to consider, and what are the challenges you face?
Okay. Well, first of all, it's true. I mean, it's already difficult to bring a real product to the market, to find product market fit, and then you reach that, and that's only the beginning. And then you have to be able to make it at scale and at the right cost level.
Yeah.
So it's totally true, and that holds for for solid state batteries, but also for any other deep tech product that you bring to the market actually. Mm-hmm. So producing at scale is the name of the game, and there are several steps to make. In our case, we talk about kilograms output or tons output, and it's really a step from, well, you're very happy that you make the first 10 kilograms of material, and then you can prove that it works, but then you have to go to 1,000 kilograms, which sounds like a lot, but it's only 1 ton.
Yeah.
And then you go to, then you prepare for 25 tons, 300 tons. It are huge and important steps, and in our case, there's lots of engineering involved. We have a proprietary process, so it's not that we source equipment from other parties off the shelf, but we have our proprietary process with our own equipment, which I think in the long run is key and critical to our success. But in the short term, it means that we need to focus on that, and we just have to do that.
Let me maybe drill down specifically in terms of location. Do you feel like you can build a manufacturing business in Netherlands, or would you explore other part of Europe or Asia, or just from a geographic perspective, is it realistic to build an annual production in Europe?
Yeah, in our case, we will be looking at other sites and other regions, certainly. Having a pilot site in the Netherlands is totally realistic. That is not a problem at all. And what is important, so I mentioned we do silicon. Our product is based on silicon. Unlike many other silicon companies who start with silane, so that's silicon in a gas form, that is way more difficult, even dangerous, and thus costly to transport. So when you use silane as a feedstock material, then you're really stuck to places in the world, a few places in the world where you can source that. In our case, we use silicon metal. It is widely available. So that makes a big difference in terms of feedstock and sourcing. Yeah. Now I understand the second element, of course, is labor and the cost of labor, and we'll be looking into that in our next step. First we do our pilot line, our second gen line, and then we might go to other places of the world based on labor, cost of labor, and of course energy mix. Yeah.
Michael, you're building manufacturing capability in North America?
Yes, so we've gone down the path of not licensing, but manufacturing. Yeah. And it's a little bit of, I guess, some of my background. Been in much larger manufacturing companies. This is my first, I guess, smaller startup. But I'm used to manufacturing, used to making things. And I believe, like you were saying, there's a lot of value in manufacturing. Sure. So there's value in the technology, absolutely, but just as you were saying, well, you have to, a lot of companies that want to license, you have to prove the technology. And the best way to prove it is to manufacture it at scale. And you can also prove the economics of it. So right now at Ascend Elements, we are building about $1 billion facility in Kentucky in the US to make cathode precursors out of spent lithium-ion batteries. We do have that launch partner. They've given us just what you were describing. We're working with them back and forth. It does take co-development of these materials so that it works in a battery, because it is a very complex system. Mm-hmm. So we have that launch partner. We're building this facility now, and even though we're a new company, we have staffed it with people that are from a lot of large industrial companies, chemical companies, PCAM companies, from across the globe. And we're doing it in North America. You know, is it the best place in the world to make PCAM? Well, most of it is actually made in China. They're the world's leader in it, but there is a need to have it and make it locally, not only because of legislation, but also it's a highly incentivized industry, at least in the U.S. Sure. It's turning into that way in Europe. Yeah. And so having the ability to manufacture battery materials, even batteries, EVs, globally, you're going to see more and more global companies doing it. So we're headquartered in the U.S., we're starting in the U.S., but just yesterday we announced our first joint venture in a plant in Europe. So we'll be starting in Poland, and we're going to continue on in Poland, and then we'll see what's next after that.
Okay, I want to drill down to that question because it's very interesting. With the Inflation Reduction Act, the U.S. is really trying to build a battery supply chain and also for renewable. We look at setting up factories in the U.S. It just takes 3 times longer than setting up a factory in China. You got to deal with all this kind of approval process and all that. And once you build the factory, the operational part of it is also very expensive, with the labor costs much higher and all that. Is it realistic to build a battery industry in the U.S.? And given the policy direction, I think there will be some manufacturing capability. If it's built, and how much cost increase that will have to undertake compared to the Asian manufacturers?
Yeah, so certainly Asia, in particular China, has a huge lead over the rest of the world. That's undeniable. But when you look at the battery material space, even battery assembly, it's largely automated. So it takes out the cost of labor to a certain extent. But I will absolutely agree with you that China is able to build factories faster, less expensive than really anywhere else in the world. That's why having helpful legislation, if, for example, the United States wants to have a domestic battery industry, the government has recognized they have to help it. And so that's what they've done. So that helps offset some of the cost. And it is more expensive to build a plant in the United States. So if governments are willing to step in, and it looks like they are, they're doing the same thing in Europe, that solves that problem. There's the speed. In the US, we're not as fast as China, but we are fairly fast. That's one problem Europe has. There's just the permitting and regulations, and we're dealing with it now. It's problematic. And so as much as Europe really wants to have a domestic battery industry, the permitting process is just so cumbersome, and it takes much, much longer than in the United States.
Right. Okay. Well, what's your experience, or what's your plan to scale up?
So this is what I spend the majority of my time worrying about right now. You know, you get the customer, and then all of a sudden you have to figure out how to fulfill all those opportunities. I think for me, the 2 things I really needed to define in my head is what are you actually building? So we talk about scale up, we talk about manufacture. What is the real key milestone you need to get to as a new technology? And I think for us, it was as simple as work back to where you're starting to make EBIT, right? When are you actually starting to make profit? Do the techno-economics say, is that at 50 megawatt hours, is that 100 megawatt hours? What is that break-even point? Because then you really defined yourself as a company, and then work back from there. What do you need to do that? And you mentioned ventures, because I think that's somewhat of a realistic hybrid between a licensing model and doing it all yourself, which doing it all yourself for manufacturing, good luck, right? Good luck. So you work back, and we talk about pilot lines as well. I think that's the other point. What do you want your pilot line to do? Because for me, that should be the bare minimum size where you can develop continuous IP. So if you are going down a route where you're CapEx light, you own the manufacturing IP. But in itself, it's not that successful. It's not an achievement for the business because it's going to be loss-making. You're going to eat dollars on every cell it produces. So for me, my approach is, you got to build the pilot line. That's a necessary evil. But the real prize is finding the right venture partner who can provide the capital, the infrastructure, and the know-how, and hopefully, especially if you're exporting, those distribution channels that you can lever. And that's the approach we've been taking, right?
Okay.
And so, and it, you know, again, the best case is where you're working with someone with a big enough company that the customer also has a manufacturing arm.
Right.
And then you really have a closed loop, virtuous circle. Probably easier said than done, right? But I do think it's really important to understand, what do you want to achieve with manufacturing? Because for me, it's profitability, right?
Okay.
Or at least EBIT.
So Alpha, when you're advising your portfolio in terms of scaling up,
Yeah.
what would you think?
I guess for us, our job sort of starts and finish at identifying the technology and doing the pilot plant. So manufacturing for us really goes up until almost every new battery technology company has had to build a pilot plant, as we were discussing earlier.
Yeah.
Just having a powder to sell, it doesn't really work. Just having a solid electrolyte to sell doesn't really work. You really have to build the pilot line. The pilot line is also a way to show the cost reduction path, at least. You'll, of course, not get down to where you really want to at large-scale manufacturing, but investors need to be convinced that you can actually bring down the costs as you scale up, even if it is just a pilot scale.
Yeah.
And in order to have that pilot scale facility, you actually need somebody, as Will was saying, to pay for those pilot products and pilot cells. So it is a little bit of a difficult problem to solve, even from an investor perspective. Identifying sites is, we really advise the companies, and I mean, we don't have yet an energy storage technology company in the portfolio, but previously it was about chasing the grants, right? Where the government is providing you land, extremely subsidized land, or providing you equipment, or there is some scheme for labor. If you hire X and X percent of local labor, then you can get subsidies on just a lot of the equipment capex or just the land capex, and you get to hire people at a subsidized price, etc. So it's, I don't think as a startup company with just the technology you can really chase or decide where your site is going to be. It is really the grants and the subsidies and financial means that decide for you where it makes sense to actually put a pilot line. Scaling up from that point on, I very much agree with Will. I think the successful startups will have to have a very, very strong product market fit in that your customer really takes up at least half the burden of manufacturing at scale of you, right? If they really want your technology, then they have to participate in helping you scale the production. And I guess the other point is when manufacturing at scale, what we've seen in the European ecosystem at least, it has started with the site, right? It is first the site, then the labor, and then you figure out whatever technology you're going to produce over there. But it's first the government or the regulatory body saying that, okay, I need to localize production. We want this value chain in-house. And then you start talking about technology. So I guess venture investors like ourselves don't really get involved until a lot of it has already been decided.
Right. Very good points. I think it's so important to emphasize work with your customer to commercialize, the go-to-market is important. I remember we invested into a semi-solid state company, and NEO had to send 100 engineers to help them to build up the manufacturing capability and help them really to shorten that go-to-market cycle. We're about to run out of time. I want to really see if there's any questions from the audience that we can ask our panelists to address. If not, I have actually quite a few more questions, but I'll probably just ask one or two. One is really on the fundraising. A lot of exciting technology, but I also think investors, some have been burned by battery investment, and some people can be hesitant. And when you're trying to raise money, do you feel the support from the community, and what do you need to show in order to raise successfully in the marketplace?
So I think that goes back to transparency as well, right? The world has changed dramatically since those who have been burnt on solid-state batteries. We're living in a world where there are way too many dreams being sold and not enough business plans. And so I think being transparent and okay about, hey, this is where our tech's at, going back to, and this is where we're going. It's the same conversation as you have with your customers, right? Because ultimately, it's a marriage, and you're going to need to be able to steward each other towards, are you getting this? Are you on track? Are you not on track? Where do we stand, right? But I do think that the second part then is, in this space, again, generalist battery investors, I don't think exists anymore, right? Ultimately, I think behind that has to be a pretty strong thesis on, this is why I'm investing in this space. These are the things I believe in to enable me to invest in this space. And you need to really find someone who's got those compatible core beliefs. And then I think you're having a realistic conversation. If your first chat is describing, what is cycle life, then it's going to be a pretty long process between that and term sheet, I think.
Right.
That's my experience, at least.
Yeah. So for me, raising money is a new thing. I've always worked at large corporates, and money was there and available.
Yeah.
But so I've learned a lot in the last several years. The most important lesson is finding a fit. Depending where you are in the technology, the TRL, the commercialization, what level of risk the investor is able to take. Do they know anything about batteries or cycle life or anything? So a lot of, I'll say, investors want to be educated, but it's not, maybe they want to invest, maybe they don't want to invest, but they always want to be educated. So, I think I've spent, one of my mistakes is I spent too much time educating and not enough time really developing relationships with investors that understand the space, understand the technology, and they're real serious about helping a company develop and advance. And so finding that fit early on is, I think, really important.
Okay. Casper?
Yeah, what I can add is it is not for all investors. It's it takes more time to build a deep tech company. It's risky, and also when you have a customer, they take 3 or 4 years before they go to bring their product to market. So not all investors have appetite for that type of investment, but there is an upside. Yeah. The upside is that, well, first of all, we are addressing real global challenges in this industry. Mm-hmm. We are addressing large markets. And also when we do have the customer relation, it's long-standing relation that, not sure if it's really a lock-in, but you have a tight relation, and that can continue for many years. So there are huge benefits, huge upsides, but the investor must have that appetite.
Sure. Alpha, as an investor, what's your view?
I guess at least we are keen to learn, Michael. So I won't take I won't take being educated as that bad of a thing. But I agree with you. I think it is a new space for us as investors. When I was at the previous CVC, I was working at battery technology was a new thing. We were just about starting a renewables business, let alone batteries, and now we are still trying to figure out. One of the things investors do is go by historic performance of a sector. For renewables in general, there is not much benchmark to pit against. Batteries are even more advanced, solid-state batteries even more advanced. So when you don't have anything to look back on, I think that is really why education and educating the investors, and I'd really like to thank all the founders, not just on the panel, but also in the audience that are doing the work. I feel like as a physicist by background, I take it as a job to actually educate not just my team and our stakeholders, but other investors. Whenever I sit and chat with them, I'm going to do a lot of that at ETS, make sure I have coffees with people just to tell them about, hey, this is what solid-state batteries are, and this is what second-life batteries are, and this is how batteries are made, and it's really nothing to be worried about or scared of. But as investors, a few things that we discussed today. Manufacturing, yes, as Casper is saying, you really need to know the kind of risk appetite your investors are going around with. Yep. There are investors that just want to invest in a manufacturing site, so if you have de-risked the technology, you have a good product market fit, you have customer offtake, there are investors that are willing to take that risk on just manufacturing. But if you go to investors and say, hey, my technology is just about working, this customer might just pay me half the price of what I'm building, and there are these two guys sitting somewhere in South America that I want to hire in Europe, I think I can make it work, and that's not going to fly. So it's a little bit about, putting one or two variables that your investor can digest instead of saying, okay, there are 5 and all of them are variables and they will change. Nothing that we can guarantee you. That makes it a little bit difficult for us as investors. But hey, just to end on a positive note, it's not all doom and gloom. We are a small fund. We do growth investments and we do look at energy storage.
Yep.
We like technology companies. We want to find ways around the challenges we have. We are trying to build partnerships between startups and customers and manufacturers. Hopefully you and I can have a bit of a chat and try to take some European companies to manufacture at scale, be it in China or America or wherever. But I think the finance industry is warming up. They're hiring PhDs like me, at least, to say that they're not afraid of technology anymore, right? They want to learn, be it from the founders or be it from others in the industry. So hopefully 5 years down the line, we have a different conversation, right? It's more the founders deciding who they want as investors than the investors deciding which companies they want to invest in.
That's fantastic. And on this panel, I'm learning a lot from really the promise of the cutting edge development in the solid state and also in cathode material space as well. And the two investors on the panel are both interested in investing in this space. So that's definitely, to your point, I think there's promise in developing this advanced technology to go to market. And with that, please join me in thanking the panelists for sharing their insights. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for such an insightful discussion. Now you have a small glimpse of the future, at least solid-state batteries. Thank you very much. Don't go too far. You've seen the future of batteries. We're going to stay with the future, the currencies of the future, which could be many. But today they're going to be carbon and biodiversity. For our next very interesting panel, I'd like to welcome on stage, please, Alexander Domin, partner and co-head of Impact Ventures, Trill Impact, Ronan Carr, lead analytical officer at B0 Carbon, Dimple Patel, CEO, please come on up, Nature Metrics, Christian Ryan, CEO and co-founder at Normative, and the moderator for this fantastic panel, Michelle Capioid, co-founder and partner of Bloom Equity. Welcome. A round of applause, please, for the currency of the future, carbon and biodiversity.
We're doing some math up here to get started. Since we're into currencies. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Currencies of the Future, Carbon and Biodiversity. My name is Michelle. I'm a co-founding partner of Bloom Equity, climate tech growth equity firm. We invest in climate tech scale-ups from Series B. We do both software and hardware, something we've been discussing a lot at the conference today. And we typically invest from Series B onwards. And we have, I think, 3 of our portfolio companies here with us today at the conference, so might have had a chance to meet a few of them. As a climate tech investor, I am incredibly excited to moderate this panel discussing the urgent need for climate action, and in particular, the fundamental aspect of having carbon and biodiversity markets at work. We're also going to be discussing structural and regulatory developments in the space and scaling challenges and innovation. So this looks to be a very interesting and lively debate, I hope. We're fortunate to have with us today a really impressive panel of experts spanning from carbon accounting to carbon ratings, biodiversity, and impact investing. So I'd like to start by having each of the panelists introduce themselves and give a little bit of background on their company as well. So with that, maybe we can start with you, Ronan, from BeZero. Over to you.
Sure, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Ronan. I'm the lead analytical officer at BeZero Carbon. BeZero is a rating agency for carbon markets. So we provide quality ratings and risk analytics for any carbon asset, and over time, other environmental assets, hopefully too. We've rated over 400 carbon projects globally. And we have 5,000 subscribers to our publicly available ratings. So yeah, looking forward to the conversation.
Alex, over to you.
Yeah, I'll go next. Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Domin. I'm the partner and co-head of ventures at Trill Impact. We're a multi-investment strategy house with private equity, microfinance. I run the venture unit, where we look generally at investing in Series A plus companies across Europe in the green tech and life science space.
And I'm Christian. I'm the CEO and founder of Normative. We do software for carbon emissions accounting and management. So that means that we help companies account for the full carbon footprint of their own operations, but quite crucially their value chain as well, so that they can take the right actions and go towards net zero emissions.
Hi everyone, I'm Dimple. I'm the CEO at Naturemetrics. Naturemetrics is a nature data intelligence platform, but rooted in eDNA technology. So we've built up data sets from over 110 countries, and we deliver those through a digital platform that enables companies, organizations, and NGOs to actually measure their nature impact over time using time series data, and now bringing in things like satellite modeling as well. But doing a lot of early work on the biodiversity credit side, so very, very much looking forward to the conversation.
Brilliant, thank you. So we all know that we're not exactly on track to meet the net zero goals and the Paris Agreement. And I'm sure you've heard a lot around energy markets today, but I think it's really important to appreciate that we need to take a holistic approach and looking at every single tool in our toolbox to address the climate emergency. So I'd like to start off this discussion with the urgency and understanding a little bit more how you, perhaps, Ronan, think about why carbon markets are so fundamental to achieving net zero.
Sure. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the first priority is reducing absolute emissions, but carbon markets do have a role to play as part of a kind of a coherent, integrated strategy to achieve net zero. Not least because by 2050 there will be maybe 10 gigatons of not abatable emissions, and if we're going to create the markets and infrastructure to remove those 10 gigatons, we need to start today. We can't wait until 2050. I think it's interesting overnight the Science Based Target Initiative have kind of changed their stance slightly and are now advocating that there is a role for carbon credits within an integrated strategy where emissions reductions is first. So we continue to respect the mitigation hierarchy, absolutely. But in that context, I think the name of the panel is the currencies of the future, and when you purchase carbon credits to offset your emissions, you're putting a price on your emissions. I think that's a really important signal. And I think that's one of the big reasons to do it. You're embedding that cost into your P&L. And on top of that, you can then channel finance to the Global South, you can channel finance to the preservation and conservation of nature, and you can channel finance to new and innovative technologies that can help us to achieve net zero. So for all of those reasons, I think it's got a role to play. It's not the most important thing maybe, but I think it's got a key role to play nevertheless over the next 20, 30 years.
Very interesting. Christian, I'm curious, you obviously sit at a slightly different angle in terms of helping corporates decarbonize by helping them understand what their true emissions are. What's your perspective here?
I mean, obviously, in order to manage your emissions, you first need to measure them. I mean, that is more or less a no-brainer. And we're sort of coming from it from the angle of value chain decarbonization. We did this study actually at last COP, where we're a part of the Swedish delegation, where we looked at 1,000 companies that already have net zero commitments. Turns out that if they succeed, and more critically, the value chains of those businesses succeed in their net zero transition, we would reduce like 80% of global emissions. And it sounds a little bit too good to be true, because it is in a way. Like every single company on the planet are failing with their net zero targets right now. And that's because they don't have that level of supply chain transparency.
Yeah.
So I mean, you do not only need to account for carbon emissions, but you need to have a global exchange of carbon data as well, where I as a buyer see all the way down, like what technologies do I need to invest in? Is it solar? Is it electrification of vehicle fleets? Whatever it is, but you can't take those crucial decisions unless you have the underlying data. So I mean, that's what we're trying to provide at Normative with our carbon accounting solution and carbon network.
I see you nodding, Alex. What's your perspective as an investor in terms of, do we have commercially scalable solutions today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the end, we are an impact investor, but we're still driven by returns, right? And so we look at the areas that we think are going to grow tremendously, and I'm absolutely with you that we can't wait until 2050. This is going to start happening much, much sooner. And it really needs to, because I've been investing in this space for 15 years, and every year you see, this carbon dioxide increasing, and we're like, oh, but now we're going to draw down, and next year we're going to draw down, and this curve just keeps increasing. And so, in the end, for us as investors, it was important to then come also to the realization it's what Normative is doing is incredibly important, but also actually drawing out carbon from the atmosphere, and this is kind of the place that we're putting our bets in, but at the same time, there's so much to be done, and luckily also quite a bit of capital flowing in, finally.
Dimple, you're focused on biodiversity. There's so much talk about carbon all the time. Biodiversity, is it a forgotten word in the vocabulary of investors? Are we doing enough in biodiversity? Because essentially, if we want to take a holistic approach to climate action, biodiversity is crucial, right?
Yeah, of course. So we're definitely seeing more conversation around biodiversity following some of the regulation, like TNFD last year. You can't meet your net zero targets without considering biodiversity. Yeah. But if you look at the stats on biodiversity, they're actually quite alarming. I mean, we've had, wildlife populations have declined by up to 69% over the last 50 years. And this is decline that is irreversible in some areas. And when you look at the financing gap, that's $700 billion that we need to be able to recover biodiversity to meet the goals for 2050. So this is an incredibly urgent issue. But again, it hits into a lot of the issues that Christian was talking about. How do you measure 1 unit of biodiversity? How do you value it? So the first step for organizations has got to be measuring their nature impact, accounting for it, and then taking action against it. And biodiversity credits are a small tool within that. They were called out by the GBF. But even at full scale, there will only be 130 billion of that 700 billion gap.
That's
Can
quite
I
astounding.
jump in there like really quickly? I think what you're doing is truly amazing, right? And the reason why I got into carbon in the first place, it's not because I value carbon in and of itself. Like, I don't care about carbon emissions and global warming on Venus. Like, I care about the impacts of carbon emissions and the impacts on biodiversity, right? But also the impact on human health, with millions of people like dying prematurely because of all of the famines and climate refugees and global conflicts that are caused by climate change. So I think it's all connected in the end of the day. And I think really good that biodiversity is starting to be measured scientifically in the way that carbon emission is doing as well.
Glad to hear there is agreement on the panel. The urgency is real, and we need to do something about it. Let's talk a little bit about the market structure. I mean, it's quite a complex space to understand. We have credits being categorized into avoidance, reduction, removal. We can look at it through nature-based versus engineered credits versus hybrid. You can also think about the market in terms of the voluntary carbon market versus the compliance market. You can think about insetting versus offsetting. Ronan, can you explain a little bit, how you think about the market structure and how you think it's going to evolve over time, and whether you think ultimately we will see real convergence between what is a compliance versus a voluntary market?
Yeah, I think these delineations are starting to break down. I think that's likely to continue. The traditional name of the voluntary carbon market is becoming increasingly a misnomer. Yes, we still have companies that voluntarily choose to purchase carbon credits to offset their emissions, and that market, although it's gone through a bit of a wobble in 2023, it actually is at record highs in terms of retirements in recent months. But many of the companies that are doing that are doing it because they've made public commitments to their investors or to their other stakeholders, and so it's only really voluntary in certain senses.
Yeah.
In the meantime, a lot of governments are starting to integrate carbon markets into their regulated schemes. So you've got, I think, 22 jurisdictions globally now where carbon credits can be used to meet liabilities that either from carbon taxes or from cap and trade or emissions trading type schemes. Countries like South Africa and Colombia, but also Singapore, which is introducing a carbon tax where carbon credits will be eligible in part to meet that liability. And often they're domestic, but in the case of Singapore, you're allowed to use global carbon credits. And much bigger economies like Japan are going to go down this road. And we're also seeing the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the start of sovereign governments entering into carbon markets to meet their NDC, their global, their carbon targets. So you've got large buyer countries like Switzerland that are already entering this space, and I think globally we've 81 bilateral agreements now between countries, 9 buyer countries and about 20 or I think about 40 host countries. And so really at all scales, companies to the largest sovereign governments are entering the space, and these delineations I think will become less obvious over time.
Very interesting. And then from a pricing perspective, do you think that we will see convergence as well?
That's obviously the upside case, right? So if the carbon in the EU ETS is trading at whatever 80 euros, then that's a long way up from where we are today. But even in Singapore, I think their carbon tax is starting at, if I remember this correctly, $5, but rising rapidly to $35. And that already would be quite significant for the carbon markets, which prices range quite a lot. It's a very heterogeneous market, but the average price is certainly lower than that. So, if you run the numbers, the potential demand from regulated markets dwarfs the supply today. The largest regulated scheme is CORSIA, and that's the scheme for global airlines. And the demand from CORSIA will be between 60 and 160 million credits between now and 2027. But that rises to hundreds of millions of credits by the time we get to 2030.
Yeah.
And if we had maybe 200 million credits retired last year, like these numbers, we could quickly swamp supply with demand if that regulated demand came in very quickly.
I mean, I think if you look at some of the projections in terms of the VCM market, it's 2 billion growing to 100 billion market over the next several years. So from an investor perspective, it should be really, really attractive. Yet, Alex, you are focused on insetting. Can you tell us more why you're so excited about insetting?
Yeah, absolutely. So a company that we are about to invest in, I would love to talk about it more, but the ink isn't dry yet. So we've been looking at the carbon markets and been trying to understand, what the drive is behind these companies and really wanting to do something and buying these voluntary credits. And that's when we stumbled then on insetting versus offsetting. So offsetting is really where a company can buy a carbon credit that's not related to their supply chain, versus insetting means that you really try to reduce your own Scope 3 emissions through your own supply chain. And this is something that you can do with nature-based solutions if, for example, you are a food company. So the Nestlés of this world have pledged billions of dollars to make sure that they would start sourcing as much as possible from these kinds of projects that are in their supply chain, so it's really reducing their Scope 3 emissions. But again, to Dimple's point from before, it's also about so much more than just carbon, right? So if you have a company that's really helping the food supply chain move towards regenerative agriculture, it stores carbon, but it also increases biodiversity. It increases the resilience to climate change by increasing the water retention. You need less fertilizers, less pesticides. And so it has all of these additional benefits around that as well. And that's why we fell in love with this kind of space. And I think my favorite due diligence call was with one of the largest bakery chains in Europe. And they said that for them, supply chain security is the number one topic. But another problem is that because we've been destroying the soil so much, the actual quality of the food has gone down, and the protein content in the wheat and the grains that they're getting has gone down to the point where their croissants are not raising properly anymore. And I mean, saving the planet is important, but saving the croissants, we figured, would be also really, really important.
Brilliant. Dimple, do you see parallels as you are investing your efforts into the more, I would say, early or more nascent biodiversity markets? Are there parallels or learnings in terms of how you see the market developing with Naturemetrics?
Yeah, definitely. So I think the carbon markets have been on a real journey, and there's some learnings that we can take from there in terms of where some of their challenges have been, specifically in relation to integrity, measurement. And to some degree, yes, it's disappointing that biodiversity credit markets are still quite underdeveloped, but it's also an opportunity to be able to put in those structural layers early on. How do you bring in robust MRV solutions, which means that you're taking credible, high-integrity financial instruments to market? And particularly when you look at the nature of biodiversity versus carbon, there's a huge amount of additional complexity that you need to address. So if those fundamental governance structures are not in place, you don't have a chance of actually cutting through the complexity and presenting it in a way that demand is able to understand and it inspires confidence. So I think right now, taking learnings in terms of governance, regulation as well, we're starting to see some early regulation come through in the biodiversity space. But if you look at the Paris Agreement, that actually details the mechanisms behind carbon markets to a level that you do not find in the GBF. It references biodiversity credits playing a role, but actually leaves the governance structures completely open to interpretation. So I think, yes, a huge opportunity to build right. I think given the finite nature of biodiversity, we don't have a lot of time to get it wrong. And then we start thinking about the methodologies to tackle some of the ecological complexity.
Do you think there is a sense in combining the two, where the co-benefits from biodiversity should be incorporated? In reality, we couldn't really separate the two because you can do good in one area and bad in another. Don't they go together?
Yeah, I think, already today many buyers are quite focused on co-benefits when they're purchasing carbon credits. So I think it is already something that people care about. Sometimes the nature benefits may not be completely in sync with the carbon benefits, and so I think we do need to take a holistic view. I think you'd rather have a natural reforestation project that's very biodiverse than a pure monoculture plantation which has no biodiversity. And arguably in the very long run, The former is much more sustainable in terms of its own health anyway, so you can make the case from an asset perspective. We may see the markets grow up and independent biodiversity markets, nature markets emerge too. I mean, they're still very, very nascent, but I think bundling them to me makes a lot of sense.
Kristen, what do you think, measuring carbon? Will you also start measuring biodiversity?
I think it makes a ton of sense for various reasons, right? As I said before, like, if we think about what are the things that we intrinsically value here, like I don't intrinsically value a ton of carbon, I value the consequences of carbon, right? So I mean, that has been known within the scientific field of life cycle assessments, or more specifically life cycle impact assessments, for a long time. So what you typically do when you take the life cycle assessment of a product is that you say, oh, you have a bunch of carbon emissions, but what we actually care is the biodiversity implications of that carbon. So then there's sort of conversion factors between carbon and biodiversity. Same thing, conversion factors between carbon and human health, for instance. So I mean, all of these models exist, but they're used by geeks within academia and within the field of life cycle assessments, and people in the carbon market space and sort of people with the financial hats on are not aware of these models. So I think there's huge opportunities if you just sort of geek down a little bit to consolidate the approach.
I guess that takes us into the next area I'd love to discuss with you, and that is around the credibility hit that I think carbon markets have taken last year, where the integrity piece has been under scrutiny, let's say. Kristen, if we start with how you think about it as a carbon accounting provider, how do you deal with imperfections in the market, and specifically looking at scope 3 emissions that are 90% plus of emissions, and the importance of value chains to cascade down to net zero? What's your perspective there in terms of building integrity and transparency?
I mean, I think I'm a big fan of markets, but I'm also hugely skeptical of markets. Because whenever there is an opportunity to game something, and if you can make a bunch of money from gaming something by being extremely liberal in your assumptions, there will be players that start to game those markets. I mean, that's what we saw like from the first markets of the tulip market crash in Holland. Like, we didn't know how to account for value properly. So people invested in tulips and thought they could make a shit ton of money from that. And it turns out that our way of accounting was more or less, fraudulent. So obviously that crashed, right? So I think in terms of carbon accounting, I mean, we really need a rigorous procedure of accounting for carbon emissions, both on sort of, I guess, the debit side to set a clear baseline. And to do that, you need data from the value chain. You can't just have sort of a spend-based estimate and say, oh, we roughly spend this much in this category, so we guess that our carbon emissions is X, Y, and Z. You need the real data where there's an audit trail from your supply chain. But equally, when we talk about these projects, I mean, both regardless if it's insetting or offsetting, we need to have a combined principles of what do we compare against. Because us as a carbon emissions provider, at least in theory, like if I estimate carbon emissions in a particular supply chain, I could account for all of the fuel and in theory at least measure the carbon emissions with sensors that have been released to the atmosphere. That could be done in theory, but when you talk about insetting or offsetting, you sort of compare to an alternative that did not happen. So I mean, for instance, if you do like offsetting with, planting trees, you could say, oh, I would have cut down like the entire all of the trees on the island of Borneo, for instance. But is that really sort of a realistic assumption? So that's where a lot of the markets have been in trouble, because you make sort of unrealistic comparisons. So that's why, something like the Oxford Principles are so freaking good, because finally we're sort of, starting to get a little bit more agreement on how to do this. But I think it's far from done, and I am a bit sort of skeptical. I think some people will get screwed over, and there will be actors trying to game the system. Sorry for being a little bit of a buzzkill in a way.
Ronan, I'm very curious how you think about this. We've obviously seen a flight to safety in the last 12 to 18 months, and the fact that you're providing carbon ratings, does that help bring greater transparency? And do you think it will lead to essentially the junk end of the market being eliminated? Or how do you think about the need for the spectrum if we compare it to the bond market, the AAA to the kind of CCC rated bond?
Sure. I mean, look, this is why we started B0, right, ultimately. I mean, building on what Christian said, our carbon credit always has embedded uncertainty in it, right? There's never, you can never be 100% certain that the ton that's being claimed has truly been achieved. And so it's a risk asset. We need to accept that. But we then need the tools and the information architecture to understand that risk asset. And that's what we're seeking to provide with ratings. Our ratings are an opinion on the likelihood that the credit's achieving a ton. And that means AAA means it's very likely and highest likelihood in our opinion, and all the way down to single D, which is lowest likelihood. And this helps to change the incentive structure if it works, because it can incentivize a risk-driven pricing in the market, which we haven't had historically. Yeah. It actually was a market that rewarded volume, not quality. And if you have a market that rewards quality, then they get priced higher, and then there's an incentive to create higher quality assets. Higher quality means more effective, more likely to be achieving what they're saying they're achieve. Now, in terms of the legacy supply that people worry about as being low quality, I mean, the whole point is to move away from an overly binary perspective, right? There's a spectrum of quality, and there should always probably be a cutoff. So, I don't know whether it's single D, single C, single B. There are other initiatives like the Core Carbon Principles, which are trying to set thresholds as well. Yeah. But in a world where you kind of assign a certain amount of probability of effectiveness based on a rating or some other tool, then you can start to think about discounting. And we've actually proposed a discounting framework where you would say a AAA rated credit is essentially close to achieving a ton. We believe that, whereas a single C rated credit is only achieving 10% of a ton. And if people accept that kind of a framework, then you can buy 10 of the lower rated, lower quality credit to achieve the same as buying one AAA. Or you can set the threshold higher, as I say. So it's about changing the incentive structure. And just as a final point, interestingly, we are starting to see the market move in this direction. So since we started the B0 ratings platform 2 years ago, we've gone from no correlation between prices of the traded price of carbon credits against their rating to now a noted correlation. And we see every notch in the rating scale is worth 25 to 30% higher in terms of prices. And particularly for credits rated above BBB, they're 100 to 200% higher than credits rated lower than that. So the market is starting to become more efficient, and that is the hallmark of a proper market, that quality is priced higher than low quality.
Can I ask a quick question there? I know that you're the moderator, so sorry about that, but is there a correlation between different actors as well on the market, like different sort of rating actors? Similar to what you would see in sort of credit risk ratings, for instance, they're 96% correlated. Are you starting to see that correlation between what you're doing and what others are doing as well?
Yeah, if we look at the rating agencies and carbon markets, there's probably rough agreement on maybe 2/3 of projects, but that means there's another portion where we're not always agreed. People find that problematic. I would say it's a very young market, right? Credit rating agencies have been around for over 100 years, so they've had a bit of time to get it right in that sense. Also, rating agencies in the carbon market don't all necessarily have exactly the same definition for what is defined as quality. It's not always 100% clear as well what goes into the models. I mean, our ratings are available for free, so anybody can run the numbers against us. It's more difficult for us to do that with our competitors. But I think over time we probably may see more convergence as the market dictates, how much of a weight we should attach to additionality, how much of a weight we should attach to non-permanence risk, or maybe to biodiversity or other co-benefits. And I think that will probably help to get that convergence. But the question is maybe posing, is there too much divergence? I would say that problem is overstated, because more of the time we agree than then we don't agree.
Yeah, and you mentioned 100 years, and we don't have 100 years
Absolutely.
for it to be perfectly correlated. So it is a little bit difficult.
But we're 2
right?
years in, so I think
we've
made a lot of progress.
We
in 2
need
years.
to start, moving as a community, right? But yeah.
And speaking of complexity in nature-based solutions and biodiversity, as you mentioned at the outset, Dimple, it's even more complex. So how can we ensure comparability of projects and integrity of projects?
Yeah, so
from your
something that
perspective?
Christian said actually that I think is incredibly relevant to biodiversity at the moment, which is baseline.
Yeah.
So when you look across the market, this is where a lot of companies are. They're establishing their baseline. Equivalent with projects, you need a starting point. But actually what we're seeing is the way those baselines are established are actually quite poor, and they're quite patchy. And there is high integrity technology out there. I mean, Natematic obviously has a super robust solution for this. But when you establish a strong baseline, you're able to then better track change over time.
Yeah.
And so this is relevant not just for nature positive strategies within companies and organizations that are now starting to track it for the first time, but also by providing that starting point for anything on the biodiversity credit side of things as well. So I'd say that has got to be high priority across the nature space as a whole. I think the other piece is really starting to look, as you mentioned, at equivalence. So, if you're having a nature impact in one ecosystem, you shouldn't really be offsetting that in a completely different ecosystem. That is still a loss globally for biodiversity. And I think these are really important standards that have to be put in place before we even reach trading, before we reach pricing. It's like, how do you actually take action, reducing your nature impact, and how do you, in a really high integrity way, demonstrate that you have done that, because that's going to be essential for transparency. But secondly, if you're not able, whatever you're not able to reduce, what does an offset actually mean? And how far, even geographically, can you go to do that? Because otherwise you could end up with pockets of the world where, it's a concrete jungle, and actually all of the restoration is happening in incredibly concentrated ecosystems, which then completely destabilize the supply chain.
Very interesting perspective. I see people nodding here. And I think that takes us nicely into regulation and the need for regulation. We need carrots, we need sticks. And I think if we start on some of the regulatory initiatives that you've been benefiting from, Christian, with normative, there have been delays, there have been watered down versions. We think CSRD, CS-DDD. How important is the regulation in forcing action and driving adoption?
And I think it's super important, right? I've been in carbon accounting for 11 years. There was still a market before regulation existed. That was entirely voluntary. It was mostly stakeholder driven. Let's say you're a big brand with a bunch of stakeholders, and you sort of see the business benefit of disclosing your carbon emissions and reducing your carbon emissions. But that sort of group of early adopters are really small compared to who needs to be on board. Everyone needs to be on board in terms of decarbonizing their value chains. So obviously, it made a huge difference in terms of our growth and outreach with the CSRD. But that's just the first step, right? You're measuring carbon emissions, but there's no legal requirement for you to reduce emissions. But with the corporate sustainability due diligence directive that you mentioned, for instance, there you will need to have that plan in place and that business strategy, and you need to be diligent and have a due diligence process with your suppliers, etc., etc. So that roadmap plays a hugely important role in creating this market. And I think more broadly, we need to have a carbon tax as well, right? There's a lot of bets that are somewhat risky in a sense, right? Because a lot of bets in climate tech now are that we will eventually reach cost parity, but there might be situations where you never reach cost parity with fossil fuels, right? And then, I mean, I would love to see sort of almost more lobbying for carbon taxes to have an equal playing field, where the ones that really invest in decarbonization are getting that extra nudge for it to be paying off.
We also start to see more regulation in the voluntary market. Is that a good or a bad thing, Ronan?
I mean, we talked earlier about the convergence between voluntary and compliance. I think governments will have a significant role in shaping carbon markets in the next few years. I think interest from regulators in the carbon markets is a sign of maturity. I think it's something to be welcomed, because it will help to kind of recognize the value of carbon markets and increase their legitimacy. So I think it is a good thing. I mean, from our perspective as a rating agency, we take a lot of inspiration, obviously, from the credit rating agencies, and they are heavily regulated. So we've always built our business around the principles of, governance and internal structures that, assume we will be regulated sooner rather than later. So, divisions between the commercial and the analytical side of the business, governance and processes around assigning ratings, etc., that are akin to what we see in the debt market. So for us, regulation is coming. We see the likes of the CFTC in the US are looking at the space, and these are major influential regulators. So I think it's coming, and I think it's broadly a good thing, as long as it doesn't overly stifle regulation, as long as it's proportionate.
You agree, Alex?
I would add to that, it's so important for investors, right, to have a framework that that this market is coming and that there are chances to be had. And it's a bit akin to what happened to solar, right? If we hadn't had the solar feed-in tariffs, we wouldn't have really, really cheap solar panels these days. And so I think it's really important to really drive that, and also to give people, again, more confidence in this, because what you were mentioning before, I mean, last year was a disaster. There was a very infamous Guardian article, but there's also some of these large voluntary carbon marketplaces like South Pole that have really suffered from public scrutiny. But for us, in the end, we think that's a good thing, because they needed to weed those things out that really didn't do anything for the environment. And so it's a bit like greenwashing these days. I think as a corporate, you're going to think a little bit twice about doing too much greenwashing, because eventually you're going to be caught, and then that's going to have repercussions. That same thing should start happening also on this carbon side. And I think we're making some progress. Europe has just passed some legislation that's at least setting the very broad framework, so we still have a lot of work to do, but it's all moving in the right direction, both for investors, but also for the public at large to have more confidence in these markets.
From a biodiversity perspective, Dimple, how do you think about regulation?
Yes, we've obviously had a huge shift in the way that regulation is coming into play with biodiversity, so CSRD, TNFD, and that's been really effective in terms of changing companies' mindsets around biodiversity. It was so far down the agenda until the forcing mechanism came into play, and people started to look at their nature impact for the first time. So I think regulation is going to be incredibly important, in driving action with organizations in terms of actually taking accountability for the nature impact of their operations, but also on the supply side. If we're looking at biodiversity credits, how do you ensure the integrity of the credits that are going to market, the governance structures that we're going to need, but also behind all of that, things like land use. When you look at the projects that are in play, how that impacts local communities, indigenous people, etc., there is a huge amount of complexity when you think about the different layers of regulation that need to align to make this an effective market mechanism. But I think, actually, if we hadn't seen that shift in regulation over the last, I'd say, 2-3 years, I don't think that we would have made the progress that we have even seen so far on the biodiversity side. So I think it's going to be really important.
Super. Let's talk about something slightly more uplifting than regulation, shall we? Let's talk about scaling and innovation. Maybe we start with some of the scaling challenges. What have you seen as the major bottlenecks for you, Dimple, when it comes to biodiversity and nature-based solutions?
Yeah, so when we're thinking about the financial innovation on the biodiversity fund, so there's a huge amount of activity happening in blue bonds, green bonds. They're building on well-known financial instruments, there's an infrastructure already in place. When we're looking at biodiversity credits, it's still very much in the methodology phase. So how do you aggregate from the ground up to a single metric that you can track over time without losing some of the detail and the complexity and the integral balance of an ecosystem. So I say those are some of the challenges that we're working on actively at the moment. But I think once you set those standards, you're able to borrow a lot of the market mechanisms from the carbon space, but keep working alongside regulation, nature positive strategies. I say nature positive, that is not even defined. So companies say they're moving towards a nature positive strategy. Nobody has actually quantified that. So every layer that you peel back, there's a new definition challenge. There's a new conversation that needs to be had around how we quantify something. But these are all conversations that are happening, and there's a huge amount of infrastructure that we can then borrow, build on. But I think, as Ronan mentioned, some of the early steps that we've seen scaling is adding on biodiversity as a consideration for carbon credit. And I know you get into challenges around additionality, etc., but it's really also shifting that mindset that actually just because you have bought a carbon credit does not actually mean that you are doing the right thing from a biodiversity perspective. And there are additional uplifts that you can get from concentrated investment. So I'd say that is getting us started, but a huge amount of definition that we still have to do.
Alex, from an investor perspective, what do you think are the major bottlenecks here?
I think it's this continued worry about the data, right? So these kind of ratings of like making sure that we know what we're investing in. And so I think this is why it's such an exciting time in this place, because we're also invested in a satellite company that supports and provides the data that we need. And AI is now coming out and really making sense of a lot of the data. So hopefully the confidence in all these models that we have will keep increasing quite dramatically, because so far, especially around nature-based solutions, there's just a lot of uncertainty. And I think that's also holding back a lot of investment in this kind of a space. So hopefully this convergence of more data and being able to interpret the data is really going to drive this thing forward.
So data and frameworks together make for an easier investment case.
A good cocktail, hopefully.
Yeah,
yes.
a good cocktail. Let me ask each one of you, what are you most excited about from an innovation perspective? Starting with you, Ronan.
I think it's, there's a finite amount of potential carbon assets in the world, whether they're used to inset or offset or at a sovereign level. And they all need this data and integrity tools. And so that creates us huge opportunities for innovation and investment in the MRV and the sampling, not just in geospatial, but think about soil probes or eDNA, but also in the market tools, ratings obviously, but other risk management solutions like insurance or portfolio products to invest in and create and build portfolios of projects. And so I'm very excited about the market opportunity, but all of the derivative opportunities that come from that.
Alex?
Yeah, I think, again, this confluence of a lot of areas coming together. So in these carbon markets now, banks are really coming into this, insurance companies, and governments that need to know more about the farmers and the kind of subsidies that they're giving. There's a lot of really interesting business models that are emerging, like a carbon pool doing like carbon insurance. This is something that would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. And so to me as an investor, it's really exciting to see great entrepreneurs coming out and thinking slightly differently, and hopefully finding solutions that really drive this forward.
Christian?
I'm really excited about standardized way of exchanging data. So something like the digital product passport in the European Union, like you can essentially take any product and see step by step throughout the value chain in a standardized way where are emissions occurring. Is it because of burning of fossil fuels for electricity? Is it vehicle fleets? Is it in agriculture? And then once you have that data and that truly global exchange of data, then you can build all of these market mechanisms on top, insetting or offsetting or biodiversity and truly make a meaningful change. So I'm super excited about that.
Dimple?
Okay, I mean, echoing a lot of what the others have already said on the panel, but I think the progress that we're able to drive through high integrity data, particularly in the biodiversity front, having a robust MRV technology in place that is able to take all of that complexity and give you with confidence a single metric that you can use to drive action. That, for me, is going to be game-changing. And then when you pull in market mechanisms, but also some really interesting initiatives that have been happening, so sovereign debt swaps, etc., all of these pieces are going to give us learnings that we're able to then pull together. But it feels like we're reaching that tipping point where people are finally starting to take action. And if we can do that in a data-informed decision-making way, then for me, that's something that's going to drive lasting change.
For me, as an investor, I think it's the most exciting time to look at the innovations that you guys are bringing to market. I think there is just, we're at the beginning of a journey, and we have so much technology to support the scaling of these markets. And I think now is really a good time to maybe ask each one of you to make a prediction. As investors, we obviously are always in need of making predictions. So 5 years from now, what is the most interesting prediction you would make, starting with you this time, Dimple, and then we go that way.
Yeah, no,
it's always hard
good.
to be last, isn't it?
I mean, in 5 years' time, I would love to have someone like Ronan organization actually providing ratings for biodiversity credit, because it means that the level and the detail of the data that you're able to provide around the projects has just far surpassed anything that is available on the market right now. And for me, mechanisms like ratings and insurance pop up when there's a viable market. And so that would be an indication of having reached a level of maturity within the biodiversity credit space.
I think we're short on time, but if we can have a few more minutes, if I can just give each panelist 30 seconds to give their answer, we'd be very grateful. Great, Christian.
I think, hopefully we will be in a place where carbon data, biodiversity data will be as correlated as the profit and loss statement that businesses produce every year, or be as correlated a credit risk rating. So you can truly do apples to apples comparisons and have a functioning market.
Yeah. Great, that was going to be my answer too. So I'll go the boring route and say legislation, I think, is really accelerating, and I'm really hoping that that's going to give us the frameworks to invest more safely, and also for entrepreneurs to know where they have to run to make sure that they also get paid at the end.
Yeah, I think for me, everything we've talked about, the innovation, the awareness, the improvement in the data, can all mean these markets become much bigger and more effective, and that will drive the carbon price up. And then the carbon market actually performs its actual function, which is to provide an incentive to decarbonize, because that crowds in cheaper ways to get your emissions down, and that's the whole point of having a carbon market. So that's my hope and prediction.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Join me in thanking the panelists for an excellent discussion.
Alexander, thank you very much for your help. Thank you very much for your expertise. Don't go too far. There's a couple of seconds for the next amazing group of panelists. Alexander, Ronan, Dimple, Christian, Michelle, thank you very much for your expertise. Thank you for your patience. Let's explore the geopolitical significance of rare earth metals. Please welcome the panelists. Henk Both, Principal, Anzu Partners. Rutger van Ralten, co-founder and CEO of CarbonX. Michael Granoff, Managing Partner of Manev Mobility, and our panel discussion moderator, Bo-Anna Chila, Partner at Forward One. Please welcome to our stage. Round of applause, please. The geopolitical significance of rare earth metals. The floor is yours, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect. Hi, everyone, for joining us so late in the day. I know we're all eager to go to the drinks, so especially thanks for being here and paying attention to our panel. We have some really interesting panelists today. My name is Bo-Anna Chila. I'm partner at Forward One, and we're a deep tech hardware investor based in Amsterdam. We're doing seed and Series A. So I'll quickly ask everyone to introduce themselves, including what they know about the subject or their relevance to the subject. And then we'll dive into more in-depth questions as soon as we can. So Henk Both, Principal at Anzu Partners, would you like to start off, please?
Yeah, sure, thank you. Is it on?
I think, can we hear Henk? Say yes.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry, now I can hear it. Hi, I'm Henk Both. I'm a principal at Anzu Partners. Anzu Partners is an industrial technology venture capital firm. We invest in material science innovations, manufacturing innovations, deep tech innovations across a number of verticals, and I lead our energy transition investment vertical. I also lead our office in Atlanta, Georgia. Before Anzu Partners, I got my PhD in physical chemistry from Stanford, so I come to this discussion as a chemist, and then I worked as a management consultant in the energy industry, involved with mineral extraction, material extraction, and kind of international commerce related to that. And then Anzu Partners invests in technology at the seed and Series A stage, and so that means that when we talk about technologies kind of at the forefront of solving these types of problems we're talking about, that's exactly where I like to look for investments.
Perfect, thank you, Henk. Rutger van Ralten, who is CEO of CarbonX.
Yes, hi everyone. My voice is already cracked from day one, so bear with me. My name is Rutger van Ralten. I'm co-inventor and co-founder of CarbonX. We develop a drop-in solution for graphite. We produce that locally at full commercial scale, so talking 100 tons per day in US and in Europe. We basically help automotive and battery makers to disconnect from the geopolitical dependency on the graphite supply chain, which shows a high vulnerability, of course, to disruption. So happy to talk from that perspective on the panel.
Perfect. And we have Michael Granoff, who is managing partner at Manev Mobility.
Thank you. Manev is a venture capital fund based in Tel Aviv, Israel, that invests at the intersection of transportation and energy. We're a seed stage investor. We have 35 portfolio companies around the world, and just last week announced our third fund, $140 million. We invest really in everything around decarbonization and digitization of the movement of people and goods. I've been around this space for more than 2 decades now, and my original motivation for taking an interest in it had to do with some of the geopolitical imbalances in the energy economy, which 20 years ago was primarily around oil and its monopoly status as a transportation fuel, and OPEC's use of the supply and production to effectively, as I like to put it, tax every person on the planet. And these days we have very different energy security and geopolitical implications in the supply chain for transportation fuels that we'll talk about.
Perfect, thanks so much. And before we dive in depth into a lot of questions we have around these critical resources, I have a silly question of my own, and that is, If we're talking about critical, significant, rare earth materials, are they all metals?
I'm the chemist, so I'll answer that rare earths are all metals, and what rare earths have in common is that they all have, basically, they're used in magnets, so they have magnetic properties. But if you step outside of rare earths, there's a lot of adjacent materials that are also critical materials, and I would put battery materials, contested battery materials in that space, so cobalt definitely, graphite, and some others. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
All right.
No, I can add to that. But I recently came from a visit with a cell manufacturer who said the nice anecdote that we're only talking about critical minerals because there's a big monopoly from China, because else we would just be talking about minerals in general. And I think it breaks down to 2 points. One is the demand side, like is this material needed in large quantities? And then the second part is the supply chain vulnerability, I think, which is it easy to disrupt and causing problems? And then, yeah, I fully agree with Henk that there's more than only metals to it.
All right, so do you have anything to add? Or
I would just say I'm by far the least technical person on the panel, but my observation in general is that those things that are described as rare are rarely as rare as they appear to be.
Ooh, and I think that's a cliffhanger for what's about to come. So let's dive into the first question. So how critical are rare earth metals to various industries, and what specific applications make them indispensable in modern technologies? Michael, would you like to comment first?
Well, you know, they're absolutely indispensable, and we're all here, I think, because we believe that we must transition from a carbon-based economy to a minerals-based economy. But as Tom Sowell has said and observed, I think, very wisely, there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. And so moving to a mineral-based economy doesn't mean that everything is as benign as we wish it were, but it's definitely the right direction that we have to move in. And as far as how important it is, it's there's effectively three choices that we could do, right? We could remain in a carbon-based economy, we could transition to a minerals-based economy, or we go back to the Stone Age. And those are really the only three options, so we have to decide what we want to do, and I think everyone here is pretty much agreed on what the right path forward is.
I really like how you describe the current economy as a carbonized economy. That's a term I never heard before. Henk, do you have something you'd like to add on the subject?
Yeah, I think being very specific about it, rare earths in particular, as I mentioned earlier, they all have in common the fact that they're magnetic materials. And so if you look and say, are magnets actually critical for anything? There's a lot of things in our world that are essential that aren't possible without strong permanent magnets that use rare earths. And so you go from defense applications like guided munitions need strong permanent magnets, jets need strong permanent magnets made of samarium and cobalt. There are no alternatives to that at this stage. MRIs need rare earths. All electronics, personal computers, phones, tablets, all electronics use rare earths. And electric vehicles, obviously a big driver of growing rare earth demand, as well as wind turbines. So these are applications where, to date, they are completely irreplaceable. And I would say some of those are completely essential.
So I think if I had to summarize, I would say pretty critical. So that leads us to the next question. So to what extent do you rely on rare earth materials for the high-tech industries? And to what extent is it creating vulnerabilities in terms of technology dependence and natural security at the moment? Rutger, what will you say about that?
Yeah, I think it's been mentioned a few times on stage already in the panel sessions. That it's quite critical, and you see that there's no legislation coming. Of course, the Inflation Reduction Act has been mentioned, which is like the carrot, and then in Europe we're trying to be more regulatory with the Critical Raw Material Act. So you see a lot of protectionism coming up, which I think is quite rare for Europe in a way to do that in a joint effort. So I think that is actually a big sign that this is creating really vulnerabilities, and that we have to do everything to basically innovate our way out of the situation that we're in. On the IRA, I think it's interesting that we see from an anode material supplier perspective that sourcing locally is very important in the US because there's a direct cost benefit. There's a $10 tax credit on the kilowatt hours if you source your material locally, so from the US. As you probably know, more than 95% of graphite is coming from China. So those credits are directly applicable to these clients. In Europe, it's more regulatory, as I said, but I think there's a lot innovation and development going on because of this protectionism that we see coming up. So I think it's a good thing, also pulling innovation alongside.
Yeah, and you mentioned regulations. To what extent are we already collaborating sufficiently within the EU and between the EU and the US?
Between EU and US, it's quite difficult. It's totally different cultures. It's totally different approaches. I mentioned the carrot and the stick. Within Europe, we see that there's quite a supply chain you do as stakeholders together. So we do see in the battery space, from a material perspective, quite some initiatives, companies supporting each other with sourcing of materials. The US is just faster, and I think it was also mentioned in the previous panels. Building a plant in Europe versus building a plant in US, it's about permitting and speed. Same applies for sourcing. We do see that there's a much bigger pool. But then again, I think that Europe and US are doing basically the same together. It's disconnecting from the monopolies from the East.
Makes sense. Thanks. Michael, what would you add to that?
I think that's very well put. It reminds me of what Winston Churchill said about the United States, which is that they'll always do the right thing after exhausting all other options. And that's really how you can look at the IRA, which I hesitate to use that term since it's nothing to do with reducing inflation, but nonetheless, also about 15 years later than it should have been. But nonetheless, it has been a step in the right direction. There's a huge internal brawl going on now about how to implement it. And Senator Manchin, who was the deciding vote in that legislation, only voted with it on the premise that it would help America stand up the industries, the critical industries, as you said, that it needs to not continue to be dependent for those critical needs on specifically on China. So there's more fireworks ahead, but it seems to be moving mostly in the right direction.
Thanks. That's interesting insight. And so, Henk, which countries or regions possess significant deposits of rare earth metals, and how does geographical concentration impact global supply chains and geopolitical dynamics, according to you?
So it's an interesting question because if you look at the planet as a whole, rare earth metals are pretty homogeneously distributed across the planet and pretty available anywhere. But then if you ask, where are they mined today and where are they processed, the gorilla in the room is China, because 90 to 95% of the world's rare earth metals go through China. And not to make China a boogeyman here, but it's got a pretty tight control over the global supply. And the reason it has that is back in the 1980s, Deng Xiaoping made a statement where he said, the Middle East has oil and China will have rare earths. It's a pretty famous statement. They were willing to double down on mining, extracting, processing rare earths when no one else was because they didn't care about the environmental concerns at the time. So you bring up radioactive materials, you leach acids and heavy metals into groundwater. It's pretty nasty stuff. You mess up the air quality. So anyway, they made those investments when other countries weren't willing to do that, and they now control the mines. About 60% of the world's rare earths are mined in China, but then they own 90% of the extraction, 90% of the processing, and 90% of the alloying, and they've made it illegal to export any of those technologies. So they've got a very strong stranglehold on those technologies. It takes about 10 years to bring a mine up, from 10 to 20 years to bring a mine up from when you've identified somewhere where you want to have a mine, so it's a pretty long cycle time to get out of that situation. And then kind of the geopolitical concern here is that they have shown a willingness to weaponize that. In 2010, they did that for the first time. They got in a dispute with Japan over some islands whose names I can't pronounce. But they owned 95% of the world's supply at that point. They choked off supply. Prices shot up 20, 30x. So not 2 to 3x, 20 or 30x for magnets that the DOE and DOD have determined as critical. And so the US really, at that point, started focusing on what do we need to do to get out of this situation. That was 14 years ago, and we haven't really done much.
No, and do you think, as a society, we feel how urgent the situation is?
It's one of those things where if you talk to people at a party and say, hey, did you know that China controls 95% of the world's magnets? Some people say yes, some people say no. But in my conversations, I've never really had a discussion with someone where I feel like they are treating the topic with the significance that it deserves. Because we all know that Taiwan manufactures a lot of the world's semiconductors, and the US is willing to go to war ostensibly to defend Taiwan from China. Well, they're already in that situation with rare earth magnets. And we're not doing anything about it. We're kind of just trying to play it nice. Last year, they banned exports of magnets to Raytheon and Lockheed Martin over a dispute about Taiwan. Those companies were providing Taiwan with munitions, and so China cut them off, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. They did similar things then with graphite later in the year, so they have shown a willingness to weaponize it, and people don't seem to care. I don't know a different way of saying it. And so that's one of the reasons I'm here, is to try to evangelize and talk about that. But I think it's a much bigger problem than people realize, and it just takes one spark for people to realize all of a sudden.
I see some heavy nodding on my left from Michael.
I'm really glad that you put it the way that you did, and I think you couldn't be more correct, not just about the substance, but about the fact that not enough attention is being paid to this, not enough people are understanding the vulnerability of the West in the current imbalance of these materials. And there have been so many, you mentioned the 1980s, that goes back even further than my recollection. What's seared in my memory is the winter of 2009, when President Obama took office amidst the financial crisis, the bankruptcy of General Motors. Stars seemed to be lining up for the United States to do something dramatic in order to prevent all of the concentration of the new economy around electrification and all the other implications that you mentioned earlier to be dominated by China. But the U.S. failed to do it at that time, and now we're in the position that we're in. And I think the imperative now is to develop new industries. It's also interesting how you said that these materials are basically very well distributed across the world. What's not well distributed is the culture of exploiting them. And there's a terrific book that I recommend if people are interested, called The War Below, by Ernest Schneider, I think, that talks exactly about all of these reasons why so many blockades are put up to mining, particularly in America, and to getting at these minerals that we'll need if we're going to remain competitive in the global economy. I'll also bring out my show and tell, because I like to say that in 1908, when the first Ford Model T rolled off the assembly line in Detroit, people thought that most of the oil in the world was in Pennsylvania. And then the global auto industry exploded, and the market was there, the economic incentive was there, people started finding oil all over the place, and more than 100 years later, found new extraction technologies that took the US from a 40-year decline in oil production to being the world's leading producer again. Now, why do I mention that? Because I think it's going to be the same in this instance, that it's not a factor that it's not distributed evenly, or that we won't have enough. The Stone Age did not end for lack of stones. The oil age will not end for a lack of oil. But we need to find these minerals in other places. So one example of this that I've been spending some time on recently is polymetallic nodules that are on the ocean floor. They are widely across the Pacific Ocean. I've been focused mainly on one particular collection that is around in the country called the Cook Islands. Cook Islands has 15,000 people. It is the land mass is about the size of Washington, D.C., but the territorial water is about the size of Alaska. So it is like 99.99% water. And in their territorial water are trillions of nodules, and I have one with me here today. This here is a nodule from Cook Islands waters that has I think about 70% cobalt and 20% manganese and 10% other rare earths. And
is that also how you find it in the sea? Is that
that's
literally
exactly how it comes up, and then it needs to be processed, like if you took it out of a mine in Congo, for example. But I think that these are I think there's a huge economic opportunity with things like this, but there's also a security imperative to balance out the current dominance of Chinese supply.
Maybe a quick follow-up question. Do we actually have the knowledge to process that further up in the value chain?
No, 100%. It's not. It's the processing part is no different than if you took it out of a terrestrial mine.
Interesting. So, and you already touched upon the fact that we can actually be hopeful because we've just identified how critical the situation actually is. When it comes to emerging players, what do you think that will do to kind of the global power balances? How will that shift in the upcoming decades?
When it comes to
like the emerging players, so the new mines that actually the sea. So
yeah.
I'm not sure if we can call that a mine.
Well, a lot of that will depend on policy, and one thing that people should be mindful of is the fact that the Chinese have funded NGOs in order to find problems, and if you see a report come out that says if you lift a single nodule out of the Pacific Ocean, everybody gets cancer, if you see that kind of a report, you should be very suspicious of it, and you should see where it came from. You should see whether it stands up to scientific scrutiny. But I think, like I said, the economic incentive is certainly there, and as long as the politics continues to go in a direction that people continue to understand the imperative to diversify the supply chain, I think this will be a huge opportunity in the next 5-10 years.
And so, thank you, Michael. Rutger, when we're talking about emerging players, I can imagine you have a different view from like a startup perspective.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I think there are basically three pillars we see around us, and I think Henk, I discussed with Henk before as well. I think ESG is a big differentiator for Europe, also US. And part of that is the battery passport, so traceability, that's the second pillar. If we can catch up with China, build enough gigafactories, take care of our supply chains, then ESG and traceability will in the end separate us. But we need to reward that. So for that, we need to have these incentives. And the third pillar is basically localized supply chains. It is critical to, in the end, disconnect. And, well, I think nodules are indeed a nice alternative. I think we have to look at all of them. Consider the footprint, consider the cost, consider the supply chain. But in the end, especially if we focus on EV mobility, it will be mostly about supply and cost. And a lot of developments we see as a startup around us, it's lacking usually one of the two. Most are focused on ESG, so converting CO2 into a useful carbon. It should come at supply and cost. And that's very difficult. And the second part of that is that you also need the funding. I think first of a kind is now the hype in VC land, as I hear. And I agree, you need to go directly to a scale that can be a meaningful solution to the critical situation we're in.
Thanks. So maybe a question to all three of you. So how does the topic influence your day-to-day job or business? So how are you touched by these, well, they're big issues, right? Do you notice you review startups differently, or is it something that you encounter in your day-to-day job?
Yeah, maybe before answering that, just to say one more thing off what Rutger just said. I don't think we've really talked about the scale of the problem yet, so just to quantify it, rare earths, so just for magnets, not even cobalt, graphite, anything else, it's a $45 billion industry today. It's expected to triple or quadruple in the next 10 years. And if we look 10 years out, based on the resources we have available today, the deficit in supply 10 years from now will be larger than the total market is today. So it's an enormous, enormous crunch that we're heading into. It's going to be a $200 billion a year market pretty soon. So what that means for me in my day-to-day as an investor is I'm very, very, very interested in companies that actually show up with differentiated technologies. It's very high on my priority list when I see a company that's a new metal extracting company, refining company, alloying company, recycling company. I spend a lot of my time working at one of our portfolio companies, Nairon Magnetics. Nairon came out of, this Japan-China conflict that I discussed earlier, the DOE, as a result of that conflict, decided to fund a bunch of research at the university stage in the United States to try to develop magnets that don't require rare earth metals. A research group at the University of Minnesota was the only successful group. They spun out into a company. There's now a company called Nairon Magnetics, which is like kind of a pun. Nairon is nitrogen, and then iron is the name. They just use iron, nitrogen. They can use scrap iron from car part waste and nitrogen, which is 70% of the atmosphere, and they can make strong permanent magnets. They have, as their investors, anybody you can think of basically in the automotive space, Atlantis, Stellantis, Volvo, GM, they have Samsung, Western Digital, Allison Transmission, Magna, a bunch of companies who are interested in it because of the clear value proposition. So I spend a lot of my time working with that company in particular, but that's just one solution. The market is so large that there's no way that Nairon could scale their technology to meet the whole demand. But the crazy part is, I'm also a battery investor, and I've looked in the battery space. There's pick your flavor of battery cathode companies out there, but there's literally one company, which is Nairon, making magnets that don't use rare earth metals. It's such an enormous TAM. I can't think of another TAM that it's that big that isn't crawling with companies. So, long answer, but it's basically what I spend my life on, is trying to invest in this space.
It's actually very hopeful for all VC investors in the room today. Rutger, what would you say?
The startup life, it's been life-changing for us personally. I'm working on this project for more than 15 years. I'm co-inventor of the material, so really part of the team inventing Carbonix in the lab. And we developed basically first for tire industry, making more sustainable tires. That's a completely different conference, different topic. But I think the urgent need, and what Henk says is actually what resonates with us as well, is we were able to actually pivot from going to a sustainable tire where industry is not ready for, changing the settings, changing the grade of our material to basically get similar performance as a graphite. And all of a sudden, you're at scale, you're solving at the right cost level a supply chain issue where there's almost no innovations at scale for this solution. We cannot build more mines easily in Europe. There are roughly a few deposits. Synthetic graphite, you need a lot of energy for a very long time, so you need to find the grid actually to get that from. The raw materials, the feedstock is scarce. So it completely changed our business model and our perspective, and with help of some VCs, we actually got funded last September, raised a round to fully now commit to solving this localized supply chain. So yeah, how important is this? I think it also can be really, in that sense for us, a life-changing event to pivot the whole company towards this as a supply chain solution.
I can imagine. So it's a bummer for all the investors in the room right now because you just closed your round. Is that what I hear?
Yeah, but I'm always raising.
Always be fundraising, right?
Say, yeah. The round is never truly closed.
All right, Michael, how about you?
Well, I mean, these guys put it so well. I'll just add that our LP base is made up both of financial and strategic investors, and most of the strategic investors are corporations, many of them around the automotive industry, also around infrastructure and other areas that are have a huge interest in the success of exactly what you guys were just describing. So, part of our job is obviously our main job is as a fiduciary for our investors to get the highest return, but also to help educate them on how they're going to build cars that that don't depend completely on supply chains that may be out of reach or overly expensive or have other problems with them. And this is exactly the type of knowledge that is going to be critical to be able for everything that all of us are doing to move forward.
Thanks. And if there's one main takeaway you would like to give to the audience summarizing our discussion today, what would it be? Michael, please go first. Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, I think the way Henk described the critical situation that I think the West faces right now is important for everybody to internalize and to amplify. But you know, every critical situation is also an opportunity, and that's the important way to look at it. But you know, fundamentally. And I'm optimistic about the future because, as I said, I think this is just a matter of will. We're able to develop the mineral economy that we need for the planet to survive and for people to continue to thrive. And we have to find the right balance in policy and in investment. But I'm confident that we're going to get there.
Thank you. I really liked how you said that minerals are everywhere waiting for the economy to find them, and that there are no solutions, only trade-offs. So thanks for participating today. Rutger, main takeaway.
Yeah, thanks. I resonate with what Michael said, but my takeaway would be that it's first a time to catch up, and innovation will be our way out. I mean, we cannot just copy what happens in China. So the first message for me would be innovate our way out of this mess. And the second way is then just to keep doing what we always have been good at, is innovation, and then try to take over. It's a critical challenge for us. But around us, we do see solutions at scale. So I think focus on scale and cost effectiveness, and then, well, we might catch up and take over.
Innovate ourselves out of this mess and be quick. Skill now. All right, thanks. Henk.
Yeah, I think of this whole space in kind of like a three-part framework. And part one is it's a big problem, and you can quantify the problem. Like I said, it's roughly a $200 billion a year market is what we're heading into, with roughly an entire 2024 TAM worth of deficit. So I don't know a better way of saying the scale of the problem than that. And then I think the second part is it's a big problem and it matters a lot. These materials are critical to the way that we operate as a modern society, and they're not replaceable. And then the third part of my framework of how I think about this is very similar to what Rutger just said. You know, I'm a venture capital investor, and so I look for innovation. But specifically, the types of innovation I look for are on the rare earth side. There have to be better technologies, more environmentally friendly technologies for extraction, for refining, for processing, for alloying, for recycling. So there has to be a better way of doing each one of those steps. And there are lots of companies that I can think of that are each playing a step in that. That's kind of an incremental solution. What I really like is the Nairon approach of like think outside the box, develop a completely new chemistry and completely new science of approaching it. And so that's just with rare earths. But if you step back out and you expand the aperture a bit, on the graphite side, synthetic graphites, right? On the battery cathode side, cobalt's here to stay, at least for the next decade or two, because these markets move really fast. But cobalt's not even a critical component of modern battery chemistries anymore, right? You've got NMC, very high nickel NMC cathodes, 811, that use very little cobalt, but then you've got next generation cathodes, LMNO, lithium manganese oxide cathodes that don't even use cobalt, that are very high energy. But then you say, okay, why aren't those deployed at scale today? Well, there's problems with it. There's problems that they degrade the electrolytes because they operate at too high of a voltage. Okay, when I hear that, I think venture investable opportunity. Okay, somebody make an electrolyte that can work with an LMNO cathode, right? And then on the anode side, I mean, we'll go to solid state. Maybe we won't even need graphite at some point. But anyway, because it's a very big problem and a very important problem, that means that the technological solutions I find very compelling, especially if they're differentiated technological solutions, not just incremental steps that are going to get leapfrogged by somebody else.
I love how you see this crisis as an opportunity, really. And also what stuck with me was that you mentioned that the supply crunch in 2035 is going to be as big as the market is today. So that, I think, shows the significance of the issue that we're facing. Thank you all for contributing. Oh, there's a question, actually. Is that all right? We don't have a mic, but if you shout it, I'll repeat it, if that's all right. Yeah?
which stage of the value chain we're having this worst scenario? In the midstream, in the downstream? Because I know in the upstream, China controls 60%, but there are lots of mining companies exploding Brazilian mines in the US or Canada also. So midstream, downstream, which is the worst bottleneck that we are?
Yeah, the availability of rare earths globally is not that much of a problem. The problem is, from the availability side, the problem is that it just takes 10 to 20 years to stand up a mine from when you first start to permit it. So there's a lag time from when you're actually going to start pulling stuff out of it. And then the next step is, I think, what you're asking about. You don't dig up a magnet, you dig up ores, and then those ores need to be processed. And right now, it's a 4-step process. People usually think about it in about 4 steps. So you've got the mining, the extraction, refining, and alloying. Those last 3 steps, 90+% of each one of those steps happens in China. So the odds that you ever touch a magnet that didn't touch China is essentially 0. And the problem is that those are specialized technologies that people have learned to deploy over the years. You can't just fabricate it out of nowhere, and China's made it illegal to export those technologies. And so I actually think that it's kind of all issues need to be dealt with in parallel, because we can't wait 20 years to start producing magnets. But definitely those last 3 steps are much more critical than the first step, the mining.
We might actually have time for one more question. I'm not sure if somebody else has a question in the audience. Okay. I see no hands, so that means we're a little bit...
The hype of an investment on these new technologies for processing metals, do you think it's going to be in this year or on the following, or how do you see the space?
So is your question, when do we expect the VC community to fully embrace the kind of how large the opportunity really is?
Yeah.
I think that the VC community, it's very hard to predict what's going to be trendy. And if I could do that, I'd make a lot more money than I do right now. Just establish secondary positions I could sell. But
the thing is, the VC community does tend to go way over the top on things. And here it's kind of hard to see how that could happen, right? Because the problem is of such magnitude. It's not like what we saw with autonomous vehicles, where in 2016 everybody thought by 2021 owned cars would be obsolete and all be just going around robo-taxis. You know, this is a problem that has to get solved, that has the magnitude that you described. So if the hype cycle does kick in, it may be sustainable.
My concern in this space, in terms of hype cycle, is primarily that if a hype cycle does kick in, companies will raise capital at valuations that they can't justify from a technology maturity perspective. And that's not sustainable. So maybe the hype cycle will go for 1, 2, 3 years even, but then you get 3 years down the road and you've raised $300 million of capital and you're on paper a unicorn, but you don't even have a product that works. And we've seen that in other industries. And I won't call specific names out, but like in the battery industry, there's companies that have SPAC'd, right, that don't actually have batteries. They're public companies, they're expected to generate revenue, and they generate negative revenue.
I think the fact that we're having a panel on this subject means that the VC community is starting to get aware, and it's a topic of interest.
We started the hype cycle.
Exactly, we started it today. But at the same time, indeed, if you listen about like how large the problem is, and also how big the opportunity really is, I don't see that reflected in deal flow today, personally. So I feel that now is the right time to invest in these solutions. Unfortunately, Rutger, well, he's always fundraising, so. But I expect, like in a year or 2 years' time, this is going to be a hype. That's my expectation. But
maybe I can add as a startup. Loving VCs, obviously. I think it's important. There's a certain phase of your company where VC money is probably the most suitable for, and I think talking about critical raw materials, the ticket's going to be large. So I think that is where also the infrastructure, I think, in VC lands probably needs to make a decision on where do we have the funds The fund size should be big enough, especially in Europe, it's lacking, I think, a bit. In US, you have larger fund size to actually support those type of startups. But personally, I do see, and I think Henk and also Michael resonated that, is that there is a lot of attention for this space. But I think the funds probably needs to be adjusted for the size of the risks and the size of the projects that we want to fund.
All right. Thank you so much for your participation today on stage and everybody in the room. If you have any further questions, come find us at the drinks later tonight. All right. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Red Metal experts. Please don't go too far. 1 more minute for a final interesting panel of the day. So please stick with us. Please. These amazing people down here. Guys? I hope you're ready for our final panel of the day. I know it's been a long day, but I'm sure very, very interesting. The last panel of the day is upskilling and reskilling, empowering the workforce for the green economy. That's why we're here. Green is good. So please welcome Michael Diamond, Managing Director of Norman Broadbent. Please come on stage. Juliana Garaiza, General Partner at Malaika Ventures. Christopher Cederskog, co-founder and CEO of Sun Hero. Jamie Hayward, CEO of Zolar. And our panel discussion moderator, Danny Cotter, partner at the Wesley Group. Round of applause, please. Empowering the workforce for the green economy. Whenever you're ready, take it away. Enjoy.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. Sounds like we're the last panel between everyone in drinks. So we'll try to keep this as lively and exciting as we possibly can, and we'll move into probably the more exciting thing we can tonight with drinks and dinner. Excited to talk to everybody. More excited to have our esteemed panelists introduce themselves just really quickly. My name is Danny Cotter. I'm a partner at the Wesley Group. We're an institutional venture capital firm based in Menlo Park. Have been investing in the climate space since 2007. So we have a decade and a half of experience behind us, both the good and the bad. We've seen the rise and the fall of these hype cycles, and we think we're on the precipice of something really important with the transition into this green economy and the upskilling and reskilling of our workforce. Maybe I'll just turn over to my side and look at my panelists here just for a quick introduction. Michael, you want to start us off, and we'll move to Jamie, to Chris, and then to Juliana.
Yes, I'm Michael Diamond. I'm a managing director at Norman Broadbent. We're a UK-listed executive search and leadership advisory firm. I lead the investor practice in the firm, which supports private capital investors and their portfolio companies. And my personal sector focus is around energy, industrial, and decarbonisation across those sectors.
Hi, I'm Jamie Hayward, so I'm CEO of Zolar.
which is a German-based residential solar marketplace. So we bring together homeowners who want to move to install solar systems and manage the energy that produces with installation partners across Germany. So we're basically brokering between two sides, and so we have a few hundred people who we employ, who are mainly white collar, a lot of them product and tech people. So we have a white collar skills shortage there, but more pressing, we also have a blue collar skills shortage where we employ through 700 partner installers, each of whom employs 5 to sort of 50 local installers. We have a real shortage in people who can actually do the installations. So we suffer two sets of problems. The one that keeps me awake is the blue-collar problem, less so the white-collar problem.
Correct. I'm Christopher. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sun Hero. We are based here in wonderful Spain, and we operate a service that allows residential and commercial customers to electrify their businesses and their homes. So in a sense, similar in terms of kind of end product as solar with Jamie, a little bit of a different model, so we're a bit more integrated. So we have the blue-collar skills, certainly more in-house, but the flip side is we operate in a very different market here in Spain, so we have a very different set of challenges than in the German market. We've been active for the last 3 years and have kind of seen some boom cycles, some bust cycles, and are really focused on delivering the best possible solution to the customers. So we have a very high focus on quality, and that comes with its own set of kind of blue-collar and in general challenges.
And I'm Liana Garayza, so I'm from Bilbao, so it's really good to be back home. I spent most of my career at the intersection of incubation and funds, VCs. And for 13 years, I've been in Houston, running different funds, and most recently, I brought Greentown Labs, which is the biggest climate incubator in North America, to Houston. And when we decided to expand, and by the way, many of you may have met, there's 18 companies that I brought from Houston to this event, thanks to Invest in Biscay, fully sponsored. So we are very eager to be here and connected. So when we launched a climate incubator in Houston 4 years ago, one of the things, and coming from the Boston headquarters, we didn't realize that the workforce and transitioning the workforce from oil and gas to clean energies was something that we had to deal as an ecosystem. Houston is actually not only the oil and gas capital of the world, it's also the engineering capital of the world. There's more engineers per square meter in Houston than they are in Silicon Valley. Most of them are within oil and gas companies and NASA and others. So one of the biggest challenges as a convener in the ecosystem is that we had this flood of oil and gas workers coming for solutions and trying to figure out how to upskill, reskill themselves into Energy 2.0 jobs. And that's something that was never a challenge for our incubator in Boston, and has been sort of I would say, pivotal thing for reinventing Houston that we had to take care of for both the white-collar and the blue-collar jobs.
Thank you, Juliana. So my first question to the panelists is what does reskilling and upskilling mean to you in the context of the role that you bring in? Before turning it over to the panelists, I just want to give one quick anecdote because it hits home for me, and I've been thinking about this problem for a long time. So my father worked in the energy utilities sector in space, so I've been in and around energy my entire life. He spent 42 years, so 98% of his working life working for a single energy utility in California. He retired from that utility in California, handed over his laptop, and left. And about 6 months later, he gets a call from his old boss saying, "Hey, Jerry, we need you back. We don't know anyone that can do this problem for us, and we need you." So, spent 42 years working full-time, 40-plus hour weeks. They hired him back on, working 10-hour weeks, paying him more money than he was making when he left. And that just goes to show just the type of problems that is out there as this workforce transitions into, but also continues to age. So anyway, so maybe Juliana, starting over on my far left,
Yeah.
what does reskilling and upskilling mean to you through the lens that you view it?
Yeah, so I think one of the challenges of the energy transition is that at least 50% of the technologies that are going to be used to decarbonize the world have not even been invented. So how do you reskill, upskill people when actually you don't know what the technologies are going to be about, and when AI is coming in, and I know that is a topic we're going to discuss. So this is a question that a lot of big oil and gas companies have asked themselves, and since they didn't know very well what the solution was, they started hiring with two premises, and actually they started also keeping people with two premises. One is the capacity to learn fast, and the other one is the capacity to teach fast, okay? And I think that's the innovation spirit, and now we could see it in Houston firsthand. There's a couple of things. You need to learn a lot about innovation, and it's thinking out of the box and making connections where they're not, and sometimes between sectors. It could be things that you can replicate from health tech into oil and gas and so on and so forth. But there's also the fact that actually there's a lot of things that are using the oil and gas that are skill sets that you had to drill and deep and things like that are actually very reusable in the Energy 2.0. And that is the transition from, in many cases, electron to molecules, molecules to electrons, but there's a lot of things that are used in hydrogen that had to do a lot with oil and gas. Carbon capture is drilling to put carbon in the reservoirs in many cases, so there's plenty of things that can be reused. And actually, I think a lot in our case, when we became a convener in the workforce transition, was more about demystifying the Energy 2.0 jobs and saying guys, actually 70, 80% you already have, you just don't know it. And a lot of the reskilling, that I think is more reskilling than upskilling, has happened behind closed door for many oil and gas companies who had, engineers that had to reskill themselves into offshore wind and all of that. But, outside people don't know that, so they feel like they have to be trained again and that they have to go to the Energy Transition Institute that was created with us. And I think there's a lot more self-learning going on right now, and I always tell them, a lot of our entrepreneurs that are here in the room were working in oil and gas before. They found something that they needed and they had to figure it out. And I think you need to do the same. And you need to learn a lot through podcasting, and many of these people got the job as Chief Sustainability Officer or New Energies team in an oil and gas because they were the ones who talked about it first. And that's how it works.
Amazing. Chris?
Yeah, so I think, in our market specifically, we're really moving away from, at the most fundamental level, what's been installed in Spain in the past decade or something like that has been solar. And we're kind of moving from we have solar is the product to solar enables electrification. And electrification means heat pumps and batteries and EV chargers and interconnected systems. And on the one hand, I think in the residential space, it's easy to think, yeah, but these are just homes. You just, you go there, you put the solar panels on the roof. Where's the problem? Like, this is not that complicated. It's not new technology like the stuff that Juliana's working on. But it's actually quite complicated to execute in reality because you have the planning aspects, which require quite a lot of engineering know-how. You have a lot of constraints around the customer. So there's kind of the technical side of it. Then there's the very practical just skills that you need in order to be good on the ground. But then the third part, and this is quite an interesting part of our business, is we are really face-to-face, literally face-to-face with the customer. So the customer is going to ask, yeah, but what are you doing here? What's going on here? And you can't go and say, well, I'm just following the manual, and it says here I have to put this screw there, and then I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to be an asshole about it. That doesn't work. You're going to lose customers that way. So in our business, it's, how do we retrain people from having the technical skills, having the practical skills, and having the interpersonal skills? And that's really where, for us, kind of the opportunity is. And that's also where I think the biggest challenge is, because we need a lot more have education that these are actually jobs. These are jobs that are going to be around for the next decade. So for a country like Spain, which has a lot of immigration from Latin America, which is a great thing, which still has a lot of youth, rural male unemployment, which is also a great thing. But we need to show that, hey, these are actually jobs and you can transfer these skills from one company to the other. And when you look at the last couple of years, you have a boom market like 2022 where the market grows 4x and everybody and their mother can install solar and wants to do that and thinks they can do it. And then you have the panels, you see, walk by the houses and you see the panels are installed upside down. And then you have 2023 where people are then going back to installing plumbing or heating or doing something else. So what we really need from a kind of regulatory market point of view is really stability. And I think those are basically the next couple of years that we're going to see that there's a lot more sanity in the market. Not everyone's trying to kind of grow at all costs, but you really want to build this stable path to the future and to really be able to offer this full electrification, which is ultimately what we need in order to kind of solve the climate crisis.
Jamie?
I think sometimes a picture can tell 1,000 words. So there was an EU report published a couple of years ago which talked about the skills shortage in the solar industry, and it talked about the need for Europe to have 1 million solar installers by 2025. And at the time when the report was published, the EU had 600,000 installers. So, this was quite impactful, at least it seemed to me. There's a gap of 400,000 solar installers just to hit the 2025 target. And yet I think that kind of disappeared quietly and didn't get a whole lot of publicity. And then last week, I don't know how many of you saw the Financial Times article that was a picture in Netherlands, and the headline was, "Solar panels now so cheap that they are garden fences," right? And so you had pictures of garden fences being made of solar panels because solar panels were so cheap. Now that's a really inefficient use of solar panels. And if you read the article, the third line said, solar panels are so cheap that they're now being used as fences. The problem is we can't find the installers to put them on the roofs where they should be, right? And that's what a 400,000 or now a sort of 200,000 to 300,000 gap looks like in blue-collar installers. We're not doing the right thing with the solar panels. And China is underutilized its production capacity for solar panels by roughly 50%. So there's many, many more solar panels that are not being produced that could be produced. The issue is we don't have enough installers. And that's why at Zolar, we're committed to both making the existing installers more efficient, because that allows them to earn more money, and by earning more money, that will bring more people into the industry. And we're also committed to training up and improving the quality of every single solar installer who works in the European industry. So we're trying to lean into this because we want to get those panels off the fences and onto the roofs. We think that's where they should be.
So the lens I tend to see this through is at the board and the executive level more so than often at the more practical hands-on level, but we do still speak to companies that are growing, and much of the challenge that they have to grow their business is in finding technical capability or commercial capability to come in and help them grow their business. But I think on upskilling, to kind of remove it from my professional lens, I think one of the questions worth exploring is whether or not the education system in any given country is actually keeping up or evolving at the same pace as the industry. Because if you want to go and do a degree or you get some career advice at school, are they telling you the sectors that you should go into? Because ultimately it's still conventional industries, conventional skill sets. So I think at those that are not yet in the workforce, I wonder if we're actually pointing them in the correct direction to be part of the solution to what is a problem now, but evidently will continue to be a problem moving forward. And then upskilling people in the workforce, it's just whose responsibility that might be seen to be. Is it a government issue, and should they be subsidizing or supporting people, especially in countries with high unemployment, to get people into the workforce the skills that are needed? Do people want that? And also those that are in companies, is it the company's perspective to invest in those people and help them transition, and what skills are the most sought after to do that? So I think in upskilling, it's a challenge of whether or not it's to be on ourselves to future-proof our careers, and go out of our way to be relevant as that's changing. If you're in oil and gas, are you tainted by that label if you're applying to work for a renewable energy business of some description or a clean tech company? But I think on reskilling, that's where I would segue into that. We shouldn't shirk conventional industries that have been around for a long time, because they've been here for a long time because they've been successful. And I think one of the conversations I had recently with an investor in the space was they were seeing a lot of people from Shell and BP come across their desk keen to be in the transition and decarbonisation, saw this as a negative thing. And I think it's much more about the relevance of the stage of company that people have been involved in. You know, have they been through, and, you know, can they learn quickly? Can they transition technical skills, commercial skills? Have they built businesses? And much of the companies that are here these couple of days are trying to build something. They're not yet established companies with a footprint and a process that is proven and will be successful regardless of the people. Much of the companies that are at this conference will be successful because of the people that they're able to bring into their business and help them get there. So I think the reskilling side for me is about how do you take already well-trodden, experienced, commercialized companies, but bring them into your sector. And that can be in your functions, that can be in your technical skills. They might not know your market, they might not know your sector specifically, but can they add some credibility and can they bring some experience that's going to help you move forward? So we're seeing a lot of that. It's just, can they get through the barrier of maybe negative sentiment towards, you know, harder to abate sectors and ones that are part of the problem that they're trying to solve as well.
Great. Before we talk about solutions and thinking about what each of these panelists are doing in their day jobs to fight or at least adopt to this challenging environment, I just want to spend maybe one more set of questions on scoping out the challenges. So maybe starting with you, Michael, if you had to distill it down to maybe one challenge that keeps you up at night in this whole ecosystem, what would that be?
I'm coming at it from a different lens because I'm not running a company, you know, that's existence certainly depends on the ability to access talent. We're helping companies do that. I think if I come back to my previous point and save some time for the others to speak, it is about the talent that's currently in successful and proven sectors, CEOs or leadership experienced candidates that have been in companies, whatever sector that might be, and whether or not they will be able to transition to help some more nascent companies be successful in the transition. Because I think there's a trick being missed, especially when, you know, if you look at people at Shell and BP, maybe that's not the best example, we're not to rag on them, but I think corporates isn't always the most transferable to growing high growth, scaling up businesses, but there's a place for that. And they do know something that those companies don't know. So it's not keeping me up at night, but something I think about regularly is, you know, how can we encourage and give access to companies in the clean tech and decarbonisation space to the talent that knows how to make a successful company, despite the fact it might be on the opposite side of the energy spectrum right now.
Great. Jamie?
So the thing that we're really focused on is trying to make sure that there are more installers doing more efficient work. Germany's had a fantastic apprentice scheme bringing craftsmen into the industry for many, many decades, and yet we still have a significant shortage. And so my belief is that the two things we really need to do to try and close that gap is firstly help make the job of being an installer even more profitable than it's ever been, because the higher wages there are in the industry, the more people who will choose to do it. So I'm slightly skeptical of kind of government mandates on quotas. I'm much more committed to trying to make sure that installers just make more money. And the way we want to work at Solar to help make sure installers make more money and therefore more installers come into the industry is to really drive efficiencies in the way that they install by working with them to take away the stuff that they don't do, that they don't want to do, that is not installation related, use technology to mean that they can be ever more efficient on every installation. And that's why a work that they do with us takes them half the time it would take if they did the work and sourced the work themselves. And that's therefore twice as many installs that they can do, and that's hopefully therefore up to twice as much money as they can earn. And I think that incentive will hopefully bring in and close some of the 200,000 to 300,000 gap that there are in solar installers in Europe.
Chris, what keeps you up at night?
So there's really two things. One of them is, how do we install as quickly as possible without sacrificing quality? because that's going to just come back to bite us. And the second thing is, how do we make sure that it's not just young rural men who go into this business? We have a massive gender gap in our industry, and that is not just like a philosophical issue. That's just people that we're excluding from being able to participate in this work, and we quite frankly need them to close the gap.
Right. Juliana?
Yeah, following on that, I think what really keeps me up at night is the lack of diversity in the energy transition. I'm very used to be the odd woman out in this kind of panels. We need more representation, and we need to make sure people are inspired to take on these jobs. And if they don't see people who look like them, that's never going to happen. I really believe that women and underrepresented communities are also the first to being impacted by climate change, and they are, I would say, the closest position in terms of closeness to the problem. And I guess when you're the closest to the problem, you might also be the closest to the solution, because you're first-hand user or first-hand receiving on the impacts of climate change. So it's proven. There's a lot of statistics out there that talk about the diversity dividend by being in a company that has diversity and can think a little bit more outside the box, can have access to different networks that may have solutions, very different solutions to different problems. But we are not there. I think there's a lack of networking, trying to access different networks of different talent. And some big oil and gas companies like Shell, BP, others have diversity quotas, so that they're trying to do what's best. But still, many are very far on the inclusion side. So whenever you try to bring women, you try to bring underrepresented people, they still tend to leave because they feel tokenized. They feel like there's no openness about making them feel welcome, and they ended up leaving. So what I would say is that for the startups that are here, I hear a lot when I try to train them on this. It's like, well, first let me think about making sure that I think on the ROI, my investors are happy, and then that's when I will think about bringing diversity to the table. And there's a pretty amazing simulation about what it means when your founders are not diverse, and how you simulate how you hire very differently, and what it means when you are diverse and you think about diversity, equity, and inclusion and access from the founder's point of view, and how this portrays to the lower levels. So if you think about it later, the culture is already set, and it becomes an afterthought, and then you pigeonhole it with a chief diversity officer that is like a box where you put all the problems. DEI can impact a lot of your company, but it has to be at founder level.
Thank you, Juliana. As you think about solutions here, what role should regulation and government play in this whole ecosystem? Juliana, you want to start?
Yeah, so I think there's been a lot that, for example, the IRA has done towards reskilling and upskilling, even to bring the diversity angle to everything that they're funding. This Climate 40 initiative, where if you're going to be given money from the DOE, 40% of what you receive has to be given back to the community through community benefits agreements and all that. So there's a lot of money that is being dedicated to this issue, the workforce reskilling, the making sure that a lot of that goes back to the communities that are most impacted. But when you actually talk to the DOE, because they come a lot to talk to us, it's like, are we going to find enough projects that actually fit that climate justice frame of the Climate 40? And they're very worried that all the money won't be able to be deployed because there's not enough community benefits agreements there to be part of the projects that they need to fund. So that's definitely an interesting challenge, but I'm glad that it's also part of the regulation, at least in the US.
Chris, what do you think?
Well, I mean, obviously, European governments have had a absolutely stellar track record when it comes to intervening in electrification and climate. So I think they should just keep doing that. That's going to go very well. I think broadly the governments should get out of this as much as they can to a minimum degree. Maybe some standardization in terms of what are the different job roles. And a little bit of kind of marketing and making this work attractive. But I could not agree more with Jamie, who said earlier, like, you need to make this more profitable for the installers, and then they will come. I think that's exactly it. And that's not something that I think the government or the EU will solve in the short term. That's on the market.
Yeah. Jamie, would you agree with that?
I agree with Chris and myself.
Yeah. Very good. So it wouldn't be a panel in 2024 without talking about AI. Obviously, the role of both the blue-collar worker and the white-collar worker have come into major focus with the rise of generative AI and these large language models. Maybe I wanted to turn over to our panelists and just ask, maybe through the challenge lens and the opportunity lens, what does AI do for upskilling and reskilling, and how should we be thinking about it?
Well, I'm not the AI expert on this panel, I don't think. But I think the one thing I would say about it is to consider it with a kind of a measure of skepticism, but also try to take advantage of the opportunity that it presents. I think that it's like any nascent sector, and AI is clearly moving very, very quickly. But can we understand it as quickly as possible? Because I don't think if we're in the energy sector, I'm sure there's some companies that are geared around AI and its application. But in conventional companies, how is that actually going to change things for you? How is it going to improve that? And then when it comes to the workforce, what do they actually need to learn for that to be a practical and applicable skill set to make either their own prospects better or help their company be better? I think that we have to take it upon ourselves, and companies need to take it upon themselves to try and articulate what that might look like so that we actually know what we're going to do with AI and how we'll apply that.
So I think, AI is obviously going to be extremely disruptive, but I think too much of the AI conversation talks about how AI will replace jobs. So, how it replaces jobs in call centers or or lawyers or the various other more routine menial tasks. I think when it comes to the problems we've discussing today, I think there's a huge opportunity for AI to actually augment jobs. And so if I think of the opportunity for AI to help make installers more efficient, there are lots of things. No AI is going to be able to install a solar system for quite a while, but it's a very physical, it's a very non-standard, it's a very craft piece of work. So I don't think AI is going to replace solar installers, but I think there's a huge opportunity to try and ask ourselves the question, how can AI make solar installers better installers and faster installers? And I think whether that comes to bringing technical information to bear right at the point where the solar installer needs it, whether that comes to making sure that the planning around the solar system gets so good that the installer just knows exactly what to do and doesn't have to sort of do too much rework and thinking. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to augment what solar installers do through AI, and I think that then comes back to the same question, which is if AI is augmenting solar installers so they can be more productive and more efficient, that's going to help them earn more money. The average installer now today in Germany will make approximately 60,000 euros a year. If we could make that 100,000 euros a year, that would really drive a lot more people into the industry, and I think AI is a part of that.
Yeah, I don't know what AI you're using, but I've seen they're really good at installing the panels. So. No, I hate to again agree with Jamie, but just to put it a little bit different, the way that we think about an electrification project is you have on one side the physical constraints of the object, the house, the roof, the tilting, and AI can be really good at figuring out those constraints very quickly and very precisely. And then you have the consumption side, which to us kind of consists of two parts. One of them is what does current consumption dictate in terms of the optimal solution? And again, AI can be really good at that. But the second part is how does the customer's consumption evolve in the future? And that's a discussion that you have to have with the customer. And that's kind of the way that we see it is it's a journey that we take the customer on. we don't know the future, they don't know the future, but together we think of it like we can see a little bit around the corner. So we see a little bit further into the future than they do, and we want to take them on that path. And that's something where, again, the AI, I don't think can play that role right now, and it shouldn't play that role right now. So it's more of the augmentation, and that's on the planning side. And then again, totally agree on the installation side. They're really on the physical part of it. That's a tall order even for a human, and certainly for the AI.
So two challenges, and hopefully on the other side of the coin is the opportunity for AI. Of course, huge energy consumption. AI sucks a lot of energy, and that is very problematic. Hopefully also it's part of the solution because AI brings a lot of efficiencies. So 50% of the electricity and energy we already generate gets lost because of inefficiencies. So my hope is that AI can become carbon neutral pretty fast just by bringing all these efficiencies. And I would say that one of the very important things for me is that AI is based on data sets, and women are pretty invisible in these data sets that are fed into the AI. So there's a very important book called The Invisible Women, where you learn very fast that we are outside of the data sets for health, for design of a lot of things like cars, vaccines, clinical trials. So all the data that is going to be fed into the AI, or has already been fed, is totally biased and is going to perpetrate those biases even more. So the opportunity there is to try to feed in more data so that we can de-bias AI and have opportunity to learn and make sure that we are also represented.
Phenomenal. I have one more AI-related question, but we only have a couple more minutes, so I did want to turn it over to the audience. Was there one or two pressing questions that we can sneak in before our final question? Please jump in now. That compelling.
Where are the drinks?
Exactly. Yes, question up here. I think we have a microphone coming in for you.
How are you thinking about the new generation, the training? Because if you need that growth, to come, it really should be born from the younger, the young generation, and to get them excited about, what the future looks like. That's something that we need to work in from the older generation like us, showing them the path, but also, helping them to grow themselves so that they do a lot better than we did.
I can start. I think luckily the younger generation feel a lot more responsible about fixing the problems that we've created. So they have that, they don't need to be convinced. I think they're much more attuned with what needs to be fixed, and they feel part of the solution already. I think they're also using AI from the get-go. My daughter said, Mommy, AI helped me find my sock. And I'm like, what did you do? And it's like, well, I asked, where is my sock? And it looks like the probabilities of having your sock under the bed are pretty high. So she looked under the bed, and there it was. So she's already learning fast how to use AI for the right things and not ask Mama anymore.
I think it does relate to some of the questions that have been asked as well, though, because I question whether education and the experience our kids are having in education is actually keeping up. Because my son's 15, he's about to do his exams, and it's still, basis stuff that you need, maths, physics, chemistry, all good things for STEM. But are they being told where that's going to point towards? Are they being told that, hydrogen is an opportunity? So do you want to go and work in the hydrogen sector? Is that something that's going to exist commercially? I think the question on government and whether there's a policy driven, I don't know where we all live. There's lots of different countries represented in the room, but I'd be surprised if anyone was saying that they thought their government was doing a particularly good job, of driving that communication into state education in particular. So I think that you need to do what we often rely on, is look at companies, corporates, companies that are actually making money out of the transition to invest money back in to ensure that we have a sustainable workforce that comes. Now, what would be better if there's a collaboration between companies and sectors, because then you'll get more bang for buck rather than it being competitive. But that might be wishful thinking. So I think there's a lot more to do, because I don't know, I think they are more kind of positive about making a change. I think they all know that, and there's sectors that they will avoid. But do they know where they're going and what they should do to put themselves in a position to be part of that, would be my question.
Phenomenal. We are out of time, but I wanted to just ask one last time, is there any final question from the audience? Otherwise, it's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you all for the time. Okay, let's go get some drinks, and we'll be around. So.
Don't go for drinks yet. We have final fantastic keynote speakers, okay? You have to wait a little bit longer, I'm sorry. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you very much. Give us 2 minutes. Keynote speakers, we have Patricia Ovidio, Associated Partner at McKinsey & Company, and Xavier Riba, Engagement Manager at McKinsey & Company, who are going to share their wonderful insights about the industry and energy transition here in Spain. So give it a big hand, please. Round of applause. Please join us on stage. Thank you very much.
Thing. Sorry. Should I go to the other side? Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for being here and for listening. I'm Patricia. I'm an associate partner from the Lisbon office, and I'm one of the leaders in the sustainability practice for McKinsey.
And I'm Xavier Riba, Engagement Manager from the Barcelona office, also from the Energy and Sustainability practice, currently leading operationally the Industry and Energy Transition Hub, which we will talk about now.
So I think we're very excited to be here. I think we are living very exciting times, and I'm pretty sure you've been covering a lot of this throughout today and tomorrow, and quite frankly, in your day today. And so I think super excited, super relevant to be here today. If you only listen to 3 things of what we say today, I wanted to come across these 3 messages. I think the first one is that we are indeed facing this unprecedented opportunity to create value and to bring a sustainable transition. That said, there is some timestamp that goes with this. You need to act now. And that kind of brings us to our second message, which is to capture this opportunity, we need to think structurally different on how to tackle it. And we need to combine what our incumbents have today as far as firepower and how the capabilities and that they've been able to scale throughout the years, with a lot of what I think today this summit is about, the startup agility, the speed, the purpose, the drive that this young blood has. Final third message that we also wanted to convey today. We, McKinsey, we are today partnering with a lot of green business building companies, and we are very much committed to the energy transition, and we have a lot of resources invested in it. And in Iberia specifically, we are driving a think tank that we call the Industry and Energy Transition Hub that Xavi commented he's driving, and that we want to also talk to you a bit more about today. Now, going into a little bit more of the detail. The energy transition, as we know today, I think there are some commonalities across regions, across countries, across sectors. So it's going to require a lot of investment. It's going to require a lot of attention and a lot of commitment from all. But there are also some specificities that are very much regional, and that it leads to a fairly lead to a fairly uneven transition. Where some countries or some regions have a bigger competitive advantage versus others. Spain in particularly, and we'll go into depth a bit more about it, is in a very good place today to capture this. This opportunity and this investment opportunity and value pool, I think we see it across a number of sectors. I would like to highlight the industry role behind all of this. I know they're a bit small, the value pool that you have specifically for industry, but if you think through the value chain and the value pool of sectors like transport, of buildings, there is a massive industry chain and a massive industry component of this value chain that is enabling all of these value pools. In transports, all of the automotive industry that you have behind, and for example, in Spain, it's relevant. Buildings, the steel that you require to make this happen. And so industry is something that, for us, it's very much present across the value pools of the energy transition and should be very much relevant.
Yes, so Patricia was talking right now about the huge opportunity that this energy transition is going to entail to all industries and to all countries around the world. But so far, what we have been observing in Europe is that there is a time window opportunity, and we are losing that opportunity. During the last 20 years, what we have seen actually is a deindustrialization of our economy. And here in Spain, this has happened even faster than in the rest of Europe. However, it's time for hope right now. Because what we are seeing also is that this huge opportunity, this huge disruption will affect differently all the different countries around the world. And for once, Spain and Portugal are actually in a position of privilege. They have a competitive advantage against other countries, mainly because we have lower costs of renewable energy sources. As we have more sunny days, the costs of solar energies, for example, is much lower, and therefore some energy vectors such as green hydrogen will also have a much lower cost here than elsewhere. Additionally, we also have certain input materials that will help on this energy transition, such as lithium or biogenic CO2. And there is an existing industrial base and infrastructure that could help that everything comes together and we re-emerge our industry during the next years. Actually, the concrete opportunities that we are seeing are, on the one hand, on the energy play, we are seeing opportunities in renewables, in electrification, but also in new energy vectors such as green molecules, such as biomethane, biofuels, and also, as I was talking right now, on green hydrogen and derivatives. All of these needs to fuel our new industries. And, well, the existing industries and the emerging industries. Existing industries through these lower cost energy vectors, but also new value chains such as the electric vehicles ecosystem, the battery ecosystem, or even green ammonia, green steel that could re-emerge and take place here in Iberia. To put some numbers to the opportunity, what we are seeing is on electrification, we've estimated that we could double nearly doubled the renewable energy sources capacity on the power mix. We've seen that there is a huge opportunity on the biomethane area, which is still to be explored. There are also opportunities in biofuels and, as I was saying also before, in green hydrogen. Synthetic fuels, green steel, green ammonia are all different resources that could be created and emerge here. Now, all of these could have an impact on our industries. On the existing ones, we have estimated that they could increase their EBITDAs even by 4 percentage points thanks to these competitive advantages. And also we've seen that there is a huge investment potential on these industries I was talking about, of up to 40 billion euros. Actually, the total amount of investment potential that we see for Spain until 2030 is up to nearly 150 billion, distributed across all the different industries and sectors I was talking about. This will have, obviously, a huge impact on the current companies and industries that exist now in Spain, but also in the society as a whole. We've estimated that the impact on GDP could be up to 15 percentage points, and more than 1 million jobs could be created thanks to the re-emergence of all of these industries.
So why is this also, or how to bring this to life from a business perspective, right? How to bring what are the implications and the bringing this to a tangible step? We asked about 1,000 folks in the space a few questions in a survey we did a few months back, and a couple of interesting results we wanted to share with you today. The first one is that in about 2 years' time, they anticipate that about half of their revenue is going to come from new businesses, services, products. So in 2 years' time, half of the revenue, quite frankly, we don't know today where it's going to come from. But I think it's exciting, but also a bit scary at the same time. The second point is that 90%, or actually more than 90% of these executives, they told us that in about 5 years, whatever new businesses, products, services that they will come up with, they're going to be in some shape or form related to sustainability. And so I think this creates, for us in the way we see it, a big opportunity on, okay, half of this revenue is going to come from new businesses. 90% of them think it's going to be in some shape or form related to sustainability. So how do we create these new green businesses? And how do we make them a reality within this fairly short time frame? The way we think about this is that this recipe for this green business building, it needs to somehow combine what incumbents have as far as firepower goes. So they have access to an established base of customers, for example. They have access to capital, to awareness of who they are, and they are able to reach quite an extensive amount of people. But on the other side, they are not typically super fast or super agile or super innovative. And here I'm being a bit bold, and apologies if I'm kind of stepping on somebody's and offending a bit, but kind of to convey the message that they're big, and big comes with good parts, but it also comes with some slowness. Startups, on the other hand, are kind of the flip side of this, right? They're much more agile, the way they think about it. They are very much driven in a very specific purpose and ambition. If on the other side, they have a bit less of these established customers and established bases and capital in the sectors. And so if you combine both of these, and you combine the firepower of incumbents and this drive and this will of startups and their agility, for us this is kind of what we're calling the holy grail of what green business building is all about. And this is a bit what we also try to do as a firm with our clients. So bringing some of this speed, some of this agility to more incumbents, and in some way trying to work together with some of the startups to try to understand how do you overcome and how do you bring this firepower to them so that they're able to scale up. In a bit more concrete terms of how is it that we see and that we think about this green business growth. So 7 key themes to bring this huge ambition fast and to deliver. First one, indeed, ambition. I think you got to start there. You got to have a very clear North Star that's going to be game-changing, and that's going to be to rally folks around you and to get that purpose going. Second one, demand. I think in this one, it might seem trivial, but you got to be addressing a need. There's got to be this push to address. Third one, this costs. So I think throughout the journey on most of the green business buildings that we see, it's a struggle for profitability. And so understanding right at the front, what is your cost advantage? How is it that we can scale, when, how? It's a very important piece. Fourth one, around technology. I think we just saw that about half of the folks think that it's going to come from new product services and so on. And so there's an element of novelty to the technologies, but at the same time, you gotta have some sort of fairly clear pathway to when is this technology going to mature, when are you going to be able to scale it, and this pathway you need to see it and be fairly credible that this technology has a maturity within the time frame that you're looking for. At the same time, and bringing me to the fifth point on the maturity and the scalability, you got to prepare and have the capacity to scale, and so create this install capacity to bring your product or service to life when it's time. Sixth one, acknowledge that it's probably very hard to do it by yourself. And you don't have to, quite frankly. So creating this ecosystem around it, could be through equity partnerships, however you want to construct it. Creating this ecosystem, it's going to be fundamental to achieve a successful green business building. And finally, arguably most important, people. You got to surround yourself early on with the right people, recruiting the right amount of resources, with the knowledge, with the drive to bring your green business to reality. We have done this in the past with hundreds of clients in multiple ways. We have partnered with both incumbents, with startups, in multiple forms, including having some skin in the game and tying also our metrics and goals with the shareholders as well. You have a couple of examples here around partnering with startups like around the green steel or solar services, or also with some more traditional companies, so to speak, on for example, you have circular textiles, or in agriculture, for example, a bit more also to understand the full breadth of this energy transition related topics. Just before I move on to you, Xavi, this is a bit around the green business building, but we also, which is fairly broad. On Iberia specific, we are also driving a big initiative more around the think tank that tries to combine a lot of players in the sector. And here, Xavi, I'll move to you, that is leading us.
Sure. So in order to capture the opportunity I was talking about before in Spain and Portugal, what we've created is actually the leading think tank on the energy transition and industrialization of Iberia. The idea was to create an initiative together with institutions from the industry, from the financial sector, from the energy sector as well, with a dual purpose. On the one hand, create preeminent knowledge around the key topics of the energy transition, and on the other hand help accelerate all the required and potential investments that we were foreseeing for the different areas I was talking about before. Specifically, what we've created, if you go to the next page, is this think tank together with institutions from many different sectors. We've got, as I was saying, some institutions from some financial institutions, such as BBVA, that has been a core member since the beginning of the creation of the hub. But we've got, as you can see here, more than 15 different companies and partners that have helped us create and build up this industry and energy transition hub. What we've done so far is actually launched 3 different missions, we've called them. One for the electrification and renewables space, one for green molecules, and one for hydrogen. And together with all the institutions that are part of the hub, we've been creating a perspective on how can Spain lead on all these 3 different areas. And by perspective, we mean what is the current status of all of these different energy vectors? What should be our ambition for Spain in order to capture these opportunities? What are the main challenges that we are actually encountering? And finally, what could be potential solutions to achieve those challenges, to overcome those challenges? What we've done is, through a roundtable format, we've been doing sessions with all of these institutions all together to try to understand what's their perspective, get their input, create this general narrative on the different verticals, and start putting what solutions could we do out there in order to overcome those challenges that are many in many of these industries, and for sure you know, and in order to achieve the enormous opportunity we have ahead.
So final notes, and mindful we're the bottleneck between all of you and drinks. I think we 2 invitations that we reach out to you. The first one, if you want get to know us a bit more, there is a number of ways to do it. There are some green business building summits, for example, that we host. Next one is going to be in a couple of weeks in Stockholm. You can also, reach out to us. The contacts are here. Happy to connect you with any expert or share any insights on any specific topic on the energy transition, or just broadly on sustainability, decarbonization, and energy transition topics. And the second invitation that we extend is that if you also want to find out more about the opportunity in specific in Spain and Portugal, and what we are driving in the industry and energy transition hub, please reach out. More than happy to also catch up and tell you a little bit more about it, and so that we can also move this hub from about 15, keep me honest here, the participants today, to actually scale it to a leading think tank with 40, 50 folks from different sectors and different types of players. So, and thank you very much for listening. Any questions, anything that you would also like to discuss further, please feel free to reach out. Or
thank you very much.
You.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all for a very productive first day and all these hot topics you've listened to. A big thanks to all the sponsors for EnergyTech Summit. Luckily, we have 1 or 2 more things. You can go and have a drink with us in the expert area, just 1 or 2, okay? To remind you, if anyone wants to do the city tour around Bilbao, it's at 7 p.m. If you've registered before, please arrive at the registration point in the center 10 minutes before, okay? That's the city tour of Bilbao at 7 p.m. Don't forget also We have fun this evening in the Guggenheim Museum, where you can spend the evening with us from 8 p.m. onwards, okay? And if you're feeling energetic, tomorrow morning at 7:30, you can go for a morning run for the energy boost you need to start the second day. Thanks for being part of 2024 EnergyTech Summit, and see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock or at 7:30, okay? Enjoy your drinks, and thank you very much for all your time and effort.
Now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chains, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little.